Yeah, a brilliant day. These guys definitely surprised me in one sense, Reese. You were telling me something crazy about their performance. I'll let you take that one away.
Look, out of all of the champions of any region, these guys were contested. 10 games out of the 12. Now, we talk tons about this. Oh, if you go and contest, you're going to do well. But last season, top 3 from every region, all on con. This time, our winners from the Asia region were contested, and they absolutely swatted the opponent team away like flies and managed to take that first place slot over Les, Doku, and Brian, who's in second place as well. If we look at the rest of the leaderboards, we'll see that kind of top 10 that shaped out on the Asia region with Q-Jack, Nitor, and Alice, ex-FNCS champions, also taking the third slot there. So congratulations to all these teams. Also, Alan Shimoki and Lena as well, who were the previous season's FNCS champions. Not Lena, unfortunately, because they picked up a new third for the team, but ex-champions on the region, all performing extremely well so far. But obviously, big congratulations to our current ones now.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. We've seen some of the greatest teams of all time struggle to deal with players contesting them at their POIs in FNCS finals. Let's take a look at OCU, though, right? That was the other region that concluded. And as you can see, if you were watching yesterday, you'll actually know that Vortex, Jace, and Taysons sat in first place after day 1, and they've remained in the first place after day 2. They are the FNCS champions for OCU. A brilliant performance, 399 points, 1 point away from hitting that big 400. If we take a look at the leaderboard as well, you'll see these guys absolutely walked away with things. You know, they had 3 victory royales. Nobody else, you know, had more than 1, I believe, right? So absolutely brilliant performance. They get the money as well, all to themselves. And all rounds, just great stuff.
Yeah, and for Jink Alec and Worthy, who was in second place there, like I was watching the streams, I was watching the final game because Jinx was streaming the entire tournament live. And it's tough because we saw Vortex's team actually go down relatively early. They went down in 20th place, and Jinx's team had the opportunity to clutch up. They had the ability, but they were just scuffed on loot. They took a fight, and it ended up just being a duo, and then they were slowly picked off one by one. And you could tell, like, these guys are the champion mentality. These guys want to win. They want to place first. And they weren't really happy with the second. You know, in retrospect, I'm sure when they look back, they're going to be happy with the fact that second place is absolutely insane. But these guys in the moment, you know, all they were rooting for was that first place. But unfortunately, you know, Vortex took it off them. And huge congratulations for Vortex, Jace, and Sons as well for obviously managing to do that best the region.
That's right, man. Brand new champions. You love to see it. Now we got to keep this champion talk. We got to talk about the EU specifically, remember, because we only had 4 games yesterday. We have to kind of recap what did happen, which trios, wow, words in my head, came out on top. And this was the first game here from EU.
Yeah, look, you know, third place team on the day yesterday was Nevs, Pink, Stompy. These guys definitely came to play. You know, we talked a lot about, you know, understanding their philosophy, how they choose to play, how hardworking these guys are, and it paid off for them, Reese.
Yeah, absolutely paid off. You know, game number 1, they placed second, and then basically from playing a lot of a kind of low ground play style, and we didn't really see too much of them that game, but the next game they came back, they took the height, they were very opportunistic about it, picked up the big victory royale in game number 2, and they were super consistent. They were winning off spawn against Kezik's team. They were fighting back basically any team who came across them. They were super aggressive in basically every stage of the match, and so far I hope to see them continue that through the 8 games today.
Yeah, 100%. And I think when it comes to this next team, the second place team, no surprise to see them high up in the standings. Vidil, Noah Riley, and Aqua. We all know about Aqua, one of the greatest players of all time. He's literally a World Cup champion, but Noah Riley and Vidil by his side, providing for some great support as well. And these guys completely were just unplayable when it came to high ground. Right? They are one of the best high ground teams in the game. We talked about it before the show, right? We talked about how they definitely are probably the best high ground team. Showcase that plenty times, Reese.
Yeah, it was actually insane. You know, this game in particular, this was one of the ones where they switched over and over again in terms of the high ground, but they had like a huge nemesis in the lobby, which is our current first place teams, which is Kiriachi, Stormy Right, and Toos. These guys went back and forth over and over again. That first game, I think height switched 6 or 7 times, and 3 or 4 of those were between Kiriachi's team and also between Vidil's team at the same time too. Then in game number 2, Kiriachi wipes out and finishes the squad from Vidil's team. In game 3, it's the other way around, so they're consistently going back and forth. This is a rivalry we've seen through nearly all 4 of the games yesterday. So throughout these games, even though they land nowhere near each other, they just seem to keep becoming integral parts of each other's matches. That's probably why they're so high up the leaderboard. Let's be real, they're still in it at those integral parts of the game.
Yeah, most definitely, right? Kiriachi, Toos, and Stormy Right, though, a brilliant first day, sitting at the top of the leaderboards by just 2 points. The big thing is, though, right, is when you look at it, guys, they have a tougher task than any day one winner has had in any FNCS, right? Where there's 8 more games. Usually it's like 6 more games after day one. These guys have to play 8 more games. It's a lot tougher of a task to hold on to your lead with 8 games remaining. And so when we look at these standings, you know, as much as, you know, day one's already gone, a lot of the teams still have a great chance of being able to come back. There's not many points in it across the board right now.
True, and you know, if we go down to like 5th place, we've got Rescard and Andreas Savage, who's definitely set up very well, currently in 5th with a big victory round from them. It was interesting. The victory round from them was a hype play, which we'd never really see from them, given that they're usually a low ground team, but they just poised themselves 5th zone, got good zone RNG, and there we go. They were situated up on high ground already and managed to play out that play style extremely well. So they're being clearly very, very versatile today. Hottie, Elecraft, and Tripper also up into 6th. Hen, Janice, Chapix, good, right? In 7th place, you know, we're predicting them a little bit higher, especially to finish maybe up in that top slot. Right now, being 7th, definitely not too bad at all. But if you look over to the next page, you'll see those teams down from 10th or 11th, sorry, down to the 20th slot. You know, Joe, Benji, Shadow, we've seen a lot of engagements off spawn, a lot of them fighting against Mappy's team. And, you know, so far, it's going okay. They're definitely coming the best, but 12th right now, still not the top 10 they want.
Yeah, not at all. But, you know, at the same time, you know, I'm not even as worried as I would be, right? Typically after day one, you may be worried about certain teams. There's certain teams you know not to worry, right? Last season when it was no right, leave it to a reason, they could have been in last place and I still would have said, yeah, they'll probably get a top 10, right? So there's always a chance, right, when you're going into day 2. But with there being more games in this day 2 than usual, you know, there's even more of a chance for a lot of those teams lower down to have that comeback that they will so want.
I'm excited, guys. 8 games ahead of us. There's so much that can happen. This is going to be insane. Absolutely insane. But now we have to move to my favorite part of the top of show. It's the drawing portion. That's right. So yesterday on, we actually had put like all the trios names on the map here, right? We could have a very clear understanding, see where people are going. However, the boys here reached 11. They've taken some of those names off and they've kind of left some names they really want to talk about. Some of which we've seen trios where we thought they were going to go one place. We were sure. And they said, you know what? This is finals. We want to win. We've got to swap some things up. So, gentlemen, talk to us about some of the changes we're going to see from yesterday's games into today.
Well, I think the big one that you already kind of mentioned was teams switching up, right? We see Kizix down here in Lazy Lake. Originally, you know, they were a Holly Hatchery team. They landed there through basically all the qualifiers, and it seemed like they were going to be contesting there, but it comes, of course, game number 1 yesterday. Nah, we're going Lazy. And so far, look, we already mentioned Stompy's team first right now on the leaderboard, so you can do the maths and you can figure out how that's been going for Kizix's team, that switch up for them. But the problem is in game 3 in particular, right, this fight between these two teams lasted way too long. So what's happening is you can see Tenzin's team right here in Catty Corner is uncontested, and also at the same time Retail Row is contested again by Force and McNup's trio. So there's 2 teams, which just leads basically if there's a good zone RNG or if there's basically any time that they can see in the elimination feeds one team going down, they can push in, right? They can decide, right, we can third party either this fight or this fight. And exactly what we saw in game number 3 where Tenzin's team saw that Stompy's fight in Lazy Lake was going on too long. They could hear it. They had the audio cues going on. So they said, we're going to push on in. We're going to clean up, pick up 3 easy eliminations. So for today, for Stompy's team, we're going to have to hopefully see these fights be really, really fast, because if not, even if they win it, Tenzin's team could come in and just clean them all up.
Yeah, and you talk about them, you know, sort of getting involved in that fight and looking to clean up fights like that. We expected Cammy's team to do that a lot more, right? Obviously, they're uncontested. They have the Cammy split there. We know there was fights like Corny Complex happening with Benji's trio, and even the fights towards Lazy Lake we thought they'd be able to get involved in, and they weren't as aggressive with them, right? We saw in one game where they did take a deeper position in zone and look to maybe get a bit more aggressive with their fights, but it's going to be key now today in terms of what happens, because they're very much a team who, day one, you expect them to do incredibly well, right? You think to yourself, well, you know, these guys are going to be very aware. They're going to know what to do. The problem is that today there's a chance somebody contests North Cammy split, right? This is something we see happens with 2-day formats all the time, where a team will decide, hold on a minute, they get so much loot. How are they getting all this loot? They tried to cut off this general area here, and that causes problems for Cammy. How do they deal with that? It's going to be big to see. Similar things can be said for Mr. Savage's team. Obviously, they didn't contest the first couple games. It didn't go well. The one game they do actually decide, hey, no, we're not going to disengage. We're going to fight at Steamy. They win, right? Do they continue along that path? These are the adjustments I'm looking forward to seeing in today's competition.
Yeah, and for them, that like you mentioned, just to reiterate that, They were disengaging every game, the first two. They said, nah, this ain't working out for us. They fought off spawn. Savage's team won that, and then they picked up the victory royale in that game too. And that's probably one of the biggest reasons for the swing factors why they've moved up currently to first. I'm getting ahead of myself here, to 5th place right now. So obviously big changes for them. So we'll see how that continues today. Now, two teams that we're going to say didn't go as well as we thought. Tayson's team along with Hen's team. Now, Hen's team is in 7th. But for Tayson's team, they're currently middling, I think, in 13th. They struggled a little bit with Storm Surge. But a team that we didn't expect to do too well so far is actually Chip's team alongside Art Skill and Expert. Now, these guys have done super well, but their days have been kind of split into two halves, right? In game 1 and game number 2, they only acquired 22 points, and you can see in the third row there, they were 22nd on their average placement. So, not great, let's be real. They didn't have a great first 2 games, but in that third and fourth game, their later half of that, they gained 70 points, and their average placement was 5th. I think they had a 1st and a 9th. And that victory royale, man, that was a thing of beauty. Art Skill had such a good 1v3 clutch on the low ground, a great mechanical play, some nice box fighting skill from him alone to pick up the victory royale. And that could be huge for the leaderboards, right? That could swing them so much more across all 12 games once this is fully over.
Yeah, but it's going to be about actually replicating that form now today, right? They started off slow yesterday. They can't afford for that to happen again today. They want to get back to that form, find their rhythm a lot quicker. If they can do that, maybe they can have another surprise performance where they're high up in the standings than many people expected.
Man, we'll have to see. Now, really quickly, I wanted to touch on the predictions. We made these coming out of yesterday's day number 1, but just a refresher, Hen, Janice, and Chapix, Levin, and Reese agreed. They're currently sitting in 7th, but boys, I mean, we have 8 games to play.
Well, look, this is a team who's sitting in 7th after day 1, a day 1 with less games than usual, and yet people are still saying they sort of underperformed, which they sort of did, right? And that tells you everything you need to know. These guys are elite. You know, a bad day for them is still top 10, and they still have many games to play. I'm not worried whatsoever. I still believe in the boys. They know what they need to fix, and I believe they probably would have worked on it and fixed it by now. I'm looking forward to seeing them.
Yeah, and they were still absolutely fragging out too. They had the 2nd highest average eliminations per game, so they were clearly doing something right, but there was a couple errors in their gameplay, like you mentioned. I'm sure that'll be fixed today. Shio has gone with Noah Rayleigh, Vadil, and Aqua. Currently in 2nd, definitely looking like one of the best picks. I'm sure throughout the 8 games today, we're going to consistently see them up on high ground yet again. I would be shocked if we wouldn't, based on like yesterday's gameplay.
Yeah, and Sancho's gone with Tayson, Vino, and Reason. And look, these guys are sitting in 13th place. And another team where you probably don't have to worry about them just because they are such phenomenal players. Yeah. We've seen what Tayson can do. He's a 3-time FNCS champ. Reason always pulls out some sort of crazy clutch in the finals, and I'm waiting for it to happen. It didn't happen yesterday, which means we're bound to see it today. It's going to happen at some point. And of course, Vino is uber talented as well. So, those guys will whip something out of the back pocket at some point.
Guys, I'm curious very quickly. We have about a minute till we go. How do we feel about the high ground battle that was happening yesterday? It felt like there was always teams just constantly attacking high ground. Do we think that that's going to happen again today? We're going to see Trio just try and fight over that rather than try to at least make it to end game? Because at this point, man, you've got 8 games to play. And if you're going to make a mistake, you just can't afford to do that for you and your trio. So what are your thoughts on high ground coming into today?
Well, I think obviously, if you're someone who's maybe not as familiar with competitive, right, you're always sort of looking for win conditions, things that allow you to sort of win the game. And being on high ground deeper into the latter stages of the game is such an advantage, right, that all of these teams are constantly sort of looking at opportunities to grab it. The problem that we will find is that there's one team in particular, Aqua, Vadil, and Noah Riley. They are so oppressive when it comes to height. They want it more than anybody else. They do. Trust me, believe me. They want it more than everybody else. They make it so difficult for anybody else who's looking for height. And so I do expect to see a lot more of these battles and a lot more people failing because those guys just go and take it most of the time.
Yeah, that's what we saw yesterday. And there was, like we mentioned, roughly at least 5 teams whose main strategy was to go for height. Not even just the teams who were just going for it, which in contrast to any East, there was basically just Saf's team who was the only one going for it. There was opportunities for just free all the time. So the differences between each region so far across the games in day number 1 has been crazy. And so far, looking at that, how it's coming into today, it's going to be the same thing. Height's going to turn over and over and over again. And I'm sure Aqua's team's going to be the one who's on height most.
Man, well, gentlemen, you heard the battle bus, which means we're getting ready to kick off day number 2 of the competition. Don't forget 8 games of Fortnite. But for now, let's go meet up with Sancho West and Shy Wager. There'll be our casters. So friends, say hello.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Levin, and Reese. Welcome one, welcome all to day 2 of the FNCS Finals in EU. Now, 4 games were played yesterday, which means there are some teams at the top. We're going to need to run a marathon to hold on to their spot. For everyone else, a quick burst of speed, a sprint is needed to catch up. Sancho, who will come through on top in EU?
The question will be who has enough gas, because there's 8 games here in day 2, and we are going to find out who is going to be the top of the EU region and be the FNCS champion. And already Tripper gets a knock on Mustache, so that's going to be interesting because that's happening up there at the Dinky Disc towards the Steamy Stacks area. And already, you know, Tripper, Hottie, and Eelcrest already started up hot here in day 2.
Yeah, they're going to be having lots of fun. 5th place overall, or no, 6th to start the day. So they're in that upper echelon. They're looking to fix a few mistakes from yesterday, make sure they're making all these end games and staying all the way on top. Now, the big thing also to focus on is this fight going on in Lazy Lakes. We got Falcon Lee, Keswick, CQ, Pink, and Neb Stompy, who were just dominated yesterday. Pink already down. This is 3rd place right now, getting affected. They don't usually lose this fight, Sancho, but when they do, it hurts them real bad.
Yeah, this is like the wrong time. Looks like the slide is continuing over. It's like almost like a day 1 and day 2 slide that's happening right now for Pink, and that is our like top teams right now. And take a look at the board. There's action happening down there in Steamy, and also as well you have the things at Retail Row. So all the battles that we kind of highlighted at the analyst desk are actually popping off right now.
Yeah, if we can get POV swapping from Lazy to Steamy to see what the situation is right now between both sides of the fight. Teams are going down all the way across both these POIs on the map. So Lazy will be a big influence too, because Sancho, the team that wins out from here, has a lot to say on the map. They usually end up just dominating everyone else after this fight.
Especially that zone 1, take a look at it. It's right then and there, so it's going to be an opportunity there for that be that home zone. But yes, I agree with you. We're going to leave this moment here at Lazy Lake and take a look what is the next battle we're going to see. Yes, Falcon is sending down beams towards Nebs and Stompy. Looks like we're going to stay here for a bit longer, but I agree. Steamy Stacks, a lot of things are happening. Yeah,
we'll see Falcon just dive down as a 3v2. So Nebs, Stompy, they're going to be a little bit of a disadvantage right now. ARs though in Falconly's inventory. This is the cost of maintaining control of a POI. You don't get to loot as much, so Nebs and Stompy might have a little bit more firepower, affected though by this beam from Falconly. Looks like Stompy has a parasite on his head that'll give him a lot of protection from any other shots coming in. It's gonna be very interesting all around. We'll see what ends up happening next. Falconly is just doing a very good job at staying back, making sure one exit from the south side of Lazy is being covered at all times. It's forcing Stompy and Nebs into this fight with Keswick and ZQ. It's glorious positioning from someone that just has ARs to work with. Just look at this. There's no way Stompy can run. They turn a box of a square into just a triangle with 3 sides only, and it's so much easier for his teammates to fight. Now getting close and personal with it. They're looking for the finisher. Falconly going in. Shots from the side, though, blocked. This man is fighting Nebs, who's at 1 HP. He is so buttery though, slippery the whole way through.
Oh no!
The pickaxe out to deal with that one. The disrespect, plus the big elim to win out Lazy Lake.
All this is happening, Shayo, it's because Void's trio is basically pushed out Falcon's trio out of Holly Hatchery. So you talk about parasites and whatnot, they coming from an alien biome and they're being the parasite to Pink. That's 3rd place, already going down so early and disrespected with the pickaxe.
Yeah, we haven't seen it go that hard yesterday. That's hard. At all. It was very close. Yeah, it's hard. This time it's like it's personal.
Hey, yo, this is
overnight.
This is only game 1. We have 8 here to go. Slow down, please.
And this is the POV we're looking at. Not close to Holly Hatchery, really, but a very powerful one. Kiriachi to Stormy right on your screen right now. 1st place after the first day. I mean, they had their hands in so many cookie jars. End game playing just phenomenally, early game as well with crazy splits. They kind of own an entire hemisphere of the map, Sancho. This split they have from, you know, Sludgy Swamp all the way to Logjam, it's ridiculous.
Very much so, and considering that Save It Trio is there, you saw their little pink arrows, and I was looking at the VOD reviews, and I thought, well, you know, why not Save It Trio? They're the ones that would be under the bullseye of Two's Kiriachi Stormy, but so far there's been a mutual agreement in terms of just gameplay, not letting them, you know, they're not crossing swords right there, so it's quite interesting to see. I would think, like, if Kiriachi is desperate for Storm Sword attacks, he would definitely go into Save It. And just to give you an update, as we're going back to Lazy Lake here, Malibuca's trio has been eliminated, and also Sai has been eliminated. So the battles out there at Steamy Stacks and Retail Row is still, I would say, going the momentum of the ones that were doing well in day 1.
Absolutely. So a lot of same patterns we saw from the first day being repeated on the second. For Clement, Floki to Siptos. Kind of a good thing overall. They're looking to just try to further their lead get inside that top 10, get into the conversation inside these finals.
At least they're on their feet. You know, they're out there with Analyx and Misty Meadows, and just to see them rotate early to Lazy Lake, that's a pretty good sign for them here on game one here in day two.
Oh, very good point. Yesterday, they were having a lot of issues with these earlier fights. They went down, one of the first teams to go down on the entire field in the earlier game. So you're right, to see them actually moving, rotating. This is giving me signs of, you know, classic Folky Clement Decepto. So used to land all the way at Pleasant Park on the north side, Sancho. Maybe they're going back home.
Man, maybe that's where, you know, home is where you make it, though, when it comes to Fortnite. So Misty Meadows wasn't working out for them, but every time they did walk out of Misty Meadows, they were able to get at least 60 points in the game they weren't. And the times that they didn't, they only got about 2 points or so. One thing as well in the feed seeing here, it's Central Mountains. Ingram is getting knocked there by the Backfee's trio. Yes, this is what I want to see. Zesty, Hyjo, and Backfee, they were all over the mid-map here. And it seems when you drop in mid-map, you have options. And right now, I did see this push before in the VODs. Ingram does try to push into the aftermath, usually try to hangs out at the Defiant Dish area. But Ingram, Vox, and Buzz, they have not been getting Storm Surge tags up there on their perches. So they come down to get a box fight. Hey, and they're greeted. Vox and Buzz now a duo.
Absolutely. And one big thing for this Loot Boy trio they're fighting, they're kind of taste testers. They like to get maybe one elim or two and then run away. This is kind of surprising and different from day one to actually clamp down on a fight and see it the whole way through. Backfeed might be rudely interrupted by a shot.
Whoa, wow.
Benji's winning on the backside. Tayson's now here taking height. There's suddenly 4 teams here in the matter of 4 seconds.
Look at this aggression from Tayson coming all the way from Believer Beach, going right into the heart of the map here at the Aftermath. And yes, Benji's here too. It just shows you how much Storm Surge has been a factor, and teams are getting aggressive here to start day 2.
Every time we saw a fight like this on day 1, it was disaster for all teams involved. So rightfully a good rotation from Reason, Vino, and Tayson to just kind of get away, look for any damage possible. 41
nice.
Tag really good there for Surge, so they'll be on and honestly controlling everything in front of these 3 trios. 4, there's another one coming in from the back. Having a base launch, being able to just get ahead of everyone else, make your own room, it's so important. Looks like CL, Sapphic, Putric, and Centric's Default are doing that, but they're kind of rudely interrupted by Chapix, Janice, and what I would assume would be Hen somewhere in the distance.
Last night when I was casting NA West, I call these warp rotations because you would not believe that they were actually there. You're talking about Janice, Hen, and Chapix coming from Craggy Cliffs all the way down here south central of the Corny Complex. Like, that's how much they are being so aggressive with these rotations. This is a new meta that's sort of developing. I mean, I was watching Arkram rotate all the way down from Believer Beach to Hydro 16 before even Zone 1 closes, bro.
I mean, you know, there's some players that want to survive the finals and maybe get a top 5. Janice, Chapix, and they want to own EU Sancho. So
yeah,
they might be dropping near Craggy, but the whole map is their own, and it has been in a previous FNCS season. Now, they didn't win last season. They're trying to get it done again now to get that 2 under their belt. We'll see if it's going to be possible. We'll also have Benji here, who, you know, fan favorite rolling in. Everyone wants Benji to win. He's tried with so many different teams in the past, and yesterday to today, we were watching things that were looking pretty good. They had height in a few games. Now, though, off of this position, with these many trios around, we'll have to be very careful with what they do.
And a veteran, they're being contested at Drop there, being contested at Corning Complex. You know, it's been contested at Pleasant Park before in season 4. And, you know, yeah, we all want to see Benji do well. The thing is, they have been doing well. I mean, you know, only 4 games is a small sample. In honest truth, when we're trying to do Valkyrie, I was like, okay, I mean, they had center position. They're doing really well. Maybe they kind of get swallowed by a rotation going to Zone 5. But still, these are one of the trios that they clean up a couple things. I think they're going to have a really good day 2.
I got the inflatable to use as well. That's going to be, I would say, our favorite item, right, of the season. It's been so cool to watch people rotate with it, go for crazy plays as well as some of those qualifier rounds. It's a nice clutch when it's needed, but that Sniper 2 in Benji's inventory, that can do a lot of damage.
You have to watch the highlight for NA West of Arkram using that inflatable and surviving. Oh, so good. It's on the FN Competitive Twitter. You're welcome, FN Competitive Twitter.
Definitely. So many good plays, so many highlights over the last day across all regions. Right now, the focus for all these players, even if they watched yesterday, is just surviving this crazy, weird freeze in time. There's so many different trios stuck here in Corny Complex. I don't think they assumed the zone would really pull all the way towards this east side on zone number 2. So this next rotation is going to be sticky for a lot. You got to get past this river. There's a high point of elevation, this bridge, and bridges are so hard to cross in finals lobbies. Someone always ends up going down, or you have to use a launch pad. Red Rush Mappy Exteriors. I wonder what they do here.
Yeah, definitely as well. You talk about Launchpad. The permapad out there in the dockside dish here is going to be in play, and also those ridges, those mountain range of the the blue antenna from dockside going all the way to where the gas station is. All that's going to be available, so it's going to be interesting to see when we get to in game.
Now, one big thing about the mid game, which we're about to dive into, is Fortnite's unique kind of system that's in place to get teams active, to actually make competitive interesting in a sense. It's called Storm Surge. So basically, they'll have to deal enough damage, or else the server starts to do damage. You have to be at a certain threshold above other teams. You want to make sure right now in the second zone, or the server wants to make sure there's going to be about 70 people alive. We have 90. So, 20 are going to have to go down. If you don't have enough damage done, you're going to start getting sniped. And here we go. Mr. Savage, this trio, 160 below. That might just fix itself because sometimes it takes a little bit to update, but it looks like it's staying permanent at 160 below. Nope. There it is.
There you got
351. Man, this lobby's really stacked if it took that long to update. So 90 players, 20 need to go down. Savage, Rift Guard, and Dreda, they're already above by 350 damage. Jerky might not be as lucky below. Many of the trios might get desperate. This is where we might see lots of fights break out.
Savage, Rust Garden, and Dreda making those adjustments, taking the fight to Malibuca. That is that happened right in the tail end of like game 3 or so, going into 4. But I would agree with you. Savage and Rust Garden and Dreda doing really well solving the Storm Surge issue. Remember, we're at the very outset, game 1, they were having those struggles. They split that steamy stacks here. And it looks like they're going to have a big struggle right in front of them. It is the defending FNCS champion, Jerky, Trulix, and Queasy here to bring the fight. This is a prime real estate Storm Surge area, and they want a piece of it.
Yeah, look at the difference between two teams, too. Savage, Rust Guard, and Dreda instantly turtle into metal builds. Meanwhile, Trulix, Squeeze, they're looking for ways to find any type of, empty holes inside the space, any way that they can actually get some free damage. These guys are going to turtle really, really hard and not let these guys in.
This is going to be a very important moment. This is literally a battle that was happening from the previous season. That's first and second place. It just hit me right then and there. The scrum is still happening. So that is what's so exciting to see them go at it. Oh my goodness. A very exciting team being infected by Storm Surge. It's Fasroki, Void, and Karma. They were just being the thorns of the lobby here, and now Karma is going to have to do something here just to get any kind of points here, because placement points have not been doled out here. This is one of the hottest teams of day 1. Definitely this would be a huge cooldown for them, but look at the box fighting as we get an overhead look at what is happening here, like what Karma is dealing that's right behind them. Ingra, who got knocked previously at the aftermath, is still wounded here in this fight. We have Fleck and Doku and Bitfrost, or Kumo, coming all the way from Coral Castle here as well. This is nasty, and this is all the result of Storm Surge.
Yeah, these teams not doing enough damage. As a result, they're getting punished by the lightning. And unfortunate, a lot of these teams are endgame clutch trios. Flecken included, and wow, Dog goes out. Mappy in front, they seem to be good for now, but Flecken needs to find some damage. He has a few minis to tank this, but 7 people need to go down.
Queasy's trio got 2 knocks on Savage's trio. I gotta definitely keep an eye on that in the feed, because that's gonna be, wow, for Savage, day 2 is where they slowed down last season championship.
Yeah, they had a very nice leg up in that last season too. This time they're in 5th place overall. For Flecken though, the POV you're watching right now, this is just trouble. And Storm Surge, it's still just raining down in front of 3 different people by himself. Still hasn't taken any player damage just yet, but that'll change in a second.
All the teams rotating over from the West Coast are dealing with all these issues of that Max pull and another red rush. Asterios go down. It's up to Mappy. He has a purple pump. Yes. Able to use that power there and pick up his teammates, and he's going to be able to pick up his other teammates. So the whole trio is going to be able to vibe, but now this is where the big oh no, because look, it is. They become not just Noah Riley is going to give him the capital N and the capital O. Now you're going to face the capital B, which is B for beaming. That's a lesson right there in the alphabet, and the lesson is right here. Noah Riley is a beast when he's sitting outside of your box.
I'm wondering why Noah Riley's even here. It looks like him, Aqua, Vidil might have had some trouble on rotation.
Is he by himself?
It might be. I mean, he's way deep in zone. I don't see any other arrows of that same color nearby. So Looks like he forces Mappy to use one of his own launch pads. He's gonna just base up in there and take a late one in as a solo. Look at everyone else's arrows inside the circle, though. They're all facing here like they're watching theater, just looking for which person they can pick out of the sky. Refsguard is back up with Savage and Andretta. They're looking good. No idea what happened to Trulex, Squeezy, or Jerky. It seems like these builds were kind of overbuilt, and I don't see them in the area. Maybe some revenge. And yeah, I see a lot of elims on the trio. They must have got knocked out.
Wow. Defending champion going down to second place. Revenge is served on the dish cold, and that was very cold here. Now we're going to take a look. Look at the mini map. I just want to point this out, folks. That is the dockside dish. That is one of the hottest spots this season. So many trios are already surrounding that perma pad, kind of like dinner is being about to be served, and they got their plates out because they want to be fed, and that is going to be the kind of like a serving of a new zone. That's what they want, that new hot zone. They want to be safe.
I was wondering if we get a double check on that zone too, because there's way too many teams on the left side right now. The right is completely empty. Just look at this. Legends stacked up side by side. Andy, the winners from the reboot round, also doing pretty well on day one. Amplify 80 and Matt, so they're looking for control once again. 22 teams entering a zone that actually favors a majority of them. So the right side will now move all the way over to the left. All of these guys benefit a little bit, but still Amplify is not in yet. They'll have to edge in just slightly. ADN's going to be leading the charge here. It's going to be very tricky. Any damage done here could spell disaster, but they're going to be fine as they move. Brilliant rotation. Now in the same zone as kind of Steady Kemi Teak. A lot of other trios near their side. They have to just rebuild, make sure they can farm up as well. Hilo Kratz right above him, Andy now below. These guys were all on the same layer before, but now because of this big mountain in the way, it's going to change everything about this next end game.
Here we go. Like I said, a lot of people looking around this perma pad. It's a great place to replenish your resources here. Elder, Tosai, and Rotary, one of those surprise teams that kind of stuck around in the middle of the board now, in the himself against the Loot Boys. Trying to go for those quick edits. Yes, he gets a 50 tag. Not as much power that he wanted to hit with that one. He's gonna have to reset here. That was almost like a very powerful jab with that shotgun blast. Gonna be satisfied with that. Rotary gonna hunker down here, use that chug cannon, replenish his stamina. Let's see if he's gonna be over the threshold for Storm Surge. 13 people have to go down. Nope. Yes, he is. So that just shows you that 13 person, that is the threshold. So there are a lot of people are gonna be teetering back and forth on that Storm Surge line.
And now if you look at the mini map in these positions with Jaggy, going down, you can see the difference between having a poor position and a rich one. When you're kind of in a poor spot, you don't have any choices. You kind of have to, work with what you're dealt with. And so many people here are just sardines side by side. When you're rich though, on top of this mountain, you have all the options available. You can choose which trio to bully. You can have your hand at so many elims. This is just two very different sides.
Listen to the action that's happening right now. Storm Surge is causing the rattling of bullets, colliding against metal builds, colliding against brick. And look at this. Stormy Right gets knocked. That is going to be our first place already in a desperate situation. And look at there's so many people on this line, Shio. Zone 5 has been revealed, the half in and half out. And basically 90% of our lobby has to move out.
The rich still keep eating, though. They'll have the first choices to move and be very close to the zone. Meanwhile,
they lost
the poor
Stormy
still fight the poor. Kiriachi Deuce in the same boxes as others. And yeah, Stormy Right is just completely down. Tucson defense is going to be against a trio right above him. Looks like it's Splash. Both dealt significant damage to each other. This is going to be really tricky. They have enough to kind of be ahead of Surge, but they've lost a teammate in the process, and they still have to move.
This is what's happening here. It is the game one of day 2. Our top 5 are basically affected. 2, 3, and 4 are out of this match already. So that's going to be a prime opportunity for Kiriachi to put some distance on the people that are nipping at his ankles. Elder here, Rotary, taking some shots on the people gliding over as the movement is happening. On the bottom right of your screen, Teak using the triple spray. Did they get the elimination there? Yes, they do on Carmi. This is some great work for Cami Steady Teak, who are looking to polish up their performance from day 1 and have a better finish in day 2.
Elder using a gas cannon on the top right. Everyone almost getting in on the minimap section of your screen. You can see ZQ gets picked apart. Elder, Rotary, Toasty, they're doing big damage to every trio on their lair. It's so scary trying to survive when you're all the way on the ground. As a result, lots of teams trying to move up. This one at the top right, they don't have the same game plan. They're looking to get down. They're looking to just get gritty with everyone else. 16 seconds though to see who actually has the benefit of this zone. If it pulls left, the majority of this lobby will have a little bit of a taste of how it is to be rich. They'll be able to be right on that zone line and keep moving. If it goes towards the right though, we go up another mountain. Even the rich might suffer, and the richest right now, the top 1%, it's Refsguard, it's Savage. They're moving already to where the zone pulls. It's right and towards the south. Worst case scenario for the whole server. They're there first. And now Teak, they'll have to get really creative with this next rotation. Their builds are on fire, and they have to place this launch pad very, very meticulously to make sure it does not get blocked.
Yeah, you talked about that adrenaline rotation. When you're up that high, you have the ability to glide over all the chaos that's happening down below. Literally, T, Cammy, and Seti, they had fire at their feet now. Wings is getting elimination on Patrick there, but he gets traded out by Zestin here. Let me take a look. Who has the advantage? We're Seti and Dread. We're able to get there. Seti's going to fly over. Savage and Tayson. Looks like Tayson's on the ability underneath all that. Orion's there as two. Seti and Cammy and Teak are going to stick down to the ground, and hey, this trio has been an in-game a lot in day one on the low ground.
Yeah, and this entire zone's going to be a roller coaster. We're going up, down on the side of the mountain.
That's what I wanted to see.
Low ground's going to be changing, and yeah, Savage, Refsguard, and Drudda, they still hold on. Elocrat's going up with a launch pad. Everyone's forced up. The big ride. Get up. Hen's trying, but he gets blocked from one side. Now the entire trio's kind of split apart. Is this a teammate or enemy? Not even Hen knows. He's going all the way up. He has to leave him behind. Still moving. The zone's too fast to keep up with. He's taking 50 damage, and not even a player. Hen's still going. Those aren't your teammates. Bills, you got to go to the left. Keep going left. He still finds Chapix, barely holding on to this very fast race, and there's people all around in every single build above him. Usually Hen's shooting him, but he can't actually find the space or the time. They finally get a little bit of a breather. Vino pops off with Tayson in the feed. They're going completely ham.
And this is a nightmare escalator right now. Everyone trying to get up on the mountain as fast as possible. And you have to keep going because it's going back over the mountain. Janus gets a knock. Balcony gets a knock here. But we're watching Hen right now, who is one of the best box fighters. He gets in the back. It's the Asian champion. Gets clapped hard. Hen, with the quick flick, gets out the Asian FNCS champion with a brutal force. Hen, Chapix here operating together as a duo. And this is going to be a scary rotation. They got to move around this mountain here as Kezix gets taken out by the storm.
Two men just making an impossible puzzle possible. This is crazy. Still not affected, still in builds. Hen's run out on the side of the mountain, so high in the sky, and he can't even use the thing in Fortnite that helps you win every scenario. He has to do something here. Sure, right below 175 by Hen. Moves are not enough. Hottie blocks them off, and Drudda, though, he's still on height, surviving, thriving with his entire trio still alive. Teak is right below them. There's a big fight, 1v or 3v3 up there. Rotary's still popping inside the feed. Chapix did survive, but he's by himself now.
I like what Chapix has in inventory as the Chuck Cannon. He could give him a little bit of breathing room as he's navigating these enemy builds, as he's water falling down, as Haijo's on the low ground picking up some eliminations. Kirashi and Toos may have been eliminated from this match here, but Savage, Resguard, and Drudda in 5th place have the ability to move up. As also Clement, Floki, and Deciptos there, a full trio. Cammy, Seti, Teak have been pushed from second from height and now going down to low ground, but it's this elevation that Savage and Resguard and Drudda that did really well and got a victory out in game 3.
Yeah, now you'll see them just squeeze the entire lobby, not only with their bullets from up top, but down low to the zone. Is bouncing back up the mountain. Chapix finally taken out, and now more will go down. They're all still in the zone, and we're gone. Teak deleted. Kylie's the last one left alive with any just, impressionable HP to make this a clutch moment possible, but it's going to be against 3 different players of high calibers. Refguard's already blocked them off all the way in the front. Where has just gone down to the storm as well. No one is surviving, and the people who had height the whole time get your first victory royale of the day. It's Refsguard and Drudda and Mr. Savage.
And they do that with 7 eliminations as well. We saw them kind of just really do a textbook hold on height. We saw this in game 3 at Stealthy Stronghold, but that's the way you want to start day 2, considering last season, like I mentioned, they kind of took the foot off the gas. We talked about having enough gas to get it to the end. So far, a great hot start for those boys.
Yeah, and for everyone else on the server, just heat at their feet. What a zone to play. That was tough. I want to know exactly who's second, who came 5th, because everyone is down at the same time. Zeke, Levin, Reese, what do you guys have for us?
The first game of day number 2 of the finals, and it goes over to Mr. Savage, Levin. I never thought I would see this, but here we are.
You can never count him out. you can never come out. They won a game yesterday and they've started off today incredibly well. And look, that's the kind of game which, as a Height team, as much as they won, they'll be a bit frustrated, right? In the sense of when you get Height and it's going across such crazy terrain, you know, it's so difficult for you to get as many eliminations as you'd want, right? You know, typically, if you told me like a team stayed on Height for that long as they did, you'd think, oh, they must have gone, you know, maybe 12 plus eliminations. They must have had a field of a time, but it just gets so walker, right? They can't get as many as they want. Nevertheless, though, a 7 elimination Vic Roy for them at this stage, it's so good. It pushes them up. They were already in 5th or something, right, Reese? Like, they are going to be chilling now, and that confidence boost, oh, it's a good start.
It's going to be good, and I feel ashamed a little bit. I feel a little bit ashamed because I did my predictions. I didn't even put them top 10 because I thought that contestation, that fight they're having in Steamy Stacks may slow them down too much. But so far, out of the 5 games, they've won 2 of them. So they have absolutely been able to, you know, just perform in the games that they do manage to win off spawn and really apply that to them. So huge congrats to them, and I'm sure for the next 7 games, they're also going to continue to absolutely wow us as the games go on.
And speaking of wow, Reese wanted to point out some things that happened in this last game and how the bus pass can affect Storm Surge in the game itself.
Yes, sir. So we can see this bus path is kind of going from the northwest diagonally down. You can see the way it follows down here. So this creates a lot of difficulty for some of the teams who are in Steamy Stacks, alongside Dirty Dogs, and also at the same time as Retail Row and Catty. And what I mean by difficulty is that a lot of times they're going to be gliding for a lot longer. Now, what that basically means is that there are going to be some teams and some spots on the map who are going to be able to take advantage of this, right? So places like Trippern, who's dropped up here, and also some of these kind of lower dish spots and the Guardian Towers. If we notice now, Trippern, for example, lands on the turret, and you'll not believe the shots he hits here. 40, 40, 40, mustache down, and a dink. So for the fact that Mr. Savage won that, you can thank Trippern in a long, long way for hitting the shots. Now, going over to Teak, also landed earlier on the Guardian Tower here. You can see he's got an AR off this. 1 knockdown onto Zebra as well, and a 2nd down onto Psy too. So more third party, followed up by more Storm Surge tags. So the fact that the bus pass has determined the way that they're going to be able to land, they're just going to be able to get these tags by landing on these high points, and that's hugely impacted that game.
Yeah, and these are the kinds of things that, you know, you almost can't control if you're the player on the receiving end, and you know, you sort of feel a bit hard done by in that sense. But nevertheless, you gotta go back into the next game and just hope the bus grants you a free pass to land safely. Kiriachi, Sumira, and Touche remain in first place. Ref Scott and Mr. Savage with that victory Royale will now sit in 2nd, and they're the first team to get 2 victory royales in a day, which is pretty nice. I'm sure they'll be happy about that one. And Vidil, O'Reilly, and Aqua sit in 3rd with that crazy clutch from Chapix. I call it a crazy clutch, obviously not you know, crazy by his standards, but Hen and Chapix, you know, they clutched up so many points by just simply staying alive in that end game there.
I mean, the movement that they had was, we were watching it in the back, just kind of losing our minds a bit, because the way that Hen and Chapix were able to navigate through those old builds, not managing to fall into any players, up until Hen hit a massive max damage 175. You know, that was the first time they managed to run into another team, and they managed to pick up an elim. Obviously, you know, Hen then got picked up because they had a duo with them at the same time, but they managed to get that elimination. Then Chapix got them up till 5th as a solo as well. So I think they started that move, and I think there were still, what, like 17 teams alive, and they managed to do that all the way up until top 5. That is the kind of clutches that you need to be having if you're going to be placing in the top 5 in the FNCS.
Yeah, let's take a look at that next page though, 11th to 20th, because of course a lot of these teams are still going to be vying, looking for an opportunity. You can see Chips' trio, they've dropped down in the standings a bit. They were one of the teams to go down a bit earlier last game. We talked about, we talked about how impressive they were yesterday in the back end. You know, we talked about how they can't afford to start off slow, and this is the slow start we were talking about. They're not out of it yet, but definitely a bit of a reality check, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, that's punishing, because you've got to remember, like, they were 4th and in a single game have dropped down 8 placement points. And that really just shows how close this top 10 is. That, you know, we've mentioned a lot of times at the top of the show, don't count any of these teams out who are 10th down till that 20th right now. And this proves why. One game can change the swing of things so much, move huge swings where Chips down all the way 8 places. We see obviously Refsguard going from 5th till 2nd now. Hen was 7th, and now they're in 4th from that too. Like, the leaderboard is all going to shake up over the next 7 games.
I'll be real, I still can't get over Hen. When Hen hit that first one in the cracks, I was thinking, fam, he better not hit that other shot. Like, I was thinking it's about to get mad. Like, if you're in the green room, I was about to go crazy, but I was humbled rather quickly, unfortunately. So.
Absolutely insane. We're about to get ready to jump back into more action here from the FNCS in EU. So Fortnite fam, make sure you guys keep up with all the action. Don't forget, watch.fortnite.com, a great place to watch. Party Royale, continue using those emotes, fam. And for now, we're going to send it back over to Sancho West and Shywager to take us into the next game.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Hen might have humbled 11 a little bit, but Sancho, I still feel like there's so much hype to go around in EU right now. That win from Refsguard, I mean, it was there. Savage, you know, Andretta there too. It's not enough to put them in first place. Kiriachi's just kind of holding on way too strong.
Yeah, what really worked out for Andretta's trio is that all those things that we've broken down at the desk, but as well, that second, third, and fourth went down really early in there, and that gave them that opportunity. But this is where it matters. And Andretta, oh no, he takes a big shot with Mustache. That it's a trade that we're going to see how it unfolds, but that's a very scary. This is what I'm talking about, man. Every time when you're contested, it's not guaranteed. No way you're going to have to work for every single point and every single right to be an in-game. And Refsguard will not be joining us here so far because Malabuka gets him eliminated. But Savage Naked synced as well. This is not the momentum you want in, but what a great response from Savage.
What a shot. That might just turn the tides of the whole fight. 72 straight over, almost the dome of the man up top. Shizo trying to contest them on positioning. Now they might have a little bit of breathing room to make this 2v3 possible. At the same time, the clock is ticking on Savage and Andretta. The longer they wait, the more time Shizo has to loot, get some heals, the more time Alabuka has and Mustache to get better loot. So he's gonna go straight on the chase, run all the way to Mustache. He's trying to get all the way high in the sky. Might be a possibility for him to affect him there, but it's a trap. Savage, he thought he was already flying. Wasn't the case, and now he has no shields.
The clay effect is real. It happened in day one, and it's gonna happen here in day two. When you win a victory royale, you go down early here, so it's all up to Andretta. Nope. Clay's done it again.
This is just tough for a team that's contesting the whole time. So impressive that they're second overall. So similar to what Hen, Janice, Chapix were doing last season. I mean, the thing is, though, you know, being all the way towards the top, being this impressive overall cumulatively, how long is it going to last? Because the more games that happen, the more chance you have, you know, 2 games going to back-to-back, you know, completely knocked off on spawn. That might not be the best thing in the world for a team so far in the lead.
Hey, at the same time, we have 8 games here. So, you know, that's going to be an additional 2 bonus games, which has never been done before in the FNCS. The last time we had this bonus game was in Season 4 when we had an extra game there. Mongol, Mitro, and Tayson at that time, they had a huge lead, but then they just started just dying off the rip there. You go into the 50-50 for that start chest. So when they kept this getting eliminated off the rip, so to speak, eventually, you know, they were able to hold on. And that's the thing that's going to come in, what's going to happen with these bonus games.
We'll see if they can survive that 8-game marathon. Stompy, a little bit of nerves in the mix, a little bit of miscommunication, trying to go for that edit, but it's all good. This Lazy Lake fight will be here for 12 out of 12 games. So impressive for them too, holding on to the lead earlier on in day one. Now they're kind of falling down the board. Started off, I think, on around 2nd, 3rd place overall, all the way down to 6th now. So they're going to be looking to maybe try to climb back. That means, though, they have to win this fight over and over. I mean, all these teams, Sancho, they're all going to be fighting. They might have 1 game online, 1 game offline. Kiriachi is uncontested off spawn. They're going to keep moving forward, staying first. They had a 2-point difference in their lead starting the day off. And after that last game, it's extended to a 10-point lead. If no one here ends up really owning their drop spot, I feel like Kiriachi can just run away with this. And I know it's really early. We still got 7 more games to play, but I'm just looking into the future right now.
And right now, Pink's future is not looking hot at all. You talked about that slide, and the slide is happening right now, and they kind of vented their frustrations on social media about ZQ making a move right over here. But if you're in ZQ's boots, you have to understand, man, you were getting bullied out of Holly Hatchery. I mean, Void's trio was just on one yesterday, and so you don't want to deal with that anymore. So you take your chances. You find out that literally all it takes is one win off a drop. You're like, okay, I'm going back there again. And that's what happened. That's what is so dangerous there. You know, as soon as you kind of give up your spot, you rotate. The same thing with Malabuka. He lost one. He explored different options. I know one time went to caddy corner because that was vacant, so to speak. And that's why Savage has the momentum. You know, that's the thing when it comes down to these drop spots mentality.
It's all different game to game. It's all different, honestly, when it comes season to season, as well as to who's qualifying and where they go entirely. New team, though, entering Lazy Lake as one leaves, it looks like. No, never mind. It's still going to be Voxy on the left side, but they're getting slightly more aggressive before looting, now focusing, and Shadow's also getting focused in this fight that lasted a long time. Red Rush is jumping the gun fast, looking for Joe next. The pinch is coming through with Exterios on the side. Benji's Trio's in trouble.
Benji's in trouble right now without Shadows here. Benji and Joe are going to work together, and there's pressure coming from all different sides in the moment here. With the green tack, I know Benji does not want that in his inventory. He wishes he had a pump at his side here so he could just get that maximum damage with a quick edit. Asterios here putting pressure on Joe. As you're seeing Hen drive by in the distance here. Who knows that they might want a piece of this action here. Mappy, Asterios putting more pressure on Benji and Joe. Benji and Joe are going to retreat back into the box here, and that might be just enough, but no, Asterios is still here. Red Rush is now going to provide a different angle. So that scrum is happening. And meanwhile, Ingram coming down from the Central Mountains is going to go into Lazy Lake. There's about 3 now trios here in this fight.
So much more action, so many different angles from everyone here looking to have another big game. This might be one of those games where both trios make it off spawn, and that could really change up the leaderboards. Benji could also clutch, and that could really save his team for the boards, but at 45 HP, it's not looking like, you know, the biggest possibility.
Let me see here. Game notes for game 6. Fan favorites fall early. That is what's happening. Savage went down, and Benji goes down. Red Rush, an old school name from the past, the FNCS squad champion here. And now Benji's going to have to move on out. And man, I just feel bad here. I mean, when you're in the corn in the FNCS finals, you know things gone wrong. You know things gone wrong.
You got the lo-fi playing in the background. It's raining outside.
Yep.
I know the vibes. I know the vibes. It's tough.
Feels bad, man.
Oh, Pink though. I think these guys are finally happy and lazy. They're really bunkering down. Similar to how, we saw in game 1 when Queasy was kind of jumping on the Savage and they just boxed up in metal. These guys are fully turtling defense mode, not even leaving this house looking for anything, editing. They're just focused on living, and that's what they need to do, Sancho. Look at the zone. You love talking about this too, right? Lazy Lake. That's home right now in this zone. Like, it's literally central. You can control so much. You can go anywhere you want, north, south, east, west. If they just live off spawn here, they can have a glorious game to come back.
I'm thinking of the Hellfires, you know, those trios, you know, when they find success in Lazy Lake, they bunker down when things get crazy, and they let the third party help them out here. Now, there's not going to be no third parties out here. This is going to be a battle between Art Skills and Andalex's trio, and we're trying to see Andalex kind of come back into form here, and they always make these day 2 adjustments where they get a little bit more aggressive. Last time, Art Skill was just having free reign on these coastal rotates, but Andalex and Xweez and 4ZR going to put a stop to that mess. But, wait a minute. I said there's gonna be no third party. Wait a minute. Why are Kylie? They're here. This is around their area, Camp Cod, and they heard the ruckus and they made the rotate on the beach.
There's no way this is word of mouth. This has to be some sort of advertising on the South POIs that there's this big fight going on. Boobox flying into from another side. I'm not sure what this is, but a fight at the edge of the earth of sorts.
Do you remember last season where like someone was padding into Camp Cod? Like, who padded to Camp Cod?
I mean, things get crazy when the zone's even remotely near the south, and these guys are going to be storm fighting off the island. There's no land to hold on to. Aware Boobak Kylie really going for these elims, really going for, I guess, even, you know, a statement that we kind of own this entire spot of the zone, but isn't it cost them so much?
So much invested, but right now the greatest investment right now is that chug cannon, so they can kind of stick around here a little bit longer. Now they're going to go ahead and disengage and maybe kind of rotate up to the natural terrain here and wait patiently. So 4ZR is Squeeze here, even though they try to get some Storm Surge, maybe get some easy eliminations, are now in trouble. This is just so shocking. No one's supposed to be here.
They came in and they were like, hey, what's going on? Okay, whatever. It's fine. The worst referees I've ever seen in a match of boxing between two different teams. I'm not sure.
Wasn't. No. It wasn't a boxing. That's a pro wrestling referee getting involved. They threw in that metal chair and left. And now we're seeing another fight out here.
What is going on?
Siberia and Force are fighting on the edge of the earth again. This is Seven Swords Force normal rotation. I don't know why T, Cammy, and Seti are down here. Maybe they got pushed out there. And sometimes, like myself, I don't want to go to the beach when the missus tells me we're going to the beach. I want to stay indoors. And that's what happens. Cammy, Seti, and Teak, they get pushed out to the ocean. And they made, oh my goodness. I am in shock. shocked. How did that happen? The FNCS Asian champion alongside with Siberian Seventor. Seventor on social media, tweeted out an anime GIF, and that man's serious today. I saw it. I was like, I think it was from a famous series that involved the name Notes, and I was like, okay, this guy's serious today. He's the Elim Notes anime coming soon to Fortnite.
Nah, just look at it this way, right? After all the fights we've seen so far, might have to rebrand from the FNCS to the BPF, the Fortnite private beach fights overall, because that's all we're watching over and over again from this early game. Look at the center of the map where Chapik's Gen is kind of rotating. There's no one here. Everyone's already moved towards these southern mountains. EU's experienced with how chaotic this zone gets. Maybe that's why everyone's kind of, at the edge of the earth, looking to kind of climb all the way atop these really high points of elevation overall. Pen kind of stopped in his tracks. The taxi's kind of run out of the fair right there. Unfortunate. And wow, there's literally no one here. Everyone's on that south side.
And more people are, where they are. They're here on this coastline, Retail Row. I've been seeing this in the entire day one. The dead side rotations have been popping off all the time, and everyone's just colliding on it. They're trying to 200 IQ to rotate, and then all of a sudden you're just running into this mess of a fight here. Sai, who's been in Retail Row fighting this entire FNCS, is now dealing with a new kind of fighter, and his default coming from Dirty Docks.
I'm dubbing this a sandpaper game of season 7. It's just so rough all around. Every single POI. I mean, Retail Row still fighting. Rotations free and then abruptly stopped. People off the cliffs on the side of the island. Default going down in a mannerism we've never seen. This is the guy who cleans things up. Miknup about to win this fight with Sai, 2v3 style.
That was great between Sai and his duo mate. They were able to kind of collapse on that, knowing that they're about to be flanked, but it was just a matter of time before the numbers game catches up to them. Minking Up was trying to hold on here with only 4 points to start today. Nice. Wow. That's a pretty way. That's pretty good. Even the odds a little bit. The numbers a little bit better. Now it's a 1v1. They're doing really well with Surge, but if he can win this engagement, the reboot van is right there. You got to remember, there's still people out there on the beach fighting it out. Patrick here is going to get the reboot van here and go for the. That's a nice play. Now the numbers are back in the favor of Patrick and co.
Yeah, you got default back. He's like, yeah, you can have Safik. That's all good. We'll bring in default once again, the closer of the fights at Retail. Honestly, the closer of a bunch of Fortnite games too. Going down early might have just been a tech from the CL-centric team. And now Miknup has a much bigger plate to deal with.
Imagine if you had the ability to choose who you want to bring back. That'd be kind of cool.
Man.
That'd be kind of cool. I would never be brought back. I would always be in the reboot van.
Just have to go there, never really get a card. Food for thought for future seasons, but right now, we're inside some real metal, tough situations. Fast Roki low ground again, Void Karma. Looks like they survived a plane crash or something. Like shield kind of low, HP also down, a position that's just really bad. And Fast Roki as well, he's getting bullied down to 8 HP, has to get into his flopper reservoir. You don't usually see that. That's safe for endgame. And
bandies as well.
Striking 187 damage below the threshold for Storm Surge. That pump might not even be enough. It's 212. They have to get an entire Elim and finish it. Fast Roki's going down to lightning. Karma's gonna be next. Now Tayson's gonna be the one that's even faster than that element. I mean, just insane. A second game in a row that Fast Roki can't deal with Surge.
And now Tayson has to deal with this flecking push, but these are the engagements I think that need to bring Vino, Reason, and Tayson back into the running. Right now, they're not doing so hot. They're about in the middle of the board. They're in an 11th place going into this match here. But when you've been struggling that entire time with Storm Surge and dealing with so many people rotating in at Andalix with this rotation from coming from the coast coming over here, and now we're seeing the rest of this fight here. Yeah, this wrap. 2 pads go down. Builds are getting blasted out. Do you have a? He does have another one. I would love to see
number 3.
I would have just throw a pad in the box. Let's see what happens. You never know. Maybe they blast you out there. But Patrick and Default clean up that fight. Your question is, yes, they bring back Safik as well. So now they're going to be back into it. They're going to have to get all the resources, get back to full strength. They fight out a Retail Row. And Tayson, Reason, and Vino, they're getting bullied. Flecken kind of pushes them down a bit. It looks like they're trying to value positioning at this moment, satisfied with that Storm Surge fight that they had there with Fast Roki's trio. But it's still, man, I really think they got to trust in their box fighting, get in there. I understand they're going for position, they'll early rotate, but you got to catch up here with some elims.
Many teams are just kind of employing these tactics, though. They're baiting teams like Taste and Vino Reason into doing what you're saying, right? Going for those fights. Third party roll straight through. If they fought Flecken right there, 4ZR would have been literally there in 5 seconds to clean up after that fight, right? So they have to be very careful. It is their strength, you're right, but they have to play away from their strengths. It's going to be very difficult for Tayson to stay ahead of the game, look towards end games, look towards consistency. They've got what it takes. It'll just, it'll be a lot of temptation to resist.
This is game 6 right now. Second place already gone. We're on board here with first place of Stormy Right, Kiriachi, and Toos, who their strength has just been, like I mentioned, the word is consistency. They've just been around, been in the top of the end game. They don't go for height. If they're at height, if they get contested, they lose, they drop down quickly. They don't try to expand. They don't try to crank or build fights. They're very intelligent when it comes to end game. And I just feel like really this is just, maybe it might be the masterpiece, the renaissance for Kiriachi, man, and Stormy Right and Toos. This Russian trio has always been in the running. They've been like a mid-card trio, but now they might be stepping up for that heavyweight fight and being the main marquee trio for the EU region.
I mean, they're definitely extending their lead, first place by 10 points right now. Not separating their position, though, from everyone else. Everyone is kind of tied towards this left side near caddy corner. They have a crescent moon of trios just waiting for the sun to rise, going towards the next portion of the zone. Look at Egram not being aggressive, not even looking for shots. How uncharacteristic is that? Sean VP, the one being bullied and not surviving the clutch. Things are changing now towards these back half of games. Amplify 80 and Matzo, they're activated.
Oh, man.
Move with, Andy before, and both teams survived. This time, one did not. So people are definitely employing different strategies to get out of these mid-game positions. At the same time, everyone's kind of just stuck side by side.
Very stuck here because of these kind of positions that everyone's kind of jockeying for on these mountaintops, and the zone is pushing off where Matzo is. And look at this, everybody's on the left side. Again, there's something about the left, but everyone's got to pick up their left foot and slide to the right for this moment here. Squeeze and Fortnite and Alex, who have been wounded throughout the entire time. We got some sand under their toes, and once you go to the beach and you don't take a shower, you got sand in all these weird crevices, and as Squeeze and Fortnite, they're going to be irritated as they're making their way through here. But hey, they got a really strong position, but I'm just concerned the resources have been dipped into, the heals have been dipped into, and now as Squeeze has been double dipped and eliminated, Forciar and Alex have to roll as a duo.
This is so tricky, especially with this zone. We're going to Shipwreck Cove. I mean, I haven't seen a zone like this since last season's game number 1. It gets crazy. Anything can happen. And these guys have to move free on an entire mountain. Is there a person to snipe there? Yes. Endless doesn't even see his speed. He's not even considering it. He's going for revenge on the Eliminator. He's moving out in the open. Everyone's spaced up side by side, skiing down this mountain. This is crazy. Finally catches up to 4ZR. How is that possible?
Man, it is that extreme sports lifestyle. You're going to the beach and you're surfing, and now you're back up to the mountaintops and you're skiing and snowboarding, and sometimes that little snowball, it kind of careens down into avalanche. 4 HP does get elimination there. He's gonna have to hold on. 4ZR and Andalix, a very historic duo here, is still on their feet in the snow. Zone 5 is gonna be revealed, Shy.
Okay, and it is going to be an avalanche that's going to come through. All these trios have to move off from one side of the mountain. It might be like an anti-gravity avalanche to go all the way to the other side of the mountain too.
They can't do this.
And then that's a rise again, the trickiest zone in Fortnite's history. I feel like this is going to be crazy for people to move across.
All it takes is a couple of beams and Alex is gone. Queasy is still in this fight, gets an elimination on Red Rush, but we're watching right here. This is one of the most decorated EU teams in the region. This French trio who made the French shift. They changed it up. They were able to qualify with new teammates, newly formed. And look at this. In about a minute, we will see if they were able to survive. As you mentioned, one of the most dangerous, treacherous rotations we may ever see. Here we go.
I saw Safik just make a very sneaky push from the bottom. They're electing to go to the base of the mountain. Andalex, though, he's moving all the way up on the top right of your screen. 4 HP, can't make a single mistake. Half-had up in the air. 3 AR shots will take him out, but no one's looking. Everyone has to be focusing on this position. It's such a tricky zone. Finally, some pressure comes in, but they stabilize. Meanwhile, down towards the dirt, Exterior Snappy Red Rush, they don't want to take to the skies. They got their own plans to stay ahead and alive.
But what is such a risky position to be down there? Look at that. Even Boopback is way down there. Boopback is beyond the dirt. He's 6 feet under. He may find himself and dig himself into the lobby at that point. Falconly and ZQ Kazakh, oh my goodness, what happened? An earthquake happens. It brings down everything, and it was an edit down chop. Kazakh survives, though. He survives the natural disaster that just unfolded there, and Queasy may have been the culprit of that edit down chop.
Oh my God, I've never seen Kazakhs panic that hard.
Dude, I panicked.
Down, but walls and floors everywhere. We're panicking too. They're back up the height though. That cost them a lot. Kazakhs,
it did.
171 mats now, and it's only wood.
Oh my goodness. It's coming down to it. This is one of those chaotic in games that we always love to see and love to cast, but no one loves to play because it's going to get messy. Here we are. Deceptos Loki's commit there on the low ground, but not really. They're heading down now. Hey, Tayson, Vino, and Reason, they're in the mid ground. Punch-ups right there on their door. And let's Save It. Save It is alive here. Save It is going to try to find his way back to glory. And meanwhile, our defending FNCS champions are second from height.
Everyone on every single layer has to be very careful. We're going back up straight over the mountain across flat land, but the zone could pull back at any moment. You have to be very careful with how many materials you use, which pads you're putting down, what your whole game plan is. And while you're trying to concentrate, anyone can break into your box, cause a lot of pressure, chaos in your mind. You might not think. You waste even a second. You might slip, fall off of this crazy zone and mountain straight down to your demise. There's a big shot from Save It. Cannot keep it contained. Right there, a second of distraction. Invasion in the box. He's gone, he's out.
And what I noticed in day one is Jerky, Queasy, and Trulix, if they cleaned up a couple of things, they would be able to hold on to height. They had height multiple times here on the first moving zones, but then they lost it to these corporates right here. But it's not going to happen here because Aqua is in shambles, and now he's going to do all that he can to get those placement points.
Yeah, even the high ground warlords are suffering with this zone. Aqua as a solo trying to make things happen. Missed shot on the walk up, but he got a big finish on the splash. 100 damage, 33 on the elo cracks. He's still getting points, even if he's not working height or in the circle. The zone is still so far away. Bullied, held back in boxes. He gets in. He's living. He's alive.
Aqua with the two-piece right here. The GOAT is still alive on his feet, still rocking it now. He's on a layer. He almost caught another body, but he just whiffs the shot. He's here to fight and out of build and out of this match.
Reason though, he's fighting with Taste and takes out Sappic as they're moving on to their mid-ground layer. Below, it's just a mess. Tripper and the last one left. He gets taken out. He's gone, and now Exterios and Mappy as a duo still control everything going down below. The lobby is gonna get squeezed up. There's another hill, a mountain in the way. Kylie once again is another player surviving from that last game here to this one. The same patterns navigating the zone. Look at everyone else though. They're trapped. They have to get by not only the entire server, but the space as well. Reason deleted. Trulix, Jerky, Queasy. They're bringing that FNCS champion vibe right back this season.
They're rocking that Axe of Champions in their spirit and in their minds here. They're trying to defend the crown. But Pink Nebs, who's had a great day one here, are trying to regain their footing here in day two on the front side of the zone. It's champion versus champion. Asian versus EU. And EU claps out Asia again. Force with it, trying to regain it. It's another Axe of Champion running around as well. We have 4 Axe of Champions, but here it is. Trulix, Jerky, and Queasy here, finally finding their form here in day two, going up against the contender from day one. Nebs, Pink, and Stompy working as a duo.
It'll be the 4th mountain they're on, a possibility of a res all the way down below, but the timing might not be there. They're sticking it. Nebs is going for it. Chuck Splash Cannon to keep his HP from the zone alive. Is he up? He's up. Now it's a 3v3, but there's no Master Stompy. He used them all to actually defend.
What?
Easy. Big shots taken on height. The slide pump lands again. The retake. It's coming through from Stompy.
No,
Another on the Queasy. No way.
No.
They're doing it.
No way.
No way.
On the right.
Stompy
No way.
in.
No way. No way.
Wins out the game. Single-handedly getting all 3 players, Pink, Nebs, and Stompy, do the impossible.
No way! No way! I have no words, bro. No words. No words, child.
I don't even want to attempt to think about anything else. Speak, please. Take it away.
I thought that I've seen it all. I thought that this was just going to be another normal day of Fortnite. I thought this was going to be the normal finals. apparently everyone decided they were gonna go absolutely hamburgers for no reason. Stompy, this was the craziest clutch of all time. What are you doing, brother? Oh my gosh, the composure needed to pull something off like that. The comeback from recovery, the moment to even pick your teammate up. I mean, oh my goodness, dude. This was next level, bro.
Oh my God. Look, Queasy Tulips and Drake, it's an absolute travesty. It is absolutely shocking. You know, you can, there's so many words you can use: stinker, howler, nightmare. It's everything that could possibly go wrong and worse. Like, you don't lose that. Like, we know Stompy's great. He's one of the all-time greats of EU. You know, back in the World Cup days, he was dominating the LAN, but he just whipped out his old form right there. That was not even real. That shouldn't have happened, right? If you don't know what just happened, that shouldn't have happened. Nobody should win that if you're in Stompy's position. You shouldn't.
Yeah, but he did, and he hit the shots. He's showing why. Throughout the World Cup qualifiers, he was the most dominant player. Throughout Season 8, he became the champion. Zeke still lost in the sauce. He still can't believe it as we say that. And, you know, a lot of people throughout a lot of the previous FNCSs have not put the respect on Stompy's name. But Stompy, alongside Nebs, to pick up the res onto Pink, like, huge big brain play, because that also saved one bullet, right? That hit the shot from, I think it was Queasy, to knock down, which allowed Stompy to be able to win it. Huge, incredible play.
Oh my gosh, these teams, they know what's at stake, man. They want the Axe of Champions. They want to win it all. Oh my goodness. We got to talk about some other stuff with Malibuca happening here earlier on in the game. I'm still shaking. Take it away, Love. Take it away.
Look, I just wanted to show people the duality of Fortnite, right? Because you know, we take a look at the game before this when Mr. Savage, you know, they have that amazing win. Everything's going rosy. You think to yourself, oh wow, they contested that steamy, but it's still going great. They've now won 2 games out of 5. Everything's absolutely amazing. But then you get them coming in, landing at steamy the game after, you know, on this massive high, and they get walked through. Malibuca takes out Ref's guard. No real hope there. And Races is one of the big problems that, you know, these teams will have while contested. We talked about the Asian winners who, you know, won FNCS, contested 10 out of 10 times, or 10 out of 12 times, sorry. You know, Mr. Savage and them, they're not going to be able to do this, like, every game. At some point, you just have to think it's not worth it anymore.
No, I know you got to think so, but there's no other options. Reality. Where else are they going to go? Anywhere else they go? They're contested at the same drop, so they might as well keep going where they're being successful. They were in 2nd, and now they've dropped down till 7th for Falcon, Refsguard, along with Andrea and Mr. Savage too now. So that's 5 placements down just by losing off spawn, which is tough. But with the huge clutch, with the huge victory royale from Pink, Nebs, and Stompy, that's pushed them all the way up into 1st place currently. 2 victory rounds to their name, and I want to watch more. I have to see more from this team.
Honestly, I did not come into this weekend expecting to see what we've seen from these 3 players. That clutch from Stompy is going to go down in the history books. That is absolutely unreal. And like you say, Risa, I'm so eager to see now. You know, they've clearly got the hot hand, and everything they do, they're doing so many things right. And look, it's not perfect, right? It's not perfection. There are mistakes being made here and there, but they just have that sort of rhythm and flow right now where they are able to just account for any mistake. And you have Stompy, you know, hitting 1v3s. Like, you can't bank on that. You can't guarantee that every game. But boy, that is just absolutely nuts. You can see the players here now from 11 to 20. They'll all be watching that thinking, well, look, if they're going to be playing like that, we ain't got a chance. Like, how are we supposed to stop him? You know, if we're going to get into 3v1s and he's still going to win, what are we supposed to do about that? Nevertheless, there are so many games left, but wow, what a performance.
Yeah, and I think a notable thing to add there is that Queasy's team is now in 18th place after that. That looked like a game, like you mentioned, let's be real. They should have won that. They should have picked up the victory royale in the final game, but they ended up 2nd. That would have been 2 additional eliminations to 4 points and another 5 points. So that would have another 9 points to them, which would have put them up, I think, 6 slots up in the leaderboard alone. So that choke from them could be disastrous for the rest of the leaderboard. They seem to be playing absolutely on form today, but that final little closing out the game, but you know,
that's just the confidence, just absolutely destroyer, you know, and they'll be arguing, you know, we
sure.
you get frustrated at your teammates sometimes, right? You know, they will be so frustrated with each other how they've allowed that to happen, and hopefully it doesn't completely offset their mental going forward, because there are 6 games or so left, right? There's so many games that you can't afford to sort of switch off now, but I don't know how they recover from that one. If me and Reese, if that happened and you were the one that allowed, you know, Stompy to clutch like that, I'm removing you as a friend. We're not playing ever again.
You get blocked on Twitter, don't worry.
Yeah, you're finished, you're done, you know, so.
Well, guys, you heard the buzz, which means we have to go back in the game. I still have to recover from that. Remember, we've got another 6 games ahead of us because we began with Ace. So buckle up. We have more action like this up ahead of us. Sancho, Shayo, back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Zeke. And we're trying to recover myself. I mean, trying to check my heart rate here. We're about to get into the throes of Game 7. Shayo, talk about a highlight show that FNCS is putting on here for day 2.
I'm trying to recover, you know, brain-wise. I don't remember any of the other games at all, except for that one. The clutch from Stompy. And remember what they did off spawn, Sancho. They defended, they waited, they stayed alive. They have to again. We cannot miss this team in another endgame.
They got a bunker down here. You cannot follow up with your greatest hits of all time. You cannot have one of those tracks that just don't bop anymore. Kha'Zix gets bopped, and Falconly now is going to get a trade right there. But nice Stompy baiting that out there, letting the teammate kind of take the brunt of that force here. And that just may be enough. Oh, nicely done. Wow, Stompy, okay, you're on one now, man. I looked on Twitter just to say, oh, he's on one. They took that. Remember they got pickaxed? You remember that's how we started this broadcast? They got pickaxed, and all of a sudden they're on this new form, reaching new heights. Savage, Revscard, they're gonna win this Steamy Stocks engagement. But man, my brain is like fried. It's frozen in time. He's frozen in time.
Everyone's back now. Savage winning his fight. Stompy actually going for the aggressive play and winning. The confidence is here. No one's actually, you know, trying to do these weird trades, stay back a little bit, play for info. They're really capitalizing on any opening that they can. Making up also getting clipped or, you know, completely just clipped. Akumu looks like all the way at Retail Row as well. Benji winning against Exterios. All the patterns we were watching yesterday from the fan favorite teams, the matchups that, you know, a few analysts were predicting would go a certain way, they are going that way now. I mean, it looks like the entire server's back on form.
Yeah, back in the form. I agree with you on that. You know, day 1, this is what was happening, and it just shows you right there. I mean, Queasy, I think Queasy, like I mentioned in day 1, the pattern that we were talking about from them, Shayo, as you mentioned, that is that they were still in game. They were there taking height. That zone was really difficult. They had it. And normally, I would say 90% of the time, maybe 99% of the time, you don't lose that kind of advantage when you have height, and considering that the low ground was plumb out of mats here. Now Mappy's in trouble here. He's going to feel the pressure from the rest of Joe, Shadow, and Benji. And now we're going back to Force and Siberia Saboteur, who have turned around their fortunes here in day 2. But it looks like this is not going to be very fortunate here outside of Retail Row.
Yeah, Trixie, Jaggy, they love to just find teams on rotation or just finishing fights, dive in and pick them up, clean them up. That was their style on day 1. We've kind of missed it, or they've been stopped multiple times, swatted like flies. On day number 2, looks like this time gonna pack a little bit more of a sting all throughout for Force. His Chug Club Splash charges are completely down. Jaggy tends they might just back off here. They might just want to go for the damage totally. And yeah, that's a lot, about 300 to 400 damage across all 3 players from there. Very good from Trixie, a nice push. They'll back the whole way away.
It makes me laugh because all you hear is just the car going, and they're just out, right? They just came on through, did what they had to do, and they're rolling out. And Red Rush is rolling out. And this is going to be one of those games, Red Rush, you just got to do what you can. Hold, he does have Mysterios' card. And that's what I learned in NA West. When you have that black bar right there, that means you do have a card there to go. So he has one of those cards so far. And now we're taking a look at Kirachi, which it feels like people will remember Stompy's play the most, but Kirachi right here, it's going to be one thing, and this is what I'm talking about. I'm finally seeing it. Save was skirting by in day 1, no problem. We're living fine. Now,
big drop, needs more power, more guarantee of surge damage all the way off of spawn. So yeah, Rifle Save so they're getting kind of bullied too. So the big edits, blocks one shot, edits, hits another. Huge. The speed from there is insane. And boom, that's it. Not a single person getting fully eliminated. Yeah, Toos got knocked at the very end, but a very good bait for Stormy and Kiriachi to make that pinch possible.
And if I saw that on VODs, Kirachi definitely saw that as well. Every time you see it, you look at that battle map, you're seeing their tracking, you instantly see that Save It constantly goes all the way down to that dish, rotates through Shantytown, and it's just uninhibited, just easy free. Now he has to pay the toll, and that toll ultimately cost him here in Game 7.
Almost out of a few, but there's so many more games to go throughout this day. Benji, Joe, Shadow, they're going to be alive off spawn for now. Mid game is their kind of tricky spot, getting out of Corny Complex, outside the POI, and moving on towards the end game. That was tough. Stompy, though, yeah, all the way from Season X to now, man is no stranger to winnings. 8 different games he's won in EU. He holds that record, rightfully so, too. I mean, if you've seen the style of play, the zones that he's very good at, and are these mountain zones, like that was very reminiscent of the clutches he had with Chinkin and Aqua all the way back in Season X and previous seasons as well. And he's only on a 2 for the day now. I think Savage's trio is the only one with that 2, and they're in first place off of that game too. So that's just absolutely phenomenal.
People are forgetting that Chapter 1 map had huge mountains. There was a lot of them everywhere. Pleasant Park had like a whole ring of mountains. You're going down towards Tilted Towers, they had their own little ring of mountains. You go to Salty Springs, they had that huge mountain. And then just a little bit dead in the middle of dead center, they have another mountain right there. I could go on and on forever. I mean, we're talking about the glory days. You remember those broken houses right then and there, like south of Loot Lake? That was another huge mountain that Chapter 1 had. But yes, Aqua and Stompy and Chinkin, like you mentioned from Season X, are the champions, but there's so many champions in this lobby, man. So many.
It's been a while, right? Everyone's kind of had their shot at the throne. Some people have called it home for longer. Some are still defending it to this day, or trying to even take it back from just a few seasons ago. Lots looking for a double up for second run at the title.
I was going to say here, I'm taking a look as we're getting a taste of the first zone. We're seeing Benji. They were able to confirm Joe. They eliminated Joe. And I'm sorry. Red Rush got confirmed by Joe. There,
okay, I was wondering.
I told you,
that team.
my brain is still frozen by Stompy. So also as well as Falcon Lee, his trio has been eliminated. Malibuka has been eliminated. Sai has been eliminated. And then you have Karmi has been eliminated. And Wings and Karmi, day one, they were doing really good, man. I love their aggression into Pleasant Park. They were pushing Coral Castle, but so far their day two, not so great, considering that they're now sliding out of the top 10.
Yeah, you're talking about, you know, the difference from day 1 and 2. Look at the trios on board right now. Fast Roki, Void, and Karma also had trouble on this day compared to the first. They're going with different tactics now. It's being quiet, looking for a shot here against Toos, the trio that's really good at affecting many later on in the game. If they take out these guys right here, if they even have a little bit of damage to interrupt their loop path, it'll be trouble. But Toos senses something.
Yeah,
he's heard a footstep.
I heard something.
The awareness is just there. Kiriachi will come up and see if he's okay. He'll base up a little bit, and now they hear Void. Void hears the Bills, understands that they're playing a little bit of defense. They might just force this fight.
It basically heard like a branch, like a stick break. Just like that. It's like now it's on high alert, and they're going to go ahead and build up this base and bunker down here. And I think, yeah, you don't want a piece of that. You just know that's going to be one of those fights drawn out. Hey man, sometimes fast food is not good for your diet. I just gotta let you know. I gotta let you know that dirt burger ain't worth it. And as juicy as it is, it ain't worth.
Now Fast Roki just looking somewhere else now. No, it's a lesson in villainy. One of the rules is that you have to be careful not to make a sound. And if a branch does snap, who knows? You fall down in a pitfall. You get in a little bit of trouble. That's just what happens there to them. It just feels like Fast Roki's always looking to be the counter to a different trio, or to play, you know, in the shadows of someone else's power. It's not really finding that type of success today. Same thing with Hydro Zest and Backfeed, always looking to cause a little bit of ruckus, but not be the main target for a lot of fights. And since everyone is playing so passive, so separated right now at this portion of the game, they're having a little bit of trouble also getting elims. When we were watching in day number 1, they had 1 or 2, or they were really influencing, you know, people behind the scenes. They kind of seem like the hidden overlords of the mid game. Right now, they're just kind of a lot quieter.
And definitely they were puppet mastering everybody right there. It's like, you know, there's regulators in this world and there's instigators, and definitely they are instigators. And you see that retreat from Fast Roki there. They go right into another trio, and that's Toasty out there in Weeping Woods. So, hey, they didn't get a dirt burger there, but they do get to eat and they get that maximum Storm Surge with that sniper shot. And Fasroki is going to get credit for that elimination there. But as you're seeing, 6 trios are already out of this match here. And it's just so interesting. I feel like that previous game kind of felt like a throwaway game. It kind of, like, you know, there's a lot of weird things that was happening because we have the extra 2 games to work with. And I felt like a lot of people were trying new things. And so it's interesting to see where people go after this. Again, never historically done before. 8 games in day 2.
I feel like that game was more so less throwaway, a little bit more PTSD, forcing people to try things. As soon as you see a potential for a mountain zone, you want to get ahead of it, right? You want to be there as fast as possible. That's why the map seemed a little bit empty. And yeah, a lot of top teams fell off spawn. Void actually ends up going down here. Calmer, Fasroki in trouble. We'll come back to that in just a sec, because these elims for default, Sapphic, Putrick, they could be huge.
Absolutely huge, not only for their leaderboards, but for this match as well. Look at that. Very aggressive rotation coming all the way from Dirty Docks. They're picking up the pace. I talked about their woes in the semifinals, and they seem to get them better in day 1, and now they're getting really solid here in day 2. You're going to be able to try to pick up the pieces when it comes to Karma and Fasroki.
I'll go back to talking about, though, you know, the differences from last game and how Cheers are playing and now. I feel like, you know, going towards the left side compared to the mountains, everyone kind of has that normal game plan. You know, the fields of what to do, everyone kind of has a little bit of space on both sides of the Venn diagram for this zone on how to play.
I think it's what those mountains are very tempting. You know, you aggro those mountains, those placements. You understand that once it goes around the mountains and up and over, you got to go all the way to height. As this Squeeze gets a knock against Rotary, and I agree with you. Once the mountains are there, it kind of throws everything out the window. Your game plan you have is just, as you go automatically to DEFCON 5. It's like, all right, mountain zone, we know exactly where we need to go.
Yeah, this time, though, it's not going to be a big presidential threat on every single trio in the lobby. We'll have a lot of room to play, a lot of, you know, chances to get information too. Kiriachi, with his high base, can identify all the different threats around him, and sense that Kylie, with these beamings on trees, is looking for vantage points as well. What a nice shot too, that big UFO looming in the distance.
Yeah, the mothership. Oh yeah, I was just in awe right here, the rotation, the warp rotation that we saw here from Savage. Savage is literally on the other side of Kirachi. And Savage just came,
they move fast.
They move fast.
And think about it this way too. Kirachi started here, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And Savage is all the way in Steamy. And he has a better spot in this zone. But that might be also, Sancho, right? Because Kirachi fought this game. He's never done that before. They kind of got into positions they haven't been in any game of the finals so far. And they might be a little bit off center with better loot.
That's interesting. We'll see how that kind of results. And last time they were just being consistent, playing for positioning, but now they decided to fight. I think they're feeling the pressure of the lobby. They understand that they need to get eliminations as well, so it could be that thing.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest difference for Kiriachi's team right now, they were first for like the last 3-4 games. This is the first game they're operating in second place. Bink, and after that big clutch, they've taken over.
And maybe they kind of poked the bear. I mean, Savid may take that personal and just try to go into these sludgy swamps. So they got to be careful here. You may get those 6 points there, but is those 6 points worth it for the long run? Because again, you have teams like Stompy putting on a show, and hey, Aqua's still there. Even though they were in shambles at that other in game, Aqua got some valuable eliminations, put us a couple points on the board, and got some great placements for his team.
Running back this time too. This is the most concerning thing for me. Seti, Kemi, Teak, historically one of the most consistent trios of the region, struggling with Surge once again.
Wow.
In terms of landing somewhere mid-map, kind of a little bit on an off vibe or off center in terms of getting positioning in this zone. They're always ahead is what I'm trying to say, and it just seems like they've been a step behind this entire finals. Looking to actually equalize, though. They're pushing back. I think he's also suffering from Surge, so they need to land a pump before he gets taken out. 100 above now, it's enough for the moment. You'll watch that number go down so fast. 73 teams still in the lobby. This kind of feels like a 5th zone right now, but it's only the 3rd.
Yeah, it's been happening the entire time, but pitchers are definitely, you know, more pitchers describe 1,000 words, and this is what I'm saying. This is what's happening to them. Every time their rotation, they're surrounded by people who need Surge. So they get pushed and they're always on the defense. It's a 2-sided coin for them, and it's not a good coin. Either they need Surge or they're surrounded by players that do need it, and they get pushed and aggro. So that's what's been costing them their run, and you're right here. That is why they're not doing well as expected.
They're always caught in some type of Surge black hole. So we'll have to try to get toward a different side of the galaxy, different side of, you know.
Yes, I agree. Now
Expert.
expert right now. Oh man,
This is tough.
rough.
Yeah, this
rough.
man's completely in outer space. That's just rough. But the good thing is, Benji is the one to get that loot with Shadow and Joe. Very good pickup from Shadow there to actually know exactly where the solo is going to be trying to rotate, trying to escape. Andy Chashi, they were kind of in that situation before that we just saw Expert in. Down on Surge, just trying to survive. A rabbit just running in a forest. Anyone could really just pick that up. This time, they're looking really good. South side of the base, as soon as I say that, they both get taken out and knocked. Never mind.
Hey, it happens that fast here. But just to talk about Benji, Joe, and Shadow real quickly, they're making dead side rotations. That's what they're doing in day one, and that's what I mean. They're primed to make a decent run here in day two. Their dead side rotations were on point, and they were always at the end game. Now they're going to push their way clean closer to center. There they are on your bottom mini map. There are those blue triangles right on the edge of this here. But let's go back to Sapphic Patrick and default here. I thought they were able to move. This is something that's been happening in EU. They just go to the edge and stop. If they took the time and maybe get a little bit more center, look how free center is. If they could just keep moving and not stopping on the edge of the storm line.
I mean, the issue is in Weeping Woods, this forest, it's really hard to navigate. Lots of space. It's not that traversable. Low ground's kind of really weird. And so many people are set up on hills or trees or vantage points you can't even see. So as a result, Sapphic trying to deal with stuff in front of him. He gets pumped in the back while trying to rotate. This is just tough. Even with Peppers, I mean, I guess they're saving it for a different zone. It's costing them a lot right now, and no one can really push all the way towards the center. All the people who are coming from the outside in, they're stuck on zone line. The only people at the center of the zone right now are the people who started there.
This is it. It is about a minute until zone closes here. And where zone 5 goes, that's going to be huge considering Logjam has been in this entire time. So, you know, Kirachi has been vibing, and he did get some good Storm Surge to initially onset his hold there. The question is, will he have the beams as well? You've seen Jackie come out from Caddy Corner, their head in position. You see Fasroki there, who's been all over looking for Storm Surge, only down to a duo. Now you have Cammy setting Teak now, and better pastures on their own tarp. And look, no neighboring people. So when it gets to that 50-man surge, I think they're going to be a lot better onset. But the question is, we already saw them on the borderline. They need to get tags right here. They need to be aggressive and open up those edits and make sure they get those beams.
Yeah, the win condition right now for Steady Cammy's just staying above Surge. If they survive, they can play so well all the way towards the end. They're always consistent. It should be below when the update comes in. They need to land a few shots here or there. Sancho, absolutely correct. The other big thing too with this zone, I mean, it'll happen in about 2 once we start moving, but so many teams, you mentioned it, like Kiriachis, have been sitting still. Even Steady Cammy teams, they haven't moved around that much. Everyone has so many mats, and with trees kind of separating low ground and high ground, you can see it the whole way through. If this zone goes straight into the forest, there should be so many different fights for height. Kiriachi has so many mats left. Savage has barely even used any. All these bases have just been sat in the entire time. Everyone is waiting to be the king of this lobby.
Every time we drone over to Aqua, this Tayson is always at their feet. This is always happening, and they're always jockeying for position. You have Nebs right there as well, kind of trying to assess you with those metal ramps. And of course, you have Kirachi, who's been on the high ground this entire moments here when moving into the end game. But Deal Aqua and Noah Riley are in 3rd place right now, really consistent.
Yeah, and you can see the battle between 2 big bases. Who's trying to set the high speed? Wow. Mistake from Vadil, but he has that medkit. He has the minis to get back. It's this trio and Kiriachis in the distance that have the highest bases at the same elevation.
Vadil has Fireflies, and you know he's going to be ready to use that to take that high if he needs to.
Yeah, he can set the force.
Oh, no!
But there's a trio here. Splash actually jumps up. Where was Aqua? What happened? Aqua's on the backside. Noah Riley distracted. The entire trio gets just completely fractured.
It was all of a sudden a flank from the backside there from Mawaka and Splash and Co. And they're able to take away this high ground advantage, but it doesn't matter. Zone 5 goes south here. But right now, our 3rd place team is in shambles, and they were already below Surge here. And this might be it. The swan song is over for them temporarily, but Splash and Mawaka and Koro put a huge wrench in those plans here. But all this structure here has to move and rotate, and they have to go down south, and that just means Kirachi has the advantage, but also Nebs as well, as you see, are now going to rotate around. I like what Benji, Joe, and Shadow are doing. Last time at this moment, they were start cranking up to height or like ramping up to height, but electing right now to stay on the ground, which Benji has a lot of experience being a low ground fighter.
Benji Logan is a very, very fun thing to watch. Nebs Pink and Stompy is honestly, though, the highlight of the day. They're not even at
highlight
yet.
of
They're
the
gonna
year.
Survive. That's actually up for contention. There have been some crazy plays. That
there.
one was nuts. No
there.
mountain for them to climb, though. They're gonna actually have to just stay on top of the entire server. First place is where Big Nebs and Stompy are. Kiriachi in second. First on low, second all the way on height, and third we just saw fall. So it'll be a battle of two Titan trios looking to take that lead.
I spy with my little eye that Kiriachi structure only be held not that strong. It's like about 4 boxes there that are holding them. It's all made out of brick. So if someone wants to chop it, they can.
I mean, we've seen the pattern so far at endgames. No one should be staying on their first base from the 5th zone. They always launch off. They go all the way to where the zone's moving. I think Kiriachi's learned that by now. So unless they want to stay there and lose height, we will see in just a little bit.
Here we go. Here it's about to get to first moving, and it goes back up north.
Up north, and Hen, Janice Chapix. Looks like Hen might take a lot of damage, maybe be knocked, picked back up. But Splash is really putting on the pressure.
Now everybody's got to move out here, and all those people that have the advantage or high ground are going to have to rotate out here. In about 10 seconds, the Storm is about to push everyone out of this area completely. Nebs, Pink, and Stompy now have 3 eliminations, so even though if they go down, they're about to cross into the placement threshold, and it could be one of those matches that you need if you're holding on to first place. Just don't go down at this point here. Try to get to the top 10, and this will be definitely a W of a game. One of those moral victories here as they go for the pad.
Kiriachi all the way on height. Nebs flies right by. This is the perspective of your first place team holding onto the lead. Still, long game to be played. Kiriachi moving all the way across. They've given up that base completely. Actually, they've expanded it and connected it. Shadow's going all the way towards the top, and Jetta actually flies by. Joe is in control at the cost of Benji Fishy's shield. Kiriachi has to give things up. I mean, it's no different than what we've been seeing before, but they actually go all the way to second height, now battling with Hen. Things are getting crazy, kind of claustrophobic for every single team. Not enough builds either. This high ground is just extended the whole way through. They're still fighting for it. Kiriachi does not want to let down.
There's not a lot of air up here. It's getting thin because there's so many trios up here taking up all the oxygen. And Joe, Benji, and Shadow here are breathing the finest purest air at the moment. But look at Queasy, Trilix, and Jerky getting in position.
That is a very sneaky plan. They go for the launch pad too. Nebs, Pink, Stompy, so smart. They're letting all these trios fight. Have at it. Go for height. We'll play the placement. We'll wait for the game to come to us.
There it is, Jerky. There you talk about the position, but Kiriachi responds. And storming right to Kiriachi, who have been waiting, holding on the height, send beams down Queasy way and push him off the pedestal that is this height right now. Kiriachi, Tucson storming right here with some great games, 3 eliminations. Look at this high pad there. Trulix, oh my goodness, we take to the skies, and now we go back to height again. But Trulix is still up there, and he's getting beamed. Can he find his connections? No, he doesn't, but someone else is coming up. Here it is. Jerky's coming back again.
This pinch is absolutely astronomical in the skies. It's Trulix with a distraction. Kiriachi finally goes down. Queasy was not done. He kept track of his teammates. Now it's 2v2. Too Stormy right. Too slow on HP. No shields. Drop down below. Stormy alone all the way next to the clouds. Can he survive? He's going to be taken down a little bit. Looks like Jerky also goes. Benji's in his box. Benji deleted. Tack shots. They also not enough to actually keep Toos alive. Trulix and Queasy will have it, but it's only 2 players to control high ground.
It looks like Shadow's going to have to go solo. Hen, who's been a solo for a very long time, is still on his feet. And Alex Vino getting some eliminations in the feed. Hottie, Elocrest, and Tripper, who had a great day 1, could take height, and they are looking for it right now with the chop right there against Trulix. Deceptos here on the other side.
The 5th height retake. We're watching this game.
There it is.
And Tripper, Elocrest, and Hottie get it for free. And no way, gets bopped by Savage on low ground. He has his home too. So he has the entire control of the low ground hemisphere. Shadow's trying to work it too. There's a little bit of a split from Shadow and his teammates. It's Savage as a solo in Weeping Woods. You've seen this before, but not this bad. 34 HP. He might not have enough to tank and deal the damage.
He might have enough there with the chug cannon just to do a little bit more. All he has to do is just continue to keep on ticking, keep on rocking, and hold out that wall. Going down to 1 build left here. Savage coming into this fight. He's doing so well. 7th place, slowly sliding out of the top 5 here. But this could be the moment here. Tayson gets eliminated by Splash and Moana. Taka, who've been a nuisance all this day. Savage here is on the low ground. Pump out. No builds. Looking for those E-limbs. Doing his best, but no. Gets beamed from high. But Reason is still on this fight at the very end of the day. But it is Hottie, Tripper, and Elo Crash with the 6 eliminations and the victory royale. Man, hey, we remember we were seeing this trio come to form last season. And now what a great time to get a victory royale. It looks like everybody from that northeast side of the map is racking up VRs.
Yeah, 4th place overall rolls in on a 5th height retake that happened in that game. It was crazy. Kiriachi put up a very good fight, but that should shake up the boards a little bit, at least from 2nd all the way down to 10th. Very close game overall, and a nice textbook win from, the God Squad.
Hey, it's what happens when you do a turn play in a tournament and it works for you. Everything's going to work for you here on out. Nice VR. We're going to go ahead and take it to Zeke, Levin, and Reese to break it all down.
Thank you guys so much. Game number 7 on the day, but game number 3 specifically of 8 for happening today specifically. My goodness, my words are about as jumbled as this last game was. Tripper and Elecrat's Hottie's 6 eliminations and the VR. But guys, there was so much more happening. Andretta sitting on 6 eliminations by himself there. And then Reason getting to make it into the top 3. Once again, the victory royale is going to be super pivotal for these teams trying to claw their way back in a top 10, even top 5, right? But there's still all these other trios where you might not see exactly what they're doing, but they're operating in the shadows, right? They're trying to get these eliminations. They're trying to be consistent with that placement. And right now it's working for them.
Yeah, and I think, the big thing I think with Hoyt and Shippen is that yesterday, Reese, we were talking about how if there was going to be a day they would do good, it would have been yesterday, right? Like everything was setting up so perfectly. Finally, they're having that good performance we sort of talked about them potentially having.
Yeah, and that's really fantastic for them, right? We saw almost that game number 1 that they had the strategies down with the turret to blast them out of the sky, which looked super good. They were 7th off the top of my head on day number 1 overall. So from then so far, they are continuing that through. I think they're going to move up big time with that victory royale that they had there, because like I said, they've been super consistent throughout the games today as well. They had a 9th, a 10th, and now the 1st as well. So they have been looking super, super strong so far, and they're definitely a contender for the first place at this moment.
Yeah, I'd love to kind of talk about the team doing well in 2nd place that started specifically today, okay? That's the Symptos' trio. They are looking pretty good right now, friends.
Yeah, they're looking really good. You can see they've actually got the most points today now, right? So they've now overtaken. So they're Floki commit to Symptos. You can see them on this west side of Misty. Yesterday, they were getting bullied by Andlex's team over here, but this is kind of the stuff that they have to deal with in the early game, right? Notice that Queasy has landed up on the Guardian Tower near where they're dropping, right? Which leaves Floki Clement to Symptos with barely any materials really that they can work with in terms of chest, sorry, because they only get 11 in that west side. So for them, they have to find out a path to get some form of loot, right? So you see them trying to rotate up to the north, and this is what they got to deal with. Queasy understands that they're going to take this rotate. He goes for the Storm Surge tags on them, and they're getting obliterated. This is already 50 of their shield gone at that moment too. But not only that, Art Skill goes with some absolute laser eyes from this distance, takes another 50 damage as they're rotating at the same time, and Andalex and X-Tweez are all focusing on them as they make this rotate. So given the circumstances that this team is currently in, that Floki, Clement, and Deceptos are in their early game, only having 11 chests, the fact that they have gained the most points today in the 3 games is absolutely outstanding, in all honesty, and that has pushed them up into 7th when they were somewhere in the 10th till 20th range at the end of day number 1.
Yeah, actually, man, when you frame it like that and you see all the teams they're having to deal with, it is insane. But look, you can see Pink, Nebs, and Stompy sitting in 1st place with a 5-point lead, which isn't much, but it's a lead nonetheless. Hottie, Elecras, and Trippin with that victory royale are now sitting in 2nd as well. And Rescott and Jera and Mr. Savage we saw win a couple games ago in 3rd, but it's still very fine margins towards the top. Still not much in it, and with Vino tasting a reason, seeming to be in a bit of form now. Hendrix and Chapik still kicking it. A lot of the top contenders are finally starting to find a bit of a rhythm now, Reese.
Yeah, and definitely, you already mentioned Vino's team as well. Like that's the big one, right? Where they were 13th. They were struggling really badly with Storm Surge yesterday in that first game. And then in the other ones, they just really weren't able to capitalize on the rest of them, right? They weren't able to get the big point games that they're known for. But now, the last 2 games, a 6th and then a 3rd, and the one before that, they were 10th as well. So the points that they've gained today have almost been more than they managed to obtain yesterday overall. Still with tons of games left remaining, which is crazy from them. Hen's still in it, Kiriachi's still in it, Refscar's still in it. Obviously, Hotty's team is doing super well alongside Pink as well. But if you move over to the next page, we're going to see those teams who now are going to have to speed up a little bit. City Kamitik being one of them.
Yeah, and as you can see, right, you know, there are some teams here on this page who, you know, you would expect maybe to be a bit higher. I think when you look at last game in particular, you know, Benji, Shadow, Joe, those guys, there was a stage where they took height. It seems like they're falling victim, right, of, you know, one of the many teams who looks to try and take height, but just isn't able to hold it well enough when it counts. And so they're struggling there. Queasy, Trulix, and Jurikyu probably feel the same, right? They've had their stretches in that period, but generally, things are starting to shape up how maybe you would have expected, right? A lot of the top dogs really getting involved, and it's making this finish a lot more interesting.
There's all these trios, man. I'm telling you, everyone has their eyes set on first place, and I like to see that. Now, remember, we have another 5 games to play. So a lot of these teams, as now they're warm, we're going to see some very big changes happen in these next several games. But there it is. You heard the battle bus, which means we got to jump back into game. Shy Wager, Sancho West, let's do this one more time.
Thank you so much, Zeke. It is game 8, and we're getting the battle bus ready. And wow, Hottie, Elocrast, and Tripper, they're talking about a new name on the scene that's been developing. This is not a surprise to me. Is it a surprise to you, Shia, that they were able to rack up a victory royale here in this final stage?
I think it was inevitable. I didn't expect it this kind of early. I thought it'd be kind of later, but they've been trying for it, you know, every single day from Qualls to, you know, this point now, getting that win, upsetting height. It finally happened, and it might again.
Yeah, and this is what we was talking about. Tayson was going toe-to-toe against Elocrast during the last season. We're just seeing what kind of moxie that trio has in Tripper there. And they've been doing really well third party into Steamy Stacks. But here we go. This is basically as if we're getting into, we still have so many games left to go. So nothing is guaranteed. Do not write this game off. There's no champion yet that is going to be in the running. I mean, this is what's so exciting, that so many people are close. And hey, we already seen a big 50 bomb throw down by Aqua's trio. So all it takes is a huge pop-off game, double digits, and the victory round. And we're just seeing right here, it is possible, as Buzz, who did make it to in-game, now goes down to Psy, which it looks like to me, it looks like Psy's trio has moved somewhere else.
Looks like Tripper and Elocrast might be forced to move into not the land of the living in a second. Barely even landed yet. Beam down to 99 and 50 HP respectively. They're gonna have a rude awakening to the start of this game. Meanwhile, Stompy, Nebs, they're gonna be rolling. Falcon Lee, ZQ here too. Kazakh still alive. Not sure if these trios will collide. They do. Falcon Lee, Nebs gonna be the first points of engagement. All 3 players from both sides ready to fight for the 8th time in the finals.
You just got to hold your breath every time. And what's been happening, though, when Falcon Lee wins this engagement, Shio, is that they get pushed out into the open. But like you mentioned, if Nebs, Pink, and Stompy could hunker down, go into these basements, make it where it's not worth fighting, then they can survive. But just look at this. This is the pressure that they're feeling right now. They're electing to go ahead and disengage because they know what's at stake, because they're sitting in first place by only 5 points, because Hottie, Elocrast, and Tripper right there, they're going to be able to stay on their feet. We've been seeing them get to in-game. What was that stat? They were there in the top 10 multiple times already here in the finals.
Yeah, and when it comes to Stompy, he's just used to winning games entirely. When it comes to the entire trio on both sides, you know, they're both looking to survive towards the end. Even here, it's kind of the same scenario of contestation over 8 games, but the difference is I don't think anyone here, all 6 players out of all of them, want to disengage.
It feels like it's cooled down a bit. It's cooled down a bit. They're being measured here. That's what you're seeing here. The intensity is getting up here. Again, would be technically the second game here of day 2, but we've been going at it for a while here. And and Shredda gets greeted with a parting gift right there, and that's gonna give the Malibu Cuz trio happy right now, because we just got a huge Storm Surge tag. We're just gonna keep rolling out.
Yeah, they want to be careful, because I think this is where Hottie and his entire trio that won the last game like the third party as well when they hear that fight happening, especially when zone is kind of further away. So a good identification there for Malibuca to be able to just break away, go all the way towards the zone. I see that green arrow on the beach on the bottom right of your screen, very close. They look forward, see no shots really firing. I don't think Hottie will come through towards Steamy this time. That being said, Savage gets to play, And on the other side, the Loot Boys don't. Zestin taking out Exterios is looking for the next shot to Hydro, might be in a little bit of trouble.
I gotta wonder here. Looks like this kind of corny complex has pushed Red Rush outside to mid-map, and that's into the chaotic arms of Hydros and the Loot Boy Co trio. Now Hydro and Backview have to operate as a duo here. They're getting beams here from the people up there on that Defiant dish here, but Hydro, Backview, and Zestin, they're getting to mid-game here. They're doing really well, but it is these risky engagement that they're taking that, as you mentioned here, instigating, causing chaos against people who just want to rotate. They just want to get tagged, they want to rotate, but the Loot Boys are here to fight.
They want to get that surge done. Might come at a cost of a teammate, but they do have Zestin's card right now, so they can't go overboard with an Exterios. Hydro must have forgotten about the box fight he was doing right below his current lair. He gets a big tag, tries to get the whole way away, but Hydro drops down the last one in his trio. He gets deleted.
And so much pressure coming from those mountain ranges. He went down for the high flying maneuver, was hoping to get that hit with the pump as Mappy is going to roll out here. But you're seeing a little bit more of adjustments are happening. Mappy, Asterios, and Red Rush, I don't know. I got to take a look here. Is Benji still up on his feet? It looks like so far, yes. They've been pushed out. Yes, he does get a knock against Sean. So Benji has been doing really well. And Z, Andy, and Chastity here, they're here to fight against Benji. But Benji's been having Corny Complex locked down in the entire finals.
Really have. Sean VP, though, I mean, they've kind of been making endgame out of this POI, outside of it a little bit as well. We'll be stealing a little bit of that power away from Benji for now. Looking at the state of the whole game to this zone, Central again, anything could really happen when it comes to center type zones that have Pleasant, Corny, Weeping, Boney in them. It's just kind of a game of control, and a lot of people get to play at the same time. Height switches hands like we just saw at Weeping. You see a lot of people mid-game get into trouble in a lot of fights because they're battling for mountains, battling for position.
And this is zone 1. It is center here. So if you're Hen, Genesis, and Chapix fans, they're up here. They've been making these rotations that goes all the way towards the dirty dock side, and they kind of hook into. But every time they do that, yeah, they're beginning a lot of eliminations, and that's why they were averaging the most after day 1. But it really cost them their placement that they're known for. And that is a trio that's just slowly there. They're looming. They're in the shadows. They're in 6th place coming into game 8. And you're just waiting for it because, again, one pop-off game and you're there. There's the people at the top of the board. They're being contested. Who knows? Hottie, Helicrest, and Tripper could get dunked on at Dinky Dish, or maybe they go for a third party. Revscar being contested at their Steamy Stacks. Kirachi may be contested with 7. So the opportunity is there for Hen, Genesis, and Chapix to win another FNCS championship.
Definitely is, but they have to put in the work to get all the way back towards that top side. 6th place currently right now. They have a lot to do in terms of jumping into first. They have to be even more consistent than they are right now. For Pink to hold on to 186 points, that 10-15 point lead reduced to now just 5 ahead of Hottie, Elocrats, and Trippern. They're going to be going right past Rito Roll a little bit, attracting the attention of Micnup, who must have won, and the entire trio eats another sniper rifle shot. Before it was Stompy, this time it's Pink. They don't have that many chests to work off of because remember, they disengaged, never even won the entire fight. So all the damage they take, it'll actually hurt a lot more comparatively to other trios.
And Sai's trio has decided to go from Rito Row over to that Defiant Dish where Ingram is. Ingram has not been doing well when he's contested. We've seen this time and time and again, even in the qualifiers and semifinals. So they're going to have a little bit more power against Stompies, as you mentioned, because they kind of retreated. They disengaged here. So this is a crucial juncture for this trio here if they want to hold on to that #1 spot.
There's still 4 games to go after this. They'll have to hold on for a long time.
Just hold on. They would just want to go home. You know what I mean? Just hold on. They want to go home. That's what they want.
Reason, Taste, and Vino, I feel like this is the biggest surprise of the day overall. We were expecting a lot more domination, a lot more, I don't know, loudness in the conversation when it comes to playing for height, when it comes to being active at endgame, but it seems like they're just looking for clutch situations, looking to fly by. And right now I'm looking at Nebs, and I'm kind of worried because there's 3 teams around him, and he's got no shield.
No shield. And this is it here. Stomping Nebs and Pink. We were talking about them earlier. Now they have to survive this juncture right now. And Red Rush mapping his Asterios. They're here to put a little bit more pressure into this fight. A little bit more messy here. And you don't want to fight around that upgrade station because sometimes you can't build to it. It gets a little bit weird. Nebs, Stompy, and Pink are going to retreat back into metal builds here as the Asterios, Red Rush, and Mappy here are going to go ahead and pick up Micking up here. And Sai is just has to totally disengage and get out of here. Now, quickly before, you mentioned Vino, Tastin, and Reason, right? They are at least... They're turning it around. past 2 games, 6th place and 3rd place. So, hey, they're putting it together. They got about 94 points. They're doing a lot better than day one.
Usually ramping up for something good. The only issue I have with that team right now is they don't have, like, you know, that big power game coming in. They've kind of been just in the shadows. They're picking up a lot of the scraps overall, but to win EU, feels like you might have to have, you know, that one victory royale that really puts you all the way up in the lead. Sai getting taken out. I don't think by stomping entirely. We'll see with the stomp right here because I didn't see the knock. They'll shake down to have a little bit of an idea to see where people are. It was pink. Now Micking Up might be hunted down in these builds.
What a great response, though. They were in a tough spot. They were hunkered down in their builds and metal, retreating, but with the power, I believe they had that chug cannon. They were able to respond, get back into fighting health here. So gonna go for the edit through, trying to push through, and yes, pushes him right into his teammate's hands there, and Pink cleans up that engagement as well. It was so funny, you know, again, I was going to social media to see what Stompy was saying, and Pink responds, I helped carry him there. So that's what you love to see, teammates going back and forth and having fun with it all. But right now, we talked about it, that ultimate third party, now it's kind of bled through these rotations right now, and Savage and Greta's are flashing with top 2.
Yeah, they are, and Hen's also inside the conversation. I don't think Savage knows there's a trio right behind him. The beam will come through as he tries to farm up a little bit of metal for that end game, and now Savage and Rescard, they understand what's really at stake around them. They're pinched between 2 teams that really like to get all the way towards the end when they play for Search.
The gravity of the situation is getting thicker. The air is getting denser. And speaking of the air up there, it is Aqua. And now David going up against the top of the board again. Last time it was Kiriachi at 4th place, taking him down. Now he has to deal with Vidil, who is currently sitting in, who slipped out of the top 3, now in 8th place. And luckily the Parasite there takes a brunt of that damage. It's like a helmet almost there. That's just a great way. I really believe as well, speaking of the Parasite, is you know, Benji's great run in that opening qualifier had a lot to do with the Parasites. Remember, they were a lot stronger. Now they're balanced, and a lot of their movement and a lot of their plays that they made in those box fights were because of the Parasite's strength. So we'll be interested to see if Benji could kind of get back into form without that advantage.
It'll be interesting to see if this is also going to be a swing game for Vidil and O'Reilly Aqua. Although they've been, you know, somewhat consistent the entire day when it comes to getting towards the top. Even yesterday, playing very good games, having wins. Thing is, sometimes if they're not going for those wins, they barely even get points in the games they missed out, right? In the games they don't have power. Yes. So this next swing game that comes in, they're gonna have control of high ground entirely, not be lost to the zone. Everyone has to make it in, plus Surge. It will be difficult. When it comes to Savage, though, first EU team with a victory royale after rebooting a player. So a lot of the times when, you know, one person goes down, sometimes 2 people clutch it out. Never really get a teammate back and then winning a game entirely. Savage has done it, new form, and it's looking good.
Tayson's picked up a trio wipe in the feed right now, but now we're going to go back into Noah Riley, Vidil, and Aqua, as you were mentioning here, and they might be swinging in a direction that they don't want to, considering in the previous 3 games, 24th, 11th place, and 20th place, and not a lot of points, and Vidil is knocked right there, and he gets picked back up with very few HP in his bank right now. Oh no, oh no, where did that? I think that was glide. Was that a glide through? I heard it glider for a brief second, and the hole was open, and they went down the chimney, and it's not Santa Claus giving out gifts, it's pain that's being dished out.
I don't think Aqua even planned for that. I just wanted to retake. Absolutely perfect timing. Really unfortunate for Toast to kind of fall through those builds, and now Elder, Rotary, they're going to be looking for something to do to kind of get right back into the game. Only 2 players. The reboot won't be anywhere close by either. I mean, free for Aqua, though. I was about to say, with Vidil knocked, right? That is an issue. They like to go past this mid-game unscathed, and they usually don't gain anything either. They're pretty passive until the very end. They got affected. I was about to say that's bad, but then a free Elam falls with that chimney. Christmas time.
Yeah. Absolutely. It could be that refresh that you need there. And I saw this last season with Vidil and Noah Riley. The reason was it's these rotations that they kind of fell down to early on. And this is it. If they could survive this engagement with Aqua here, that's going to be huge. And no matter what, you know, I'd rather survive that right there and get those placement points. But I'm just surprised that this engagement has been going on for so long. Talk about a battle. Savage got elimination, and Hinjas and Chapix are inching closer and closer into this conversation. They are eavesdropping into this Hottie, Tripper, and Eaglecraft battle.
It might be time to hang up the phone. We got to move, Sancho. 40 seconds. The zone's about to come in. Not even on the screen for Refsguard, Savage, and Andretta just yet. And Genesis Chapix are waiting to see exactly what the move will be here. I tag up this trio as they go across and try to get towards a certain point. We'll have to go right by a river. Bridge where trio's probably held up, farming a lot of metal. We see one over there, but not sure exactly who it is. Surge won't be that big of a problem either with 71 players here. So everyone gets to play their zone. Wings and full net right below them. Elder, Vidil, this fight's actually going straight towards the very end now. Lots of shield loss on Noah Riley and Aqua's side. It's a 2v3, and they're still having trouble just confirming this fight.
Haymakers are just going back and forth on all sides of the map right here. This is kind of the same situation that we were on board with Refsguard here. Always on height, has the man advantage against Rotary. And Elder now is on the back foot. Elder goes down. Rotary now is just being barreled, stuffed, and out. It was really solid work there. Oh, there it is. Elder says poop pow, surprise, but Vidil, no scare tactics here. This man does not get afraid in the scary movie.
That's the first signs of life from this trio when it comes to mid game. Past that, for everyone else, they're finally getting active, getting moving. All the way, a second zone starts to close. Is that another player right above Savage on the backside of Solo, just waiting for him to move? There's no way these guys have to go through every single trap in the game to just make it past, you know, that mid-game portion. Refsguard too, he doesn't have these inflatables to really move around. He's gonna be kind of in trouble, worried. Guys, please don't leave me behind. Wings and full net, they're trying to take me. It's all good though. They make it to a house, they get to refresh a little bit and then move on.
I'm getting deja vu, man. Last season, this is where Savage and Refsguard and Dretta, they had that day 2 thing where the rotations just got a lot stickier as it was getting closer and closer to the final frame of game 12. Right now, they're still navigating, still some very close moments for Savage, Refsguard, and Dretta. I think they saw at least 4 or 5 trios sitting up there in that battle. So, hey, that's what's going to have to take there. You're going to have to move on through. They're currently sitting on top 3, and now we're on board with number 8 here, going to glide through, and they're going to go right past the neighborhood of the Kiriachi, who's now slid down to 4th place, who's been in first for a long time in this set of games.
I'm wondering, how did Aqua, how did Savage, when the zone was all the way and weeping, get such a, you know, good priority? And then once it's center, once it's closer to their POI, almost near Steamy, they're having trouble rotating in.
It's true. I mean, the disengage is happening. The third parties, you know, we talked about it, those home zones, that gives open, like the secondary zones end up getting taken out by other trios.
Absolutely. And these kind of relationships between trios are also forming. You just saw it on screen right there. Aqua versus Toos. These guys have been side by side the entire day. We talked about it a little bit on top of show, but somehow landing on opposite sides kind of each other. They still find a way to meet up, battle for the same positions, go for height overall. Both have had experience being almost in first place when it comes to Aqua's standard, and Kiriachi before was in first. Now they're kind of closer to each other. Kiriachi 4th place overall, Aqua 8th. The same basis side by side. Sapphic though just got picked up. Service catching up. Look at the HP soon. There it is. And the mech kit popped off. Default's going to be affected. Their fighter is down for now, but this duo can still clutch it up.
You talked about people being close to each other, and then Sapphic and definitely Malibuka are going to get a lot closer, because I think Malibuka is making adjustments and pushing towards that Dirty Docks area, considering that he is being pushed out as Steamy stacks there. There goes the launch pad. They're going to glide on through. Hopefully no eyes are looking their way. Now you talked about the fighter defaults out, so it's up to Sapphic and Puttrick to get closer into the zone. What a great glide. No tags their way, and they're going to have the ability to walk on through. There is a little bit of pressure there, but here it is. All eyes are right now on Hottie, Tripper, and Eocras, the ultimate third party, the instigators here, feeling the pressure and feeling the burn now. And this is what happens when you're sitting on top of the board of the FNCS. It gets a little hot.
They're right now in maximum overdrive, top 10 in the last 6 games.
That.
And at the same time, the biggest thing is that they're taking out all these kind of, it seems like newbie third parties coming in. They're kind of sure if they want to maybe affect other trios. They want to take a few shots. Indecisive. Hottie, Tripper, Nero Class, they come in. They know how to third party. They take them out, take their position. Now they're the ones bullying Mr. Savage.
I always love metaphors in motion, and the fire was at their feet and they doused it out with a chug cannon, but they have to deal with Storm Surge considering that they're below it. Now we're on board here with Sapphic here, who's been in the scrum here. No, Storm Surge not acting at the front door, but they could be easily be eliminated as a knock from Noah Riley comes to V7 Tor and gets a full trio wipe against Haluka. There, Sapphic has been eliminated. That is your 9th place team going to this fight. It looks like Savage gets knocked by Hottie. It's been a long time coming, but now Hottie gets traded out.
Yeah, it's going to be Vino, Tayson on the backside. They're paying attention to every third party now, trying to get their foot inside this entire 12-game series, and Refsguard's taken out too. So I was calling it. Elocrats, they like to push the pressure. They want to get serious with the third party. They started the fight though, and it's Tayson actually that has the advantage and cleans everything up.
That's 2 and 3 ousted right then and there, and Tayson is going to have the spoils of all the loot, gets rewarded a chug cannon, and hey, one of the famous sound bites in video game history, they're heating up at the right time.
Yeah, we'll see. Vino, Tayson, Reason now overtaking and possibly right close to Kiriachi in 4th place. Pink and Neb Stompy all the way up in 1st. Also looking, this is going to be the perfect game for them to further their lead. Have to deal with Aqua, who was on a very good side of the zone right now. Trixie, this is not going to be early game. You can't just roll up with a pad on trios, get some free points. As a solo, it's tough. Hengen is Chapix, though. They've been looking really, really good this game. Slightly deceitful, too. Right now, they have to try to stay invisible as Hen goes back and forth, gliding by. Low cost to actually live, though. A lot of the times people get knocked and then revived. He looks to just get in with 56 HP. Genis and Chapix should help him out with his pressure. I think he kind of took the wrong plane to get here, Sancho. He's by himself.
Hen's been in this lane before. We've seen Hen who gets lost and gets separated from his teammates. Now they kind of get all back together, and this is what we're talking about. They operate really strong as a trio, but yeah, even if they lose a duo, they go down to the solo, they do very well here, and they have the ability to get those impact placement points here. But we're getting into the end game, and the big names are making an appearance here. Tayson, Vino, and Reason have 5 eliminations walking into, and they have about a mid pool that they go to get the front side of the first moving in Zone 6.
There are also 2 of the most active trios on the map that have had a lot of information and a lot to say in third parties. Yeah, Tayson, Vino, Reason, that's one. The second, I feel like, is going to be Hen, Genis, Chapix, who's just been looking for any type of play to make the entire time. The other side of the coin, though, the passive ones who've just kind of been waiting on height. They're not roaming around on low ground looking for third parties. It's Kiriachi, it's Aqua. They're just waiting to see exactly what they can do. Stompy is also in the fold somewhere. Tayson, Vino, Reason, though, they got to fly. Information aside, it's time to play the game.
All right, there's the Storm Surge, and there it is. Everyone's flying over, trying to get to the front side. Janice is there on the front side. Diablo is up there, but hey, Queasy Jerky are still up on their feet, and Vidil gets eliminated by Karma. Oh my goodness, we're gonna have to see if that is gonna be a full wipe from them. Now Noah Riley goes down. Stompy gets knocked. That's not going to be good news for them. That's going to be a good opportunity for Tayson, Vino, and Reason to move up the board quickly.
Beef in the Storm looks like they were not able to catch the pad for this rotation, so first place is down. Now Kiriachi, Tayson, Vino, Chapix, Hen, everyone that was waiting in the fold is looking to have a seat at that top 3 table.
This is it. It's time to eat. The dinner bell has been rung. This is your time to get fed and get your stomach full, Tayson, Vino, Reason. We've been waiting this entire day, this entire weekend for you to show up, and right now you are showing up at the right time. But Cammy Seti, who have been all around in the business, are now in the front side going on to the dead side rotation. But Neb, Stompy, and Pink, now Nebs and Pink are working as a duo, and this is it. Pink, you're gonna carry this to it? You can do it right here, and this will be the first match to get some great eliminations.
I thought that Nebs and Pink might have been out for the count, but they're actually still alive. So first place is still working on big defense. Everyone else has to hold on for the moment. Nebs now with 2 elims. Stompy clutched out 1 game for the whole team. Pink had a very good supporting play, and Nebs did the revive, but now it's up to the duo that didn't get any of those elims all the way back 2 games ago. Can they clutch it out and keep that lead at a very big distance?
Teak and Chapix clash on the low ground right there. They're both on opposite sides of the low ground. Again, Jerky, Trulix, and Queasy sitting up the high ground, but we have all our eyes on Tayson and Pink's trios.
Oh
both of them doing oh well. Oh my goodness, Tayson, you almost put that man in a highlight. Matzo just avoids being clipped, and now Tayson has a taste, and he's going to go down and keep pushing towards the low ground. I like it. He's cutting off a lot of people, but he may have taken a big bite right there and gets clapped out of the lobby. Down and out.
Finally, though, Reason actually finishes the work that Tayson started. Picks up Matzo all the way in the back, who was running away right before. They're going to be operating as duo as well. Lots of trios losing their leaders, the clutchers of the trio, and have to operate just as two members looking to build that chemistry and try to just stay in the lead. Chulex, Squeezy, and Jerky, though, they're alive sky high, waiting to see who is going to be the first one to rise to challenge them. Big shots over by Reason. He takes out Janice and another two. Still moving forward. Vino is alive at the same time. 4ZR is taken down in the feed. They're going lower, lower, and lower, cutting off a majority of players. But once again, just like Tayson, Reason bites off a little more than he can chew. In the face of two players, he gets knocked out.
There's only one strong trio in this lobby, and that is Queasy Trio, the defending FNCS champion, who already let one slip away. But Andalix here is deep into the storm. Talk about some heals popping off right here. He may be able to sneak up to height, and if this happens again to Trulix, runs out of time. It's been clocked. Chassis, Andy, Sean VP. We've seen Andy put on the highlight. We've seen Queasy on trio be on the wrong side of the highlight. And this cannot happen again. It's a 3v3, high versus low.
We'll see if the Reboot Warriors can win another game. Can Trulex, Jerky, and Queasy hold on and actually secure something when they have a lead? Kind of running out of mats. They have some control. It's just beams from both sides. Everyone's abiding their time. 26 seconds left on the zone 2, so the worst thing possible is what's happening right now. Jerky taking free storm damage, down to 11 HP, can only really survive 2 more seconds in the storm. Look at the health of this team down below. They can actually just stall this all out. Every mistake Jerky makes, all these builds in front of him, they can actually prove to be disastrous. They have to really farm out now. They have to get ahead of the zone. 6 seconds still left. Jerky, he takes another pick. He's down. 2v3 now. Height at a slight disadvantage. Chashi, though, he goes down in the feed. Andy, he's going to go all the way back. Looks like he has a little bit of heals to work with in this game. Another member down. Andy, last alive. Nice. The siphon on a Chulex. That might be enough. The Reboot boys, have they done it again? Queasy's healing. Andy finds him. One pump in a dream, but it's not there. Snap back to reality. It's Queasy, Chulex, and Jerky with a win.
Oops, there goes the gravity out the door. Queasy, Trulix, and Jerky just survived that one. It was almost close to being on the wrong side of another clip. The reboot round, it just shows you how vast, how deep the EU region. You could come from the reboot rounds and go toe-to-toe against the defending FNCS champion.
Yeah, and those defending FNCS champions, tricky game. Usually we watch these guys drop it down, really go all throughout, but when the zone bounces back like that, it's difficult.
I was sweating bullets, man. I was just like, oh, not again, not again. But yo, Zeke Recent 11 will have more for us to break down and show us what's on the leaderboard.
Thank you guys so much. My goodness, Queasy, Trulex, Jerky, your defending champions, find themselves a victory royale. 11. It's only with 5 eliminations, though. We watched in that game, Andalex, 4-0, X-Squeeze. They were eliminated there with 12 eliminations. Tayson, Vino, Reason by himself had like 7, bro. Now, this is still a big win for Trulex's trio, but is it enough?
I just want to say finally. Like, finally they get the win, right? Like, I kid you not, I was so like certain in my heart that they were going to choke it again. I thought, yeah, Andy's going to hit the shot, it's over, it's going to be 2 chokes, but they were able to win it, and good. That's going to be a big morale booster, because as much as they had that shocking game, they have fought back and they have been still deep into these games and making plays for height. It hasn't seemed to have affected them negatively, and now getting this Vic Roy is going to be really good moving forward. But in terms of, you know, not having enough eliminations, it is one of those things, right? You just have to take the win at the end of the day, and I'm sure they'll be going into the next game trying to figure out ways where they can be a bit more aggressive on height so that they can get the limbs they need.
Well, their playstyle is to get those wins as well. Last season, when they took height, they had an 80% chance at winning. So that's incredible, right? Out of those games, to take 80% chance. This season so far, that game-winning play there in particular was actually Jerky. You know, we saw him super low. We were watching, like, where's he going to go? And the fact that he intentionally knocked himself to Storm and didn't give that siphon was the play that made them win. Because if you notice, Ziandi ended up picking up the finish onto Trulex, which gave him that 50 more HP, and then allowed them to out-heal, because obviously Queasy had, I'm doing it sounds like, you know, Rain Man mental arithmetic at this point, but Queasy had 23 HP, so you could take 3 more ticks to the Storm. So you'll go all the way back. If Ziandi manages to get the finish on Jerky, which he didn't able to, he'd be able to win the heal off. But he didn't, because Jerky ended up knocking himself to the Storm.
There you go. The Rain Man mathematics, as one would argue, Reese just said. Guys, let's keep this conversation going about Tayson, Reason, and Vino. They are absolutely slaying out here. And again, they may not be getting big royales, but they are dealing damage to the leaderboard.
Yeah, well, coming into this game, they were sort of the #1 team on the day thus far, right? In terms of how many points acquired, and they probably still are after that game, right? You talked about how crazy the amount of eliminations they had are. And look, they came into this as a favorite. Sancho even picked them, right, to win the whole competition. And they definitely have shown over the course of the season that they are one of the best teams, but it just wasn't materializing, right, Reese? But finally, finding a bit of form.
I can confirm they are still first on the day by 20 points. Obviously, this is a cumulative leaderboard, however, but there's some stats that we want to look at, that we want to highlight from this team so far, right? Want to look at their eliminations, their placement, their solo impact, right? This is all kind of split across each individual player and how it works out. For Tayson in particular, right? He has 17, well, he had before this. He's now got 21 eliminations. So he's the guy in the trio who's got the most elims. He's the one who's fragging out the most. Each of them has their own roles. Reason has the most placement points as well in terms of 11. And then Vino has the highest solo impact, being 33 points. So all of them are playing in their own little world, it would seem right now, right? They all have their role. They're all playing this absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to individual ability, you know, this is a trio that is almost unfairly stacked, right? When you look at how good each of them are as individuals, and it's coming to fruition now. You can see their performances so far today has pushed them into second place. And guys, you know, ladies and gentlemen, please, you know, we got to get ourselves ready, right? Because if this is going to keep on playing out like this, Tayson might be on the verge of picking up a 4th FNCS. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it. Ignore I said that. But if they continue like this, #4 might be coming.
The 4 time
might be coming.
It could be indeed. And on EU, like, that is outstanding. Goodness. If it does that, go to 100%. I mean, most people say anyway, but 100% confirmed.
Dude, I don't know. Stompy's still holding down first. We'll have to see, though. We have a handful of games left, exactly 4, and we will know who our trios champion is. But you've heard the battle bus beep beep. We're going to jump back into all the action. So Sancho was Shy Wager. Take it away.
Oh boy, we are definitely going to do our best to take it away. Shy and I were talking during the break. It's a marathon, y'all. We're still in it. We're still in this one. We still have like at least 3 more games. We're going into game 9 here. And hey, if we are feeling it, no doubt the players are feeling it too, Shayo.
Yeah, I was about to say this game should be the test for a majority of players. Right now, when it comes to the way this entire competition is structured out, 8 games on the day, this might be the one where people start to make a few mistakes, and then that lower portion of the board tries to come up for the lead.
And when you're tired, you know, you haven't had your full energy, you just get a little bit wild with it. You make some desperate plays, and right now, Tayson, Reason, and Vino, they've already showed it. They already showed it to y'all. But if y'all need to understand, we're gonna highlight it, bold, underline it, italic, whatever you want to do. They're on one. They're here. They're moving up the board. They're the leaders in day 2. And if they just keep up the pace, I think this could be an opportunity to definitely get that. I'm not jinxing anything. I'm not saying anything, but this is it. It's on the line here. 3 more games to go.
Yeah, 3 more games, and patterns are the same all across the map. Egram still fighting with Zebra. It's looking to be a little bit in Rito row, so not sure exactly what Egram's doing all the way over there. If it's a different fight, people are switching up spots now for the final 3 games. Tayson, look at that. They jump in, loot, and get out record time. The game just started, and they're looking for rotations.
It's just showing you how much the Storm Surge plans has been affected by everyone rotating out a lot earlier. These cars and vehicles now have to be with the chunker tires. You can move a lot faster. And now Malibuka is going to put a pause in Dreda, and Dreda gets eliminated here. But we have so many times watching this Lazy Lake engagement, but it looks like it's just been like a standstill so far. A lot of disengaging, landing on the north side, being able just to loot a couple buildings, and they're out.
I think both teams understand now, if they disengage, look for a few tags, and then move out, if there's something big that happens, they can go for the elim, that's good. But staying here the entire time trying to fight, it's worse for both of them. So they might have more, or I guess less loot entirely. They will still get the damage. I mean, Nebs is working great when they rotate. When it goes to ZQ, they're actually making end games now, so it's nice both ways.
It's just the whole entire time in the last game, it felt like all the third-party people get taken out. But Roughsguard with the flank using the steamy stack says, surprise, Malibuka, I got backup for you, Savage there. And that is what I love about steamy stacks. It's just a variety of different flanks here. Malibuka still gliding here, trying to find the ground, just some minutes here, just avoid the beams from Savage. But nice work there from Roughsguard and Savage working together.
feels like I'm watching a cinematic campaign or like a spy movie. And Refsguard, you know, Savage trying to buy the time. They're on the comms, the earpieces, and they're all diving in. Now they actually have to get a little bit more bureaucratic. It's time for, you know, a lot of that covertness to go out. They might have to structure for this box fight, but Savage has nothing in terms of builds. Has to go right back up into the sky on the backside. Refsguard is going to try to support him, but where's Andretta? He got knocked while this was all going down. It's just Savage and Refsguard.
It reminds me, you know, those video game moments. Yeah, you got guys stealth mission. You're like, okay, you try it. You try to be stealthy, and all of a sudden, just chaos breaks out and bullets go everywhere. You just like, whatever. I'm gonna go full send into this mission, and it ends up being failed. But now it's gonna be a moment here for Savage and Refsguard to try to salvage that engagement here. And we're taking a look at other people on the board here who may not be in the running for the top, but this is more about Void, Festroki, and Karma. Their day 2 woes is now being at an all-time high with a capital F for feels bad, man.
Now Aryan 2 inside the box gets, you know, pyramided up and then taken out. Void.
Pause the music.
So from the bad time or the bad side the entire time. Basically for Aryan there's, you know, mission fill. We'll get him next time. So close to really dealing down the damage. Hydro also affected. Aqua, he's done with the funny business. He wants to get into the money business, looking for a lot of these tags himself, looking to invest inside the damage. They're going to take these mid-game roamers to the works, basically. You really want a mid-game fight? You want to get involved? Have Noah Riley in your box. Let's see how long you last.
I like this. This brings a smile to my face. Understanding that Vidil, Aqua, and Noah Riley found a piece of their missing puzzle. And the fight gets extended out to the outskirts of Lazy Lake here. And now Stompy, I don't know if you have another clutch in that backpack. You're gonna have to pull one out here with a great tack here. ZQ Falconry put the chase down, and now may have an opportunity to send out our #1 early out of game 9.
Yeah, in Lazy Lake, it's more of an actual boxing ring right now, a backyard brawl. Stompy looking for a sucker punch, but these builds are way too strong. Regulation wins at the end of the day. ZQ and Kha'Zix, they survive. First place paused again?
Yeah. Paused again, but who is now on full play to their old hits. It is Janice Chapix in hand, making that rotation finally into the formerly known as Stealthy Stronghold. This is what I've been waiting for this entire time. I've been waiting, calling it out day 1. When are they going to execute this strategy? And I'm thinking it's because that Wings trio is no longer going here. Is Doko coming from Coral Castle is rotating through. I do think maybe Wings is those pink arrows there, but I like what I've seen. If they could get this done, that could be that Storm Surge enough for them to give them that mobility and freedom that they enjoy when it comes to those mid to in-game rotations.
That's been tough for this trio the entire day. We'll be actually battling Janice Chapix in this one too. Kind of overall 24th place. Looking at the game so far, you know, there's been the second game they played on the first day where they actually really made it out of the early game, and Dako had a lot to say in the end game. They keep getting held back. Artskill is here too. He's going to be stopped. So many different teams. This is just chaos at the start of the game.
It's very chaotic because Artskill, you were landing all the way south, and now you're here back north. You might have migrated too early. It's not your time.
I'm telling you, right? This is the difference. When the last 3 games, people start to do different things. They start to get maybe a little bit exhausted. They go for plan Bs and Cs if As aren't working out. And sometimes that plan B goes straight over the Janice Chapix in hand. That is not what, you know, the strategy usually is for a lot of teams. They don't end up winning out in that angle. Even there, Flecken with a beautiful flank shot only really lands 1 AR tag. Janice responds with equivalent damage. Now the pressure comes in, so a beautiful drop down there back with the same team and all his teammates. Pressure still coming in. They have a lot of mass to be able to survive this. They have the siphons from all sides. But remember, Stealthy Stronghold, that back wall, you can't break it. You can't build through it. Chapix Janice literally stuck between a rock and an impenetrable place.
And don't forget, Doku, who is a great solo impact, is not going to go down easy. This man has about 9 different chances when it comes to lobby. He is the cat of the finals. And now we're looking at Asterios on the top right, making the rotation. This is another zone that we've been seeing throughout the finals here. And that means this is it. This is Tayson's time. We had a lot of home zones in day 1 for the Believer Beach trio, and they did not cash in at all. Reese talked about it in game 1. They went to the south side of Pleasant Park, and they got easily eliminated because of Storm Surge, but we've seen them how aggressive they are. I think this is it. This is their time. They can move up and get first place.
They've moved out of home, though. They might have the best zone possible for their POI, but they're not even looting it. It looks like they're somewhere all below those orange arrows at Weeping Woods, maybe looking for some engagements. Meanwhile, there's a random orange arrow all the way towards the top near Stealthy Stronghold, wondering what's happening over there. Flecken, Gumu, and Dako, they're expending all their ammunition trying to get these guys just absolutely fumigated outside of the low ground. I think that was a launchpad attempt or something from the side of the Guild Gamma boys. It's not going to be there at all. Looking for the shots. Anyone towards this side, nothing. And now Janus is actually broken down from the back. He gets shot down. Falcon Chapek's looking for the chance to actually bring this all back. He goes for the big pump onto Flecken and lands it. Gumu on the back, big shot, but it's not going to land. He clutches up for the team, a 1v1 all the way down there. The Guild Falcon trio gets taken down.
Not just any trio, a champion quality trio gone, eliminated in the early game. Their rise slows down, but Flecken is one of those trios here in the finals that has not been an easy out. Every time they get pushed by the wing trio coming over into into Coral Castle, they survive. And talk about a great survival right then and there as now we go into the other side of the island. Elocrest, Holly, Tripper, can they hold on? Third place right now, and already they've been in scrums with Indretta here along these rotations. What's going to be their plan here for game 9?
I feel like they have a lot more freedom in this game. That top left side of the map fighting for so long in Storm, Tayson leaving Believer Beach and going south. They can basically claim anything they want on this north side, and in 2 minutes we'll see if the north side actually matters this game, or if it goes back down towards Slurpee again. This is going to be a free game, it feels like, for Tripper and Hottie Euroclass, where before it seemed like they were always trying to play catch up.
And like I'm not gonna notice as well in the previous game, a lot of those third-party instigators were felt with a lot of force. You know, a lot of people were saying, "Hey, wait a minute, dun 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 it."
Nah, he's not gonna actually land it.
Nah, he ain't gonna take it. Oh, it's wait a minute.
I
saw it too. Savage goes down. Chassis right then and there. That's going to be a huge development that we're going to see if we get our eyes on, because there's another development here that's happening. Benji, Joe, and Shadow are going against Tripper here, 3rd place, and now we're taking a look, 4th place maybe in shambles here, but this is going to be an engagement that Shadow and Joe and Benji want, and they're going to take the fight here. I don't know, they know that Tripper's chilling in this bush, and if Tripper just moves any more out to left and right side, and I think it's just a little too scary for Shadow. As we like to say in the Latin community, the cuckoo's in the bushes, so he got a little scared and he ran away.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for these guys to kind of find out and try to get any shots when they can't actually see where Tripper and the majority of the trio is. As they move across.
I was gonna say, can you imagine the comments? No, it's not worth it. No, not worth it. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Wow, man, I just can't believe that they were just one too confident in that fight. Moments happening here. Mappy is going ahead and just get away from Red Rush. Mysterios here, the kind of is like interesting split. I've seen this split on NA West with Arkham's trio. One person hides in the bush while the other is based up in 2 duos, so they got these nice angles, these crossfire that may be happening. Mappy, Mysterios, and Red Rush, 1 elimination, but looking at their point total, that is for day 2, 90 points, pretty solid, pretty decent.
You can see the different levels of engagement too kind of change between all trios. We started off the entire tournament in the finals, right, Sancho? It was like a lot of box fights, a lot of close and personal things. There was about 2 sniper elims every single game. That last game we just had 10. Right? Tayson has another option in his inventory right now. But from what we've been watching, game 7 actually, there were 10. It's just insane the way things are changing from the start of the tournament all the way up to now. People actually going for different strategies, mountain zones becoming a thing, over peaking a little bit. It seems like people are kind of getting a little bit sloppier, making mistakes.
Reese pointed out that the last time that Tayson and Vino and Reason, they were going to these Storm Surge spots, they were occupied. You took a look here, that Guardian Tower outside Believer Beach was been occupied by a trio coming from Coral, from the Crumpet side. So now, look, they make those adjustments. They're in a new kind of spot. Normally they would be around the south side of the Pleasant Park, as I mentioned here, where they had their game 1 woes. But I like this adjustment here. They're going a little bit closer to the aftermath. Look at all the different arrows they have eyes on. And hey, if they could get themselves even more and more over Storm Surge, they're going to have those opportunities. Like I mentioned, you got Cammy Sedetik out in the distance. You have another trio that's sitting on top with the Bony Burbs here. But I'm liking what Vino and Reason and Tayson are doing here for day 2 Storm Surge plans.
It's very good. It's very 360 degrees. Aqua, Vidil.
Not surprised there.
They have their same kind of plan too. Just having the highest base possible waiting for other people to peek over and then getting their tags. But we've seen it throughout the whole day. Vidil, Noah Riley getting tagged down over and over again by sniper shots, getting overtaken as well when that tag happens. So you see the split now. It's Vidil and Aqua all the way on height, looking out of their base. Noah Riley making sure he's kind of like the janitor down below. Everything is operating smoothly, and there's no trio sneaking up on them.
It was game 2 that last time we saw a zone like this, but it was Vidil, Aqua, and Noah Riley. They didn't take advantage, Shio, because they kind of overextended themselves too far south. They got caught out there trying to get Storm Surge tags. They took a box fight, and they got eliminated early, way before this juncture. So this is something that's going to be different for them here in the finals. This is another prime chance for them to get some big points on the board, because taking a look at them, they were in the top 3, and now they're slowly sliding down. They went down to 8, and they're still holding on to that 8th place. So now we're getting into this big advantage there. They have height. Save It is here, and I know Kiriachi's south because he just rotated in, so all those southern teams are on their storm lines. And of course now we go to the northern teams. Again, they're kind of extended here. I always say this in Fortnite: if you let somebody go, most likely they will eliminate you. It always happens. It doesn't matter pubs, arena, it doesn't matter even in Team Rumble. If you let someone go, they're going to find you eventually. So that may be haunting to let that disengage happen from Benji's trio.
Sometimes it's a good idea not to fight, and it's not like they let them go for free. We saw Trippin take a shot at the inflatable. We see right now Hottie still dealing damage on the car. So you know that these guys are trying to stay. They have a little bit of aggression still in them. They're not to be messed with for free.
All I'm saying is, I warned you. That's all I'm saying. Okay, I warned you. I'm gonna put it out there. We're gonna watch the feed. I'm telling you,
it's
you
not
let someone
go for a fight at this.
I know. I agree. I totally agree.
To make it out. But we'll see if Karma is in the wave. There's always a little bit of feeling that comes through too.
Not the player. The overarching Karma. Yeah, not the player.
Overarching, yeah. The mystical side of Karma. So Tripper getting picked up. Hottie as well. Chonka tires in tow. Big thing about this zone is, really pulling in towards the center. Will be a squeeze all the way around the entire way. And height will be very tricky because there could be a mountain in the way. It could be Riverside. No one knows yet. A lot of the time, the prep for how the zone looks is done right now by a lot of these teams. With that still being a mystery, what type of end game will this really be? Having a high base right now might not be the wave. Over building right now might not be the wave. No one knows exactly what to do yet.
And Alex likes to be in that position that you see him on the right side to look for Storm Surge tag. He uses that mountain backside to protect him here, but that position may cost him, considering now there's more people that are sitting there. All of these southern teams are not quite in yet. You can see a couple of dead side rotations happening here. Chiachi's sending those beams towards that way of Red Rush, mapping his Stereos. So far, no connections.
Now let's talk about Kiriachi for a second right now, too. These guys used to be, with Tusa Stormy right in this tournament, the first place holders for multiple games. From day 1 to day 2, they've fallen down to 5th place now overall, right? Even Vidil, Noah Riley, Aqua, 3rd overall, now down to 8th. This is going to be a redemption game, not for Vidil, Noah Riley, or Aqua. They get taken down in the feed. Maybe if it's possible for the analysts to have a replay of that. I mean, they had the prime time position. They had everything going for them. Noah Riley, I was talking about it, working janitorial duties, making sure no more sneaks up, but I guess it might have been, no, it couldn't have been Surge. Something happened and they went down in the game where they were supposed to come back.
You're seeing what happens, man, when social media barbs go back and forth. A lot of trash talk was happening against Default, and Default now shows up and he kind of talks the talk in game. They kind of snuck up on him. You're holding down. That's a problem. You're holding on a tower spot. All of a sudden, it's just one angle, because there's 360 degrees that you have to cover. It just takes one angle, and all of a sudden you get taken out here. It's a very tough. I'm trying to see the remnants of the fight here, but hey, bottom line, no matter what happened, we'll maybe catch the replay, but Patrick Safi and Default take out a big, again, a home advantage for them, like you said, does not catch it.
They land that Pony Burbs that is literally the center point of this mini-map right now, and they were so close to first place. Now they'll be outside of the top 10 after this game. That is insane to think about. Meanwhile, other teams, opposite plan, Squeezy, Jerky, Trulex, saying low to the ground, still utilizing bushes, saving their mats, looking like they might go for another high ground take again. Who do they have to deal with, though, Sancho? It's going to be the likes of Malabuka possibly going all the way towards height. Kiriachi's still here. He loves to do it. Aqua's not going to be there, beside him to stop him right now. Looking at the board as well, Tayson, Vino, Reason. You saw how ecstatic they were in qual week number 1, and at the same time, all the games today, the battle for height as well. That will be there in this type of zone. When we're looking at just Boney, natural low ground, height really dictates these games.
And someone here that's making an appearance is Floki Clement Deceptos. They haven't been here much in the in-game, but when they do, they put in some points on the board as Matzo gets an elimination on Save It here. As we're going to see, the Storm Surge sound has been alerted. We have Andalix sitting on top of this scrum here, and Queasy Trulix, that's what they love to do. As you saw, they were shooting up in towards the top sides, trying to look for a trip up there. Curiosity, Tusu, Storm, and Right, who are sitting on top of the board, hopefully trying to avoid that trip up. Right now, they're in 5th place here. They're sitting down beams, putting on the pressure on Reason. The defensive blueprint's out. Reason gets shield cracked, but you can't be a little too greedy, and Tus gets shield cracked as well.
After this point, they can't make a single mistake, and there is another from the backside. Edited down is one of the teammates, so it might just be Tus and Kuriachi left over in this box. Stormy Right is in a world of trouble, and not even in the same box. Somehow is able to survive somewhere. I don't even see him on the screen. There he is, finally. He let everyone roll over him, hit inside the pyramid, popping that med kit. Zone finally locks in. They get it. They're on that side a little bit. They'll have a little bit more time to just wait and breathe. But man, things are so claustrophobic. There's like 10 trios beside their box.
I gotta say, what's happening right now is the reason why Kuriachi's so below Storm is simply because of that rotation. He didn't find and save it here. Floki, DeSantos, and Complaint. This is why they're being aggressive as much as possible. You saw them push into that fight because it is Storm Surge affected them. Benji, Shadow, and Joe have been eliminated. They're gone. They had an opportunity. They were trying to get polished up for day 2, trying to look clean up, but no, doesn't work out for them, as now we have a new trio on hiatus, Trixie, Tenson, and Jaggy, but that's just a temporary hold because we all know with Queasy in the lobby, they're gonna be able to take that. But on the low ground, it's Falcon, Tasted, and Reason. They are climbing up the board and trying to find higher heights here on that board.
If they stay on low ground, the biggest trio to deal with, we just saw them on screen, will be Floki, Clement, Deceptos. Reese called it earlier as well. They've gained the most points throughout the day, at least in terms of when we had 3 or 4 games played. Now with a few more, this is another zone they get to play, another end game they get to appear in. Will they survive the likes of Tayson? Will Tayson even go for height? I mean, those questions aren't even going to be asked yet. They still have to get into this 5th zone. The rest of the north lobby side has to also come in. Everyone seems like they're reserving everything for this end game. There are no high bases. It's just like people in bungalows on the ground.
Kemi Sedetik will be another low ground team that this team has to watch out for. And reminder, Han, Janice, and Chapix, a low ground team that's been operating very well or have been eliminated very, very early out there in Stealthy Stronghold. So now we're seeing there's so many bases, there's so many catacombs. I don't even see a patch of grass almost here in the center of the zone here as we're about to get to the first moving. And there's so many people kind of spread right down the middle that there's going to have still easy rotations. That means we're going to have a very chaotic end game here on our hands.
Well, it depends on how many pads actually get placed down and who takes them. We go over all the way to Newland towards the west side. Body Trip and Elocrats, no strangers to really taking height in that 7th zone, but it's also the same game plan as Tayson, the same game plan as Queasy, as Murstache, who's also alive. Jaggy actually gives up height to move across. No one has a high ground base. No one's controlling things. This is Aqua's old base. Everyone's just kind of waiting to see who makes the first move.
And we are all waiting right now for the time for the rise of Tayson, Vino, and Reason. Just sitting here, they're now see the pad, they take it, they fly up there, it's Bayon, and no! Tayson gets tagged hard, and he's down to 17 HP. He's gonna try to glide to maybe he could take a moment to breathe, but he doesn't. It's Vino right there, at least is giving a supply him a flopper if he doesn't pick them up. The good thing is that he did go down early here, so there is some time. He does have minis to at least pick up. One of the most impactful players in the FNCS with 21 eliminations is back on his feet, and this trio is trying to survive.
They got towards the front side, had time to stabilize. Reason, Tayson, Vino now have to make sure that all teammates are at full HP. They are, and they find a good side of this zone. They're not used to being this far behind, breaking into the box, 3v3, looking for the next shot. Could it be 3? No. Has to cost them a little bit in terms of positioning. They have to go up even more. They have a little bit of ass to work with. One person all the way in, it's Vino by himself. Tayson going all the way in as well to try to help Reason. Goes through the backside. Vino in trouble. He is down. Tayson also just 10 HP, all up to Reason. 26 damage below Surge. He has to fight off 15 other teams and the server that keeps hopes alive in this game. All the way towards the backside. Kuriachi might be his target of choice. Wooden wall. That's perfect for him to jump in with. A nice shot and dodge towards the right. Big damage as well. They got ahead of Surge and a free launch pad. This is everything Reason could want.
Reason has been doing this the entire day, getting placements as a solo, and now he's combining it with some eliminations. He took out Kuriachi there with a big blast, and now Reason's on the low ground with a couple of builds to protect himself. These are big moments here because placement points are coming on through, and Reason now, he's out. in a blink of an eye, and look at up who's at high, really, really high. It's Sapphix's trio. You're gonna have to move down a little bit, my friend. You're too high for my liking.
Now low ground still getting churned. Jaggy trying to get his first shot off on a Toos. Toos defensive back towards the pyramid. Two people in the same box though. It gets awkward. He wants to be comfortable, but there's no chance for him to be on feathered footing. He gets taken out. Putrick, Sapphic, default, putting so much pressure up top, forcing every single trio into the boxes down below. Clement, Floki, Deciptos, they've made it this far, still alive. Their classic style today is just try to be consistent, make these end games, and then operate as a three-man firing squad. And there goes Koro, forced up a certain layer. They might not get the Elin, but they've done the damage. Clement still moving forward on the backside. This bounce back is going to give them so much time to work with. Cammy popping off in the feed. They take out Jaggy. They finish the job that Clement, Floki, Deciptos started. They're still beaming down these boxes. Another two-man spread from Clement and Floki. Deciptos jumps in, goes towards the backside to actually make that base and claim some home in this zone. They're up against Seti, Cammy, Teak now. It's a big 3v3 on low, but Ban's there too. Deciptos down. This is trouble. It's just a two-man operation now.
Two-man operation, and they're operating on fumes right now. The gas is on E as they're making it through. Cammy, Set, and Teak, a full trio looking strong. And you have Clement on the front side, Diablo Bayan on the right next to them as Clement is now here. He's going to hold on with Floki. Clement, Floki on the low ground using the chuck cannon. There is Diablo Bayan. It's a double battle here. Two duos on the pass going colliding here. Clement, Floki now crashing through. You're looking at the feed right now. Sapphic and Default pick up Diablo and Bayan. So now Clement and Floki have some moments here to themselves here on the low ground, but it's the full trio. Cammy, Seti, Teak colliding on through, and it is Default's trio racking in the victory royale with 7 eliminations. Yes!
That's high ground, just textbook pressure from start to finish. Everyone waiting too long to do anything in that game, and it was too much for every other trio to stay alive. Tayson tried. We had Sapphic, just drop down the pressure. We had so much stuff go down below. Seti, Cammy, Teak almost alive till the end of the zone. Just a good game overall from the CL-centric boys.
No doubt there, the 12th place team getting a crucial victory royale here as we're getting into that marathon. We're feeling the marathon there. We're getting to the end, and I just got to say, right, a lot of the names, they're kind of felt that. Like I mentioned, they ran out of gas. I mean, you saw right there, Reason's trio going down. You had Badil going down, Hen and Janice going down. Child, there's so many people going down, and they just need a replenishment. They got a pit stop, refuel,
Hopefully, Teak with very good box dive in. I want to see what else we missed. What other dives? Zeke, Levin, and Reese, they have everything on that for this last game.
Thank you guys so much. I mean, you know what, Levin, Reese, I feel like the casters have kind of set this perfectly for us, right? This is a marathon. This is not a sprint. And right now, I feel like the way that these trios operated their last game is Shy was actually exactly right. They waited too long to do anything, right? They waited to that last moment. And in that moment, chaos was created. For Sapphic, Default, and Putrick, they waited. They're like, okay, all we have to do is hold this high ground. I mean, look at that. They had 40 builds left. They could have done this all day long, and everyone else is down at the bottom. They're just running around. Chaos is happening, and they're just holding. They're holding. Like, okay, that's it. We've won the game. It's textbook.
It's funny you mentioned teams waiting too long to do something. I was feeling the same way about Sapphic, Diva, and Patrick, where it was like, when are they going to finally have that high ground? When we talked about them coming into the tournament, about how like they are one of the other teams who's going to look to play high, finally got their chance to shine. And this is why teams want it so badly, right? Because you put yourself in these positions where you can win games like this. The great stuff for them. I think today, overall, they've been sort of middling. This will push them higher up in the standings. It gives them a chance to really compete, right, for a top 10 position. But honestly, like you guys have sort of said already, so many of these teams going down a bit early, but then you have some of the teams below them having deeper runs. Like obviously Cammy, Seti had a good game. Like the standings are going to be all over the place right now. I'm not really too sure what we're going to be seeing at that stage.
I mean, to put numbers onto it, right? Out of the teams who were in the top 7, none of them made it into the top 10. So none of the top teams who were competitors today got big points. And that's what I mean. When you're looking at Sappic's team, who was middling throughout the majority of the 2 days, that just gives them the opportunity to pick up a victory royale and fly up the leaderboards, which I'm sure they absolutely have.
Yeah, there's some shakeups that are absolutely happening. We'll see those in just a little bit. First, guys, what's going on in that northwest quadrant of the map? I feel like Surge has been such an issue for the northwest side, but sometimes they can make this work to their advantage.
Yeah, and we kind of caught this on the broadcast earlier, but I want to actually break down exactly what happens, because you have Art Skills Trio you can see inside Stealthy, but you have Henjanis Chapix over here, and then you have also Kumu's team along with Flecken on this west side. This was chaos what ended up happening. So usually we're seeing Henjanis Chapix rotate all the way over into here and pick up a fight on a contested drop spot. That's not necessarily what happens, because you can see there's only a single team in there right now. You know, let's see below Matzo's team uncontested down here, who have been pushed by the team in Stealthy so far. So this top corner has a lot of options what teams are doing, and this is just what actually happened. You can see chaos. Every single team has managed to push in to try and fight, and they have the same Storm Surge strategy. Flecken's team trying to push in and fight Expert's team at the same time. All of them trying to come in, and they just get this three-way, really awkward fight where they go tit for tat. They trade elimination after elimination overall, and it just becomes super scrappy and not the usual clean fight that we're used to seeing. You see from Kumu, who's absolutely basically just popped off at the end as well, managing to clean up this and definitely secure them some points here. But usually this kind of fight is something you'd see would be quick, fast. They sneak in and they have no clue what's happening. But from Kumu's team, because they ended up winning out, beautiful for them.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And as you can see, I don't want to say it's happening, but it looks like it's happening. Look, there's 1 point in it at the top, right? Tayson, Vino, and Reason lead by just 1 point at the moment. But boy, am I not, I'm not too sure what's going to happen. It looks like the fourth time might be possible. But look, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's take a look at that next page, right? Because obviously just got, plenty of competitors still, and we're getting later and later in. And Alex Porzionic squeezed sitting here in 11th, and on the day I believe they've been one of the best teams on the day. I think they, if you're just looking at today's leaderboard, they're about third, right? And so the fact that they're still just at 11th shows they had a really bad day one, but they are trying to pull it back now, and that climb is still happening. There are still a couple games left, right? So there's a chance to do that.
I mean, that's kind of classic from them. We saw the exact same thing last season, where I'm pretty sure they were somewhere around like 20th after day one, and then they ended up being top 10. So they had a huge comeback day two. So maybe Andalex's team, day two heroes from now on. And we could see them continue to fly up the leaderboard throughout the next couple games that we've got left.
Yeah, look, it's almost similar to how they did in the qualifiers, where qualifier 2, they come out, don't look good. Qualifier 3, they come out the best performance we've seen in the qualifier all season. So day 2 is clearly a great day for them.
Guys, this is crazy. I mean, if Tayson keeps this up, he could be the 4-time champion just by himself, right? This is Rex, Arkram, Epic Will from NA West vibes that we're giving off right now, but we only have 3 games left, so we'll have to see. I know, exactly. On to you. We'll have to see how this all unfolds, but for now, we're jumping back on the battle bus. Let's get into the next game of the FNCS.
Game 10. Here we go. We got 3 more left, and only 1 point separates first and second place. And what's on the line for Tayson, Vino, and Reason is a 4-time FNCS championship and new FNCS champions when it comes to Vino and Reason. That is what's happening. And you could really credit to that to Pink, Nebs, and Stump Me slowly sliding down thanks to ZQ's Trio's pressure here. Taking building Shio. Game 10, man. Everything is on the line.
3 games. It takes 3 active games to change your fate inside the FNCS from 10th all the way to 1st if they're good enough. And now we're in those final 3, the 10, 11, and 12s of the 2 days. This is where things get really exciting. And yeah, you're talking about Nev, Stompy, Pink. Think about it this way, right? 9 games they've played so far, contested, and they're in 2nd place by 1 point.
Impressive.
We were talking about, Henjanis Chapix being 6th overall last season and, kind of middling throughout the day in 5th, in 10th. These guys have held leads, fighting off spawn every single game. If that's not a statement, I don't know what is.
And this is right here. Look at this. They have gas in the tank right now, trying to dip into the last minute reserves here. And this is what's the difference, though. Henjanis and Chapix, they fought. They stayed. They wanted it all against High Crescent's trio. They never really disengaged. But Neb, Stompy, and Pink going to go ahead and disengage, get back to the gas station. Talk about it, that refuel that you're going to see right here. This is not going to be a great spot to find some as many materials as they would have Lazy Lake, of course, but you got to give what you got to take what you can get, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be a really weird take today for a lot of teams because these next 2 games we're playing are, of course, the added on games from the missed out ones yesterday. So a lot of the players right now are on their game 7s and game 8s, stuff we don't usually see amateur players in a series. They have third-party experiences a little bit, you know, with playing 8-game formats, sometimes 10-game formats. EU's gotten a little bit weird throughout the years, but now at this caliber of competition, at the top, fighting for that $300,000 prize all the way there for, you know, a nice 100K each trio member. I mean, this is different with stakes. This is also a lobby. You don't want to mess with every POI stacked. You know, people fighting off spawn over and over, mid-game being different every game. Sometimes the mountain's in the way. So it's going to be really different in terms of a vibe for Tayson to hold on. That was kind of scary, but it's all good. I was like, wait a minute, there's no name tag. There's no way.
You're there.
Talk about it this time, right? Sancho is really different. Before, they moved out of Believer Beach so fast when they have zone. This time, taking their time entirely at the pier, the hotel, make sure the whole POI is looted. They know once they start to move, lots of teams will be beside them. They can get easy shots when they're outside of zone.
And if this is your first time watching the FNCS broadcast, welcome. You're catching us on a hot one. But this is what happens here. When we start getting into the later stages of the game, we focus on the top of the board. You're going to see eliminations happen in the feed, but don't you fret. If a big eliminations happen, we will let the ops know and we'll try to get there as fast as possible. But for now, this is what's going to happen. We're going to sit here, watch how people are looting, watch how people are making adjustments, because literally every single thing in these early games, even though it's just looting and matching, matters the most. And now you're seeing Deceptos, Clement, and Floki. They made those adjustments. They moved from 7th to 8th place, and they skyrocket to 3rd place with that previous game.
Hey, you're talking about, you know, single-digit place here or there. That Tayson's cool. What Stompy's doing is also pretty sick with the clutches. Floki, Clement, Deceptos, though, you're right to talk about him. Not even on that first space to start the day. This has been a really impressive day for these guys overall. Really feeling themselves. Is that Savage just watched down go in the feed too? Fresh Guard and Jordan deleted again. Second place these guys are holding on to, now down to 7th. And now after this game going to the final 2, they might be even lower. I mean, the boards are still changing the whole way through. Floki's moving up. Centric Hottie, Elo Crash Stripper, and they're moving up too. Sapphic now 6 places higher than he was before. I mean, people have to get replaced.
And the adjustments, the early moments, Malibu cut, no doubt. They had to stand still. Savage tried to disengage. We saw that as well up there for Pink's trio. They disengage. Last time they had a lot of gas, but just not enough. You go right into that North Cami split that's happening here. And now we're just going to keep a look here. Let's see. That was 7th place getting eliminated. Now we have Hottie, Eelcrest, and Tripper here in 4th place. But I'm surprised here. We saw, you know, just to talk about Floki, Clement, and Deceptos, they've done this plenty of times. Which is out of nowhere, they pop off and they sneak in. And this time, they're sneaking in and they're adding zeros to the prize pool at the same time.
That's huge. They're going to be operating on the sneaky side. For this trio on screen, the title is aggression. Moving forward, the first people to third party sometimes on the entire map. In endgame, they're the first to try to go for that retake, or the second to push all the way for height. They really want to take things by their own hands. They're playing a very different, almost opposite beat of Floki, Clement, Deceptos, but are also having very similar ways of success. So right now, both these teams, 3rd and 4th place, are looking to get even higher, looking to get into new territory of 1st and 2nd. For Kuriachi on the bottom right of your screen, well, it's a very good zone to play with. It's all the way towards the south. They want to get back into form. They were holding first for what, 3-4 games, Sancho? And now they're all the way in 5th. They've fallen off a little bit. They're still making end games every now and then, but not really solidifying super top 10s. They're just out of a 10th place with 3 elims right now. It's been north and central zones for them. Every time we see it go towards Sludgy Swamp, though, towards Misty, towards Caddy, that's where they start to really perform. It's kind of at their home. They know all the kind of nuances of the zone. So we'll see what they have to do in this game. They should be getting a lot of points.
On the top right of your screen, you see Patrick Default and Sapphic. There are previous Victory Royale winners coming from Dirty Docks. They're going to make a move. Kiriachi there, I thought he was going to hold on to that Hotfish. That was a key component last season for Kiriachi. But one of the components for this game set that I'm watching here is last time they pushed Save It. And I wonder if they were trying to look for Save It last time and they were unable to find him. That's what caused them to late rotate into Boney Burbs in game. And that ultimately cost them because they went down very early here. But Patrick Default and Sapphic coming out of Dirty Docks, trying to take a page out of Thomas HD's Trios playbook.
Hey, they're coming out of a Victory Royale universe as well. Just won that last game overall, 7 eliminations. Looking really good in the way they operate as well. I mean, you know, every time we watch a team get a win, their next game not too hot, that Clay effect coming in. But it looks like with the way these guys structure their games, we saw this. I think it was either semifinals or the qual weeks, maybe even both, when it comes to their approach to the game, it's very consistent, more consistent than any other trio, to the point where they have height, just let the game end, Sancho. They just want that placement. They don't even go for more. They don't risk stuff. So in this early game, they might be the only trio with this playstyle to get a win, and then the next game actually have a shot at getting another. That's lethal towards these last 3 games.
Now we're going to Chapix, Hit, and Janice. There's only 3 games left, and the $1 million prize pool is all on the line that will be distributed. The lion's share wins $300,000. Janice, Hit, and Chapix had tasted the glory, have held the axe of champions back in Chapter 2, Season 5, and they're trying to make their way back to reclaim the throne.
Hey, maybe I need to call up Chris and tell them to start contesting again, because last season they were higher in placement overall, right? They were looking a little bit more spry once winning that fight off of spawn. This season, that Storm Surge is not guaranteed, so they have to hunt for it in the same way Chapix, Janice, and Hen are right now. And look at this too, FSI bullied by Aqua. Other true to talk about, but on the topic of Hen still, as this fight will easily wrap up, you know, they're literally on the test. This was the season. A lot of people were saying it. Both our analysts have predicted it too. It should be an easy win, uncontested. God trio, the chemistry on a different level. They should have it in the bag, but they're in 9th right now.
And you're seeing the chemistry just focused in on this engagement from the Dio and Noah Riley. You know, they're taking the page back into the previous season. They're being aggressive. They're being more bucks of fighter E, which is not really a word, but I'm going to throw that in there. So Aqua right now, they usually set up in bases and they send down the beams, but the box fighter-y vibes inside of Noah Riley and Vidil are working out for them, and that's the second box fight we see them take in these last set of games.
Yeah, one more point on Aqua's trio in a second as we go towards Steady, Kemi, and Teeks. It's been a little bit of surprise from these guys. They've kind of lived out towards endgame. I think they have the best low ground defense out of any team when they're in that 7th to 9th zone. I feel like getting there has been an issue. Kami already right. Taken out on rotation. Maybe it's the zones entirely. Things are not going too well. We haven't had them as a focus during these moments on broadcast, but we'll see what they can do. They're 8th currently right now. Now, going back to Aqua, you're talking about box fighters. They're looking really good, right? I think the issue with them, though, is for some reason they have this bump in their timeline. The 5th zone, the 6th zone. Something happens and a trio takes them out in a matter of 5 seconds. They need to fix that. Sasha, they were 2nd place at one point. Now they're down in 10th because game after game, they have really good positioning and then they just get wiped and we never even get to see how. Sometimes when we do, it's one person getting sniped, everyone else is taken over by Storm. They cannot make the mistake anymore in these last 3 games.
Mistake cannot happen right now for Pink, Stompy, and Nebs out here in the Defiant Dish. Going to begin Zabre, who have now rotated and changed their drop from retail row 2 here. And they may not have a lot of experience here at holding down the fort in comparison to an Ingram, so to speak, who's been landing here the entire season. Stompy, Nebs, and Pink are here, and they would love the taste of that perm pad that's just right then and there. But the firepower is not there. Kind of eating to their builds here. I'm just listening here. You can just hear every step just feels heavier, a little bit more bassier, you know?
Yeah.
Mew almost got the shot there, but the wall quickly goes up. Defensive play, they're in the box situation, trying to break them down the ramp. It gets a little bit nasty here. You got to make sure your aim is true. A couple of misses from Pink. But Pink just able to hold on because he has Nebs next to him. But Zabre there is going to come into this fight. But Stompy's going to come from the backside. But Claim, even though he does not have a lot of HP, he still can put on some damage into this engagement here. Zabre goes down. Here comes Psych. Stompy and Pink are going to pick back Nebs, and they get rewarded not only the loot, but also that permanent pad for rotation.
Yeah, kind of like that stat was foreshadowing this fight right before it started. Majority of the teams in the top 5, 4 of them basically uncontested off spawn. The ones that just fought again have been conditioned since the start to have these pinches, to be aware and active in these fights. Pink, Nebs, Stompy, literally 10 almost games now, having to deal with someone off spawn, having to deal with people mid game. It's because of this resilience, this conditioning game after game. They're winning these fights so gloriously.
Yeah, that has been their lifeline, them just finding another like scavenger out, a landmark trio, and they take over their loot and they do it with their weapons. So yes, they don't get the loot the Lazy Lake loot, but they rotate, they find a trio. They already found them out there in the Central Mountains. This time they found them out there in the Defiant Dish.
Stomper Elam's also ramping up game after game. Floki might be to blame the one for that, because clearly this strat is just to base up into Thomas HD and just look for any shots all around with that big gun, but nothing landing right now. Everyone kind of just waiting out to see who's going to make the first edit over, the first mistake.
Already the biggest mistakes made is the 17th team, Savage Trio out. So it's the only one in the top 10 that has been eliminated here in this one of the last 3 games that we have here.
Sean VP, Andy out in the distance there behind Tripper, and actually also very impressive team so far. Shown us today that they can really handle whatever you throw at them and at least survive longer than expected, and sometimes even win and gain a lot of points. Right towards the end, a little bit of a reboot type fight they were having with, I believe, Easy Trulex all the way on height, but they had that win locked down. Right now Fast Roki in trouble. Very different day for these guys. On day 1 looking so good, controlling, affecting trios back and forth. On day 2, kind of the cannon fodder of the whole lobby, being picked apart for Surge game after game after game. Tayson now choosing to dive into these boxes. 500 damage above, actually. They have no reason to get super close and personal. Oh, maybe to help reason is the actual, you know, reason they're pushing in for this fight. I'm trying to find a different word to not double say the name, but
yes,
it literally has to be it. Their first place. Make a fumble like that.
Oh,
and
no.
Now it's a duo. I just be a solo. I have the Vino again. This is way too early to go out.
We saw way too early. We saw in the last game, they avoided that kind of engagement. Now Vino, the newly signed star to Falcon here, is going to have the clutch of his life. He starts the clutch with a 95 tag to Booback. That's going to give him the ability just to get away. He is here. He has the mechanical prowess, but the amount of people that are out here in this engagement may be a little too much. Oh my,
wow,
way too much as Kylie sees that and bops that out, and that is our first place team going into this match gone.
They were barely even in first. It was a 1 point difference, and yes, I like the fact we go straight to Neb, Stompy, and Pink, starting the entire match off with a cumulative 220 points. It says 122 because that's their points on this day overall. 1 point behind what was Tayson right there. And now all they have to do is just survive the 17th overall or even get an Elam. I see they already have 4. So the advantage was already in their favor. They've taken the lead. They're holding first. We essentially just watched second place go down. And now we'll see how far they can run.
It's so amazing to see Stompy on this run here, the Season X champion. If this ends up being the second FNCS championship, I have to think it is one of the most, you know, 2-time championships with like a bookend, you know, that long time in between. The words are escaping me, but it's just feeling that to see someone from an old school era get a championship, a Chapter 1 champion, win one in Chapter 2 from this far away in time. Very impressive.
I'm also impressed with the evolution of this lobby from game 1 all the way now down to game 9. A lot of the times, even Neb, Stompy, and Pink, if you're looking at the way they're playing, they would not take this much of a risk-free tarp all the way in. They might try to save things a little bit here or there, get in the zone. All around, actually, everyone is playing so much closer to the chest, fixing all the mistakes in terms of taking damage. Dako now alive all the way to this portion of the game as well. You'll see Noah Riley actually not over peaking, everyone together. Their base only 2 stories instead of 4 stories higher, because every time they do build a big base, Aqua ends up going down. Here actually Storm Ray Tus as well. They've kind of had longer bases in the earlier games, and then elected to go for these box bases, 3 squares side by side, to make sure they don't get picked apart or lobby focused. And now Lazy Lake in this position, it might be a very good spot to be in.
I like this adjustment. They went back to what was working for them from day 1, not trying to take any kind of engagements, not trying to find the Storm Surge box battles and logjam. They made their adjustment. They went back to the old formula, and it's working for them. They're in a great position here to stormhold a lot of people, even Clement and Floki, who are above them on the leaderboard.
And right now, when it comes to early game and transitioning that towards the end game, you just saw that stat on screen. Kuriachi's team is very good at doing it when they have a little bit of a burst to work with. This game, though, they're kind of super quiet, right? We talked about not taking risks. It's going to be good. This team, though, Tripper, I mean, kind of scratched up coming into this point in the game. Hotties down. This is a team that works very well as a trio. I haven't seen the greatest things when it's only 2 players alive, so I'm kind of worried for them this game. They're all about working as a team with the big pinches on height, with big, you know, spread out control. With only 1 person to work with, you have to stay close and personal. That's not their style.
Saving grace is they do have the reboot card. Lazy Lake's in play. We haven't seen some reboots and moving zones, so it's possible.
Listen, Sancho, if they get a reboot off and survive, I'll buy you dinner for a year. There's no chance.
Let's go. Let's go. Survive to what? Survive to what? Top 5?
I'm just saying, if the reboot happens, they're gone.
Here we go.
There's not even a chance. Because there's so many teams already here. That sound is just way too loud. There is no shot a reboot is possible.
I'm invested.
And Elo. They have the reboot card, but gotta remember, there's so many other teams too. We gotta check in. I mean, if the reboot happens, we'll hear it, right? And then it happens. Look at this base. I'm not sure. When did they unvault Portaforts? Because they got metal built out on all sides. It's looking good. Stompy wants to take his lead off the edge of the island side of things. Or the river side. They're looking good. Gotta remember, with the mini map, they're moving a little bit further too, so it'll be fine. They have the chunk splash cannon. That's huge for endgame. 544 damage above. Red Rush is affected down below by Tripper and Elo. We're talking about them getting reboots. They can barely even handle this fight. 303 damage below Surge is what it looks like right now. Getting bullied, and Lightning will start to strike. Oh no, Tripper's down. Exterios still looking for the shots. Elo Class has his walls pre-edited because they were looking for plays. Down to 4 HP. He's going to be forced to heal as Tripper goes down.
Looks like I'm going to go hungry for the year here, but I just got to point out, Pink, Stompy, and Co, they have a great position. They have the high ground. They did pull zone. So while we're having fun with this mini wager, with Shio wager, I would have to say Elo Crass has plenty of things to outlast this, but 6 people have to go down, and he has a trio on his front doorstep here. But all these people have to move out, but they're deciding to fight. It's because the Storm Surge is kind of being the cement shoes that's locking them into these engagements. I'm just seeing some slow rotations happening as Elo Crass, the reason why we're focusing in, this is 4th place. They've been in top 3 for a long time, and they're inching their way closer. Chachi, I believe, is right there. No, Elo Crass gets greeted with some lead, and he's out.
Taken down. Lots of people still have to move in. Lazy Lake, it's so tough to kind of break out of these boxes, move past these buildings, and find a way to find some space. Aqua, always on height, staying true to his name, takes over Nev, Stompy, and Pink. Against a former teammate right now. Both know the strategy books, both know what to do. And another fumble from Aqua's side. Noah Riley caught in these builds, but it's a trap. But deals lots of damage. Almost shield crack from 2 players, and Nev's down to just minimal HPs on the same layer now, and Aqua's diving in zone to find an angle for this one. It's getting so dirty in this fight. There's no shot. This is happening on high ground, isolated. No other team looking in. There's no full knocks on either side. Aqua trying desperately with Stompy. They get Pink down to 14 HP. They can't find anything. Stompy looking to pick Nebs back up. He has a lot of time still left over. Noah Riley finally ticked out. Nebs kind of,
are you kidding me?
Knocked body at the siphon. I'm not even sure, but man, what a breakout fight before zones even move.
Oh man, that was amazing to see old teammates go at it right there. It looks like they trade reses here, and they're going to continue on at high. Pink and Stompy say, that's not enough for us. We're going to give that up here. But the shamble situation is way too much as Chapix takes advantage and eliminates their Aqua. Seti and Forziar collide, and Forziar is getting knocked. But Stompy, Pink, and Neps here, there's a Pink and Stompy duo are working way through. Talk about surviving that engagement. Now on the low ground, look, so free, everyone's backside's looking at them, and that's when you want to see when you're in shambles.
Gotta remember, they're in first place right now, rolling through. Unfortunately, no mats after that whole engagement. They have to be very careful where they finally build.
Breaking through.
The zone is still so far away.
Keep going.
I think that Pink might have the right idea. They might just need to just spam shots at the walls in front of them. There's no time to pickaxe. Now there's Solo moving in. Look at it though on height. Hen, Janice, Chapix taking over. Mistakes erased. They have control and are so far high, I'd be surprised if anyone challenges them for height.
They've made it. They finally made it into the safe zone here, but it cost them so much. Look at that. Only 3 builds, and because they were breaking through everything, you're hearing the raining down, and oh no! It's Floki! Floki is here, and Floki is moving up the board.
Third place taken out, one of the top teams. They're looking to get even higher in those standings. Chapix, though, he's moving higher in elevation to the skies. There goes Exterior's pad. It's not enough to catch him. Red Rush, no chance either. Swatted out of the sky like a fly. Exterior goes down, and now we're tuning in with Kiriachi. A chance for redemption. Lots of top teams already knocked down and away. All the pressure they've been dealing with every single game is non-existent in this tarp right now. Bullying Astro. Kiriachi in full form. Save it, also feeling it. Oh my goodness, the double spray comes in, and they get another knock. Force taken out. Those are mats you could possibly get, but no, there's no time. They're gonna keep moving in the storm on the side of a mountain. They're gonna have to make decisions soon. Going up, no one in their way. Red Rush, we know he's a solo. This is a free pickup for the squad. They get another, but there's so much chaos back there. That's not the way to go. The builds are on fire. These guys are way too hot. Moving on low ground, they're making it look easy. No chance, no challenge. They have a chance to get all the way up high in this game.
Wow, and now they're gonna hold out. A great knock on that squeeze right there. Kiachi, another shot on Seti. Does he pick up the elimination? No, he's gonna walk on through and keep pushing on through while Janice is lighting up the feed. Kirachi does get that knock on that squeeze here, and Splash gets doused right there. Kirachi, Tusa, Storm right are picking the right time to heat up there, and look at the high ground. The Season 5 champions here are coming to form at the right time, but we have our eyes here on Kirachi, Storm right, and Tus, who are cooking on the low ground as Chopix eliminates Endlix.
They might not have height, they might not have control, but they have so many elims to basically call this game a win. Looking for another. It's a 3v3 fight, low versus height. We'll see exactly what Janice, Chapix, and Hen can do, putting down pressure the entire time. But Kriachi, he's found defense perfectly within the backside of this storm. All in the same box. Zeus is looking for it. Beams back up towards the sky. Hen gets affected with HP. Big beams, but they trade. Hen now low. Janice take it out. They move from the low ground. They take the shots. Kriachi looking for the finish on the Chapix. That is absolutely insane for a three-man clutch. Kriachi, Storm Red, and Toos. What a well-deserved low ground win.
Another 11 eliminations in Victory Royale, and the highlights are not stopping. We thought we had the highlight of the year. No, another one. Is this a montage? Are we just stuck in a montage? Because it's not stopping, Shio. What a great win for Kiriachi's trio.
Hey, I'll hop aboard the Kiriachi, Stormy, and Toos train. We're going straight over to the last game with them because there's no one who could stop them. A trio in the way, boom. Another one, boom. Another one. I mean, Zeke, Levin, Reese, how many people did they take down?
Guys, we're looking at 11 eliminations. That's what I can confirm on desk. And really quick, just massive shout out to Shy Wager and Sunch West. You feel like they're just like casting like a wrestling match. You know what I'm saying? The energy is next level. My goodness, though, imagine if that had gone the way of Hen, Janice, and Chapix, right? We kind of like tend to forget that, especially in situations like this, like two teams at the very end, right? You're talking about a 6-point swing in just eliminations alone. Another 4 points for the difference in second or first, right? So a 10-point swing for both of these trios, and on top of that, tiebreakers, right? My goodness, still though, the action is absolutely heating up, Levin.
Yeah, no, it's getting crazy. It is getting real. Like, I'm watching that game, and we're all watching that game, and we're watching it thinking, Janice and Chapix is a classic win. You know, we all waited for this at some point, but then no, Kiri actually said, no, we're not doing this today. Today is our time. And look, you know, we came into the day and they were the first place team. Things sort of got a bit murky for them. This is their opportunity now to push themselves back into contention to try and win it all. Look, I'm going to be rooting for Henry and Chapix as I will. You know, I'm a guild fan, but I'm looking forward to seeing how Kiri actually continues to build off of this, right? Because that is a huge game for them.
Well, every single team above them didn't make top 15. So all 4 of the teams who were above them at that time did not even get into the big placement points. They hit 2 thresholds, 3 thresholds, basically for placement for at least some of them. So they could be on top based on that. And that final fight really just came down to a 3v3 gun battle. No mats on one team, no mats on the other team as well. And look how it played out. Kiriachi's team hit better shots.
Yeah. That's all this is. That's all it is.
Just hit your shots, kid. Just hit your shots. That's all it takes. Really quickly, I wanted to touch on Endlix's trio, a trio we've not seen too much about, but they're still performing very well.
Well, yeah, the big thing for me is that, you know, these guys did poorly in day one. And, you know, of course it was because they were contesting Floki, Clement, DeCipsos, and, you know, things weren't going too well for them. I want to show you guys, look, they've disengaged, well, they've looted up their side of Misty, and they've come all the way out here, right? A long distance to travel, right? You may think, what are they doing all the way out here? well. The big thing for them is they need to find ways to deal with their surge. They were so poor when it came to surge on day one, but day two, you can see they're getting so much more aggressive. They know Bubak's team, we want it with them. They're one of the most confident fighting teams in the region, and their X40 and their squeeze are just wonderful. And you can see here, they line it up. They have the sight lines. Bubak's trio has no idea that they're coming, and so all of a sudden you have this opportunity where they can just line up a 3-2-1. We all know the classic, you know, you wait, you always have the one teammate that shoots a bit too early, but still you wait, you line it up, you try and get the knock, and you try and push from that, and that's exactly what they did, right? You can see here from McSqueeze's POV, he's the one that actually hits the lucky number, and Kylie just doesn't see it coming, right? These are the sort of plays that they're making now. They're trying to be much more aggressive with their surge, looking to get to other places in the map where they know they're not going to have to deal with many third parties in this general area, but they can just go out there, get their tags, and then move into endgame. And it's working out for them, right? They finally pushed into the top 10. You can see they're in 8th place, but in 1st place, like you said, they probably would be. Kiriachi, Stormy right into sitting above 10 points above 2nd. They are the real deal right now.
They are the real deal. That's actually the first game from Kiriachi's team that's been in double digits for EU so far, which is crazy to think. No teams have managed to get double-digit eliminations up until this point. So Kiriachi's team putting on a show. Pink's team still there, super close. But remember, they were really low down in that game too, 15th place. But Kami, Seti, and Teeth, look, we've kind of gone under the radar for these guys. Last 3 games, 7th, 2nd, and a 3rd, with really good average in 6 eliminations too. So these guys have now crept their way into the discussion.
And to think these guys weren't even in the finals last season, right?
Exactly.
You know, they definitely are a team who you would have thought would have been there, but they tragically just barely missed out. Let's take a look at that next page, though, 11th to 20th. You can see Falcons, Refsguard, and Dretta and 100 Thieves, Mr. Savage have dropped a bit. You know, the form has dropped, and they are now sitting just outside that top 10. There are 2 more games, right, to get, you know, your points on the board, but all rounds, you are going to have to start hitting the panic button, right? You need to pick things up, because there is, you know, time's not on your side at the end of the day.
Yeah, and same with kind of Queasy, Trulex, and Jerky, your current FNCS champions, you know, 163 points. I mean, they are not looking possible to pick up the 1st place with 2 games remaining, you know, get the back-to-back. But for them, like, I'm sure we could see some big victory still coming out and definitely shake up a top 10, maybe even a top 5, depending on how the rest of the teams play. But it's tough to see them down that far. But realistically, their hype plays have just been outmatched by other teams doing the exact same thing in this kind of standard of lobby.
That's what we kind of talked about at the very beginning, right? Was like, we yesterday observed that high ground was, trios were trying to dogpile on this high ground and kind of ignored the low ground entirety. And this is kind of the fallout of it, right? When you have all these trios saying like, no, we're just not going to let you guys get high ground. You become too powerful if we just let you take that. It's going to make our game difficult. So we'll have to see, man. We've only got 2 games left to go, and it's looking like anyone in top 10 could walk away trios champions. For now, though, we're going back with Sancho West and Charger for game number 10 of the finals here in EU.
This is it. This is what we're talking about. Last 2 games here of the set. This is getting into bonus time for the day. As we mentioned, 8 games are going to be played today, and over hundreds of thousands of dollars will be awarded. Shayo, you've been calling some amazing matches so far, but we're not done yet, brother.
Hey, we're just at the starting course for now, Sancho. We got a lot more still to do, and what I'm looking at right now is an even closer game that's just changing hands every single time. We'll do what we did before, Sancho, in the last one and set the stakes up. Right now, Kiriachi, Stormy, Toos off a win, looking good. But this is where the cursed energy starts to form. Will things change within the last 2 games? Will people stop their uncontested reign over at Sludgy Swamp? It might just be because Astro's landing way too close.
Hey, it has to be all the hairs on the back of your neck have to stand up if you're a Kiriachi fans out there. But hey, I'm beyond second win. I know all of these people are beyond their second win as well. We're all running on fumes, and I'm going to try to find a way to find the 3rd or 4th, 5th win, because this is what it talks about right now. We got to operate on fumes. You got to ride your way to the finish line. 2 more games left, and hey, we've been seeing some adjustments come out, but Shayo, the championship pedigree of this lobby, we're seeing that so many people are in striking distance. Seti, Kami, and Teak is going to be one of those, and Nebs, Pink, and Stompy here. Look at this. They're proving it true, and they're get gifted a llama here. This is going to be huge for them. Big time.
Yeah, this is going to be a very nice advantage in terms of saving time on their path. And you mentioned Seti, Kami, Teak. most impressive team, I think, in the region out of that last game, other than Kiriachi, of course, but that insane run back from low ground. These guys were 8th coming into that game. They had a rough day overall, but off of that one, 7 elims, 3rd place. They survived the terror for long enough to be able to get a lot of placement points from Kiriachi and Janice on the high ground pressure. Now they're in the top 3, about 25 points away from Kiriachi all the way in first. It is nuts. And season 4 is kind of when we saw, this stuff taking forward. It feels like it's just yesterday for both of us, Sancho, but so many seasons passed past that, right? They've had trouble in terms of their spot, their split, some teams bullying them in previous seasons. Now, finally, everything's working, and they have 2 more games they have to push through with.
We're doing right now the parade of the storylines that are here in the top 3, but we're seeing the top 5 in a little bit of a situation here. One of the Clement's trio mates goes down, gets knocked out there in Misty Meadows. We had a great highlight package showing you what's happening there on their rotation, so we have to see if that's not working out for them, what's happened there in Misty Meadows.
Yeah, that's exactly what Levin and Reese were touching on about 3 games ago. They were basically the team that 4 different trios focused on. And right now, Intellect Next Squeeze were one of the last ones to take a bite. This time, the first to arrive at the meal. Floki, the Siptos duo style will take out one more, but it's not going to be enough. Down to Floki to save this team's chances at getting crucial points towards the back half of the competition in this game. Yes, Clement's card and an inflatable to run with. But you know what happens to cattle inside fences? They get trapped, and that might be the 1-second differential.
Wow.
That saves Floki or ruins his chances to survive. There's another trio flying in. It's T-Champs. They've been looking for the third party onto the Siptos the entire time, too. But that trio's vanished. It'll be Andalex taking the damage on this crazy Misty breakdown on the south side of the map.
Yeah, Queasy's there right too. I know Floki has one more day to keep on fighting for this French trio here. They've been moving up the board right now, and they're gonna find a wrong time to hit an obstacle course. But this is it, 2 more games. Oh no! Breaking of the glass from the backside. He's gonna have to keep on trucking, baby, because you're here in the FNCS and you got 2 more games to work with. The same could be said for Tayson, Reason, and Vino.
Yeah, we just moved from Floki to Tayson, and these guys were in first and third, and then Seti and Kiriachi kind of took over. So now Vino, Tayson, Reason, they're going to be down in 4th with Floki. Both teams looking to just clap back and get all the way up there, as many points as possible, landing over, getting their loot. They're looking good for now, but we know the mistakes for Tayson, Vino, and Reason come through towards the end of the game, right? The boxes they choose to dive in with sometimes bite off a little bit more than they can chew. That's what happened last game. Their mid game should be fine. We'll see what they can do next.
Noah Riley picking up the Zestin trio again. We're seeing that adjustment being made. I wonder if Tayson, Vino, and Reason are making the adjustment of not being so aggressive with the rotations. Yes, Storm Surge has been a factor for them this season, but considering that they're still there, Believer Beach, they're slowing down. They're like, okay, let's be a little bit more conservative, and maybe we can find a Storm Surge along these rotations. But right now, Floki is just all for you just to get to that top 25, get those 5 placement points just to keep on moving.
I get Clement back up so they can play a game as a duo at least. Zone is far away and moving though, and I think that orange
get lunch
arrow
for a
trio.
year here? No, lunch for a year?
No,
here?
no.
I gotta try. Maybe a snack. Give me a snack.
I think the issue here is this orange arrow trio knows exactly what's going down.
Yes,
and it is T-Chips. They saw that Floki was running away with an inflatable as a solo, so they're probably gonna wait out here for him to maybe make a move on this reboot. But Floki, experienced veteran, he knows the breakdown. He's usually the one in previous seasons doing what Artskill's doing right now, so he's not going to fall for the trap. He'll wait till even the zone comes in and possibly go for that reboot.
Floki just going to brace as much as possible. 2 games right here. 2 games is all are left. And Floki, all eyes are on Floki at the moment. 3 trios are already out of this match, and Floki does not want to be the 4th.
As he hides out, big shout outs to Pink Nebs and Stompy in that last game. 15th place overall, coming through, and 6 eliminations. That's insane. The pressure they took and kind of survived so many different fights. They picked up 1 or 2 elims from, so it'll be cool to see what they can do this game.
And to give you an idea, the top of the board, their average points is about 20 points or so. So that's about half of their production, considering that they went down so early. So, hey, there's different avenues to keep up your pace. And definitely through the elims, box fighting, taking out those scavenger routes is one of them. And it's already seen, hey, Aqua's already going to be a box fighter now. They switched over. They had conservative rotation, storm stags. Now they're flipped the switch and they're into box fighting mode. And Tayson right now is the meat of the sandwich that he does not want to be here for the moment. Rotary is rolling on through. Reason now is going to collide with them up there. So this is going to be a scary situation here for Tayson, Vino, and Reason fans. And they're trying to hope that their trio can make a comeback.
Study Teak, 227 points. Vino, Tayson, Reason, 226. And Floki, who's last alive, 225. So 3 points separating these three trios, neck and neck, looking to be inside the top three. All essentially tied. I know that Floki is just biding his time until things are over. So it's really between Study Teak and then this trio on screen.
They have to. Do you think about taking this car out of here? But we've been seeing so many vehicles just getting beamed and getting destroyed. So right now they're going to sit on top of it. This is Rotary's vehicle that brought into the scrum here. But like I mentioned, man, you see Tayson going conservative. You're seeing a lot of the top of the board being conservative here. So Reason, Vino, and Tayson, we already saw them loot up Believer Beats properly. So they have firepower. They have some resources. And luckily, maybe that right there could be that lifeline that they need here to hold on in game 11.
Might be enough, but you see the passive angles every team is taking, focusing on twos for a second. They're the ones really dropping these double-digit Elam games.
Wow.
Getting those top 10s too. We saw a stat 2 games ago. I think every single game we're getting more news about this trio. You got 3 moved down. There we go, Floki. How many meds are there, though? Is this Lazy Lake?
Yep.
He's doing anything he can. Remember, 3rd place on the line. They're essentially tied for it right now with Steady Kemi and Teague.
Oh my God, they're back again, man. They're here to fight. It's a little bit of a taste in the NA West. If you've never watched an NA West broadcast, they have the most reboots in the region. So I guess my luck is kind of waning off, and then Deceptos, Clement, Floki are benefiting here. But yeah, you're seeing that at the top of the board is making their moves. They're being conservative, but Floki, Deceptos, Clement, that is not them right now. They are being aggro. They're being very aggressive, and they're skyrocketing up their leaderboard, like I mentioned. They were about 10th place here. Now they're making a move.
I just realized, I thought that he didn't have Deceptos' card. This is a full trio.
Yeah.
That's up.
They're good. They're good. They're okay. I mean, this is only going to be a couple of tick storms, so it's going to be really good. They're going to eat it up. You know, they're going to enjoy the basking glow, that purple vibes right now, because, hey, that's what you got to do. Because, again, being on top, hey, championship, sure, that'd be great to have, but thousands and thousands of dollars are on the line for all the people in the top 5. So for them to stay within that top 5 is going to be crucial. So that reboot right there, it could be worth a couple of zeros, my friend.
I mean, we saw in terms of getting VRs from reboots, Savage's team was the first to do it in EU, if I'm correct. We'll get the back end to check on that, but that was one of the stats that flew over just a few games ago. So if Floki could do it in this fashion, it's not just a random reboot off a fight. This is like pure instinct survival, and they're still in this game. That is too crazy for me to even fathom. Moving on past that too, it's too much.
It's been a crazy day. Again, a lot of first 8 games in one day for the FNCS, but we've been seeing highlight after highlight after highlight. We thinking, okay, that's the top play of the day, but not too fast. Another top play comes in, but this is going to be the top moment right now. Save It, who is right now just trying to just regain their footing here. And they compare a couple of games, they could definitely get themselves in the top 10, but when you see a trio like that, you do not want to be near them, and that is why Aqua Vidil, yeah, sure, we're always on hype, but they don't want any part of that business. But Karma wants some of this business, and Vino goes down. Oh no, Vino, the canary in the coal mine, goes down early here and gets a surprise attack. Now Reason, Tayson are in trouble. Game 11 here on the ropes. They're wheeling here. They're knocked out on their feet. Reason with 150 HP. Tayson, the 3-time FNCS champion with no shield here. He's getting pushed. Aqua is there, and so that's going to be the ability to slow down that push as Tayson's going to try to sneak out the back door. So Aqua may have just helped that out situation and allow Reason and Tayson to regain their footing and shake off those cobwebs.
Still one person fully eliminated. The card not that easy to approach and retrieve. I think Tayson might have done it for the backside. It seems like Boney Burbs is the biggest obstacle in this trio's way every single game when it's natural low ground. They're up against another team, or it is a central type zone. They're making mistakes on one wall that's costing them hundreds of points sometimes. The potential this trio has when they pop off late game, when they have everything working out, when Tayson has a purple pump, it just does not live up to its potential because of these slight, silly little mistakes. And now they look for a way to clap back. It's not going to be possible for this reboot to come through. There's way too many teams here. It'll be tough.
Okay, Vino was having a lot of solo impact points. Yes, he got elimination placements, but Tayson was leading the charge of eliminations. Reason as well was getting a lot of placements, so it's okay if they're operating as a duo. They just have to be careful as they navigate, and Storm Surge will be a problem for them considering that they went conservative this time around. They did take a couple of box fights, but still, that will be the concern going forward if you are a Tayson and Reason and Vino fan.
Listen, at this point, the last 2 games, it'll be the VRs that make the difference in a majority of these top 5, top 10 teams, right? And with 2 players, Sancho, at this point, especially with the way that Reason and Tayson play, I don't think those 2 can get the victory royale alone.
And who has VRs? You're looking at a trio right here that has them. They got a couple, they got 1 VR. Tayson's trio does not have a VR. So far that's in the top 3 that has 2 VRs. It is Pink, Nebs, and Stompy.
I Pink, Nebs, Stompy, I think one of the biggest reasons they get to stay all the way this high in the board, even if they go out a little bit earlier, make those mistakes. 2 VRs earlier in the competition, and then these elims they have consistently every single game. What I'm liking, though, is that they're always setting themselves up to be either alive as a team or going down as a team. There's never these instances like what's happening with Tayson, what's happening with Hadi, that one player's down and they all survive. Every game plan they have is do or get done, no matter what side of the zone it is. And I'm liking that. That's how you stay ahead of the competition. That's how you get consistency. Even in 15th place, they can all be alive to spray and get elims.
Yeah, bottom line, you ride together, get lobbies together. That's the way they roll. Height, Aqua, taking on some elims there and Bony Burbs. It's another 2 points for that trio as they're trying to get back into the top 3. They've been there almost the entire finals. And this is where they've been the surprise right here. Every time, Shayo drop spots, everyone on social media, everyone on the Reddits and whatnot, they see the drop spot. If they see 2 trio names, automatically not going to do well. But Nebs, Stompy, and Pink, they're showing it that it can be done. And it's very successful. And what's a how? Very smart disengages and very smart secondary game plans, picking on those landmark trios.
Yeah, coming out of the semifinals too, not even a qual round. This team was looking kind of rocky at the start of the season.
Yep.
Now everything just kind of seems like, hey, they should be running EU or have been for a long time. Everything just seems perfect. They're kind of like the counter-stratters to everyone else's aggression or passivity at different points in the game. I just love the way they adapt to every single situation, and they're going to continue to do so. Horny complex field. They're not slowing down their push, even at the risk of people hiding inside the bushes. Forza and Alex X-Squeeze will be their partners in crime, it looks like, for a certain amount of time as the zones start to get a little bit smaller. But all around the map, there are relationships between top teams. Floki, Trulex, side by side.
They're not even supposed to be here, dude. They're not even supposed to be here. And if you would have never known that they were not, you'd be like, wow, okay, they got 200 HP. They're looking really good. They're looking really strong. Yeah, the materials are lacking, so they're going to be very active looking for that refresher. But still, what a clutch situation. And they crossed that threshold for placement. 5 placement points right there. So what a great clutch by Floki.
So what are the goals for these teams too, including Floki's teams, right? So you see the loot right now in the map counts. You're right on the ball there, Sancho. They're in the game, but I don't feel like they're ready to play just yet. They need a siphon. They need something, right? They don't even need to reach 9th zone just yet. Their first goal, their immediate mission right now is to find some type of elimination, some type of loot somewhere.
They don't even have mobility, dude. They don't have it.
They got a fishing rod, right?
Okay, there's no water. No water. If I see a fishing place, no way.
I don't even. I'm trying to think of anything.
You know what?
That's just one, right? That's for them.
Like legit. If they could fish loot, they totally can. They could throw it out there and just bring it to them.
That takes too
risky.
long.
Yeah, I know. They got rid of the harpoon, but still, dude, when there's nothing available for them, you gotta throw everything at it. And maybe it might stick.
For Kuriachi here right now too, not gonna be funny fishy plays they need to make. They need to get serious. For me, their goal, 9th zone. Stay alive till there. Their game plan in terms of how they move, how they stay together, will get them eliminations. They'll get lots of points making it to that point of the game, but they need to make it to the 9th zone with all 3 alive. That is their goal. Looking at right behind them, Pink, Nebs, Stompy, very similar. Any team that's kind of in the top 3 right now need to survive all the way towards the very end. They need to make a big lead coming to that last game, or things can still be up to chance. You do not want to do that if you are looking to win FNCS. As we saw it last season, when it was all close by, every team had a chance. That game got very scary.
Chances are what you may have to take to get into the last dance to be able to win the championship. Kirachi just Storming Right so fundamentally sound throughout the entire weekend. And this is it. Revsguard gets a knock on surprise here. So that has been a trio that slipped out of the top 3. It's just showing you how difficult it can be. And they've been slipping out of the top 10. A lot of early falls, but still, just keep focusing on the renaissance of this Russian trio. We need some old names in the EU region, especially Kirachi here. When you have a fan now, and I mentioned old names, it's Aqua getting pressured by 7Tor.
Taste and Reason trying to clamp down on it too, because they need loot. They're operating as a duo. It'll be just bolstered all the way up towards the top with items, with mobility, with refreshes of materials. Aqua once again inside the 4th, 5th zone. Mistakes happening. One trio member going down. This time it's the leader. Unfortunately, that might hinder their performances in this game. Lots of views to be taken right now, and are install their walls. Aqua taken out. No way.
I am so shocked right there. We saw Aqua on the back foot, but you kind of talked about it. 90 below here. Reason, Vino, and Tayson. Reason and Tayson operating as a duo. They're going to kind of delay this glide here. They're going to see if they could catch someone trying to push it through, and they might catch another strong duo. The barrel stuff is through. They catch Vidil. Actually, that was Vidil getting pressure from the other side. Vidil, Noah Riley have been knocked and eliminated. They are gone. The Reason and Tayson pressure caused so much of a ruckus.
And it's all action on all sides. Pink down as well. Stompy taken away in the feed. So lots of different teams all the way towards the top are toppling now. Pink, Nebs, and Stompy eliminated by Mappy and Exterios.
Oh, it's happening again, Shayo. The top 3 tend to go down when we're getting closer and closer to the final frames. It's happened in the qualifiers. It's happened in the semifinals.
There is one team that's an outlier on your screen. Kiriachi, Toos, and Stormy Right. Turtling, hidden, passive. They do not want to have any say in any fight right now. Let the action come to them. Bring the party to us, they say. They're waiting for the zone, and yes, it does clamp on them, and now they make a rise straight towards the top. They're looking for height. They're looking for control in this game. Will this be a fatal error? Because remember, Sancho, before, they win games from just letting height do their thing first. They might be overstepping here. They got to be careful.
Right, last time they had height, it was back there in the logjam. They stayed there for a long time, and they were trying to hold on to it. Before you know it, so many people started gliding over. It has happened time and time again, and this would be the worst time to happen to them. So they might be playing better, just letting everybody walk over them, because it's all about placements for them. You keep going, you still vibing, you keep surviving, and you will be on top of the board going into game 12.
I like it though. So what they basically ended up doing is keeping the same theme, but turning the game plan on their head. So what they do usually is that people walk over them, like Stalter just said, let people go around. This time they let everyone go under, undisturbed. They put so much space in between them. Look at this. Aware, Floki, Ari, and Siberia, they all have to deal with each other. Teak, he has an opening to just shoot at Mr. Savage. No one's going to be looking up top on height. The Siptos is going down too, so this is very good for Kiriachi and company to just steal away this entire lead. These guys are masterminds, just staying hidden at the best point in the whole server.
Also, in the shadows, in the low ground, it is Cam in the top 3. If they could get a victory royale that's been escaping them, they've been getting the consistent placements, but that would be a big time momentum going into game 12. And now that the momentum's not on their side and you hear Storm Surge, it's a looming, it's a coming, and right now they're in the first moving. They're on the front side here. This duo is definitely going to have to find a refresher. They're going to need it right now because their light is slowly dwindling.
Gonna be in 4th place. Only 2 teammates have to make the move. They have a little bit of zone position so they can take their time. Just dealing with Storm Surge right now. They need to get some damage down. 13 people need to go before that 7th zone closes in.
Nothing.
First target. Rifle save it. But yeah, nada. No shots. Where will they look? Down below. It's fully built. Up above, if they edit, they might get shot. This is a troubling puzzle, but it might be Janice who has the solution for it. Doesn't matter. We tune in to the bigger picture. Kiriachi up top. Look at it. They're looking for complete control. Tayson flies by. They have height. They might just win EU and get ahead in this game alone. Kiriachi cannot find Aryan, and he goes straight for the dive. But look, Stormy, he stops Koro from taking that high ground again. They've blocked one retake, but they're going to have to do it so many times. It's just the 6th zone.
You gotta watch out. Usually Queasy kind of sends a kind of distraction up there, and the other trio kind of cranks up but that distraction may be a little too early for what they wanted to do. Yeah, there it is. Queasy Trilix, the distraction was there. Jerky and Trilix are taking it. Stormy right, he's losing height. He got his shield cracked, and right now Kiriachi is doing what he can to get up to his trio mates to help out, to give him back up, but Stormy right gets knocked, and now it's up to Kiriachi and Tooth. The distraction play has been so strong all weekend, and the defending FNCS champions here as Tayson takes out Hen, and Tayson is gone, eliminated, lobbied.
Every single trio spinning and clashing against each other. The sparks fly. Kiriachi, his momentum still going strong. Needs a little bit more torque, though, to get out of this situation. Still on the zone. One flopper and a pad in play. Deuce is all the way ahead. It's a solo game now. Player one's player own. He's still pushing all the way up on second height. 2 HP. Baits Queasy down to his own lair, but he has to get away inside that zone. That's enough, Kiriachi. Put a lid on it. Try to let Deuce clutch up. 1 HP on the storm line. No match. And that's where they stop. One elimination and just a little bit of placement. There's still a big chance for anyone to clap back and catch up. It's 4-7 towards Siberia, who try to take that chance with a new high ground wave.
I don't want to see Cammy setting Teak in this low ground here. So yes, people from the bottom of the board, in the middle of the board right here, like Janice here, going for the med kit play. Now he's going to have opportunity to hit someone from the backside. And we see Savage right there in the low ground too. Janice here, a solo FNCS champion, is going to try to clutch. And this is a big moment for their run. If they could get a decent points, that's going to set them up for that striking distance game 12 here. It's the FNCS EU, and 4ZR closes out that story with a blast.
4ZR with Alex next squeeze is 8th place, 2 away from where Janice just was. Future Sapphic default though, they're not done. They fell down to 10th place and they want to come back all the way towards the top 5. Trippern taking out the trio. Now Fractured, Needlecrats and Hottie will have to operate alone. That's where things are kind of tricky inside that 9th zone. We'll see what they do. Have that SMG to use. It's purple, it'll do a lot of damage. The first pump shot will not be that big of a hit though. Up against Savage's walls. Tricky fight, blocks one shot, goes for another, but no! Silence before he can speak! Needlecrats gets taken down.
Wow, Savage right now is putting on a show, but Hottie is still up, and when Hottie occupies a space, but Sapphic from the high ground is putting the pressure, and this is another appearance from Sapphic Default and Pudrick there, putting on the brakes on everyone down below, but Andalix them as well, and Dretta gets knocked out of nowhere. Ref's guard, yes! Savage, Ref's guard, they are doing their thing, but I gotta say, Andalix and Squeeze in a 2v3 battle between Patrick Default and Sapphic. This is gonna be another victory out for them, for Savage and Patrick.
Every time they have height, they don't lose. X-Squeeze and Alex. This is a battle to see who's going to be higher in top 5. He has a backside entrance to the zone. Lands a few shots on the Sapphic. Not enough to actually get things going. And Alex, he's tanking lots of Storm 2. X-Squeeze down. 1v2. We've seen Andalex do it before. Baited by the Siphon. Expert movement from Default for another victory royale for the Cyber Legacy-centric trio.
That is a huge development right there for Game 11 to get the 2nd victory royale, considering that they were coming into this match and 10th place here. And like I mentioned, a lot of zeros is on the line as well. So that's going to put them closer and closer to that top 5 and that big prize money in the top 3, and maybe ultimately closer to that line share of the #1 spot. But Sayo, we got one more.
Yeah,
we got one more, my friend.
Everyone was kind of slurping on the top 5 in that game. They got taken out immediately, and then it was up to 10th, 8th to 7th to make that comeback. So now things are even closer.
Listen, it's happening. It's happening. It's happened every time in the qualifiers semifinals. The top 3, and that time the top 5 went down early. They go down, and all of a sudden, the people in the middle of the pack move it up. This is going to be a crazy finish, and I'm going to need Levin, Reese, and Zeke to let us know how close it's going to get here for Game 12.
Man, we just talked about X-Squeeze and Alex and 4ZR not that long ago, and they come in hot. 12 eliminations. And not a victory royale, but a 2nd place is still worth 26 points, friends. The proverbial sundown swoop is happening.
I can't believe you just ripped that out. Game like 11 of the Emphasis finals. Look, it is getting crazy. It is getting very, very crazy. Look, we had a game where that was incredibly stacked. You look going into like the last stage of the game, majority of the people on the bottom of the leaderboard, all knocked, all gone, all of the top contenders, and then all of a sudden they all start falling one by one. And you get Safik Putrick default getting another victory out, and that's huge for them. That is very huge because they were sitting in 10th, like Sancho said, but they were close in terms of points. Like we talked about the fine margins before, so this is the kind of game you need to have going into that final game.
And what's interesting, like you already mentioned, right? Those top 5, top 6 teams went out, but this was a battle between the teams in 9th, 10th, and 11th. So because it was looking so close going into the final games between like 7 teams, 6-7 teams, now I've had a peep at the leaderboards, and before we see it, I'm going to tell you, this is much more close going into this final game. Like, this is intense.
That's right, guys. There's a few things we want to talk about before we can get there. But we got to talk about this top 3, right? Because we cannot forget first place walks away with the Axe of Champions, $300,000. Now, which of these top 3 are fighting at the top? Talk me through it.
Well, look, Kamisei and Teak, didn't have the day they would have wanted to have yesterday. Of course, there was only the 4th game, so not much opportunity to prove themselves. But today, it's been a completely different story, Reese. They have been phenomenal thus far.
Yeah, they've been so good. They've been the 2nd highest points so far out of anyone on this day, which is crazy. But Stompy, Nebs, and Pig, we saw obviously the crazy clutch. I'm so glad we actually get to rewatch this right here in this package from Stompy to pick up the victory in the 1st or 2nd game of today as well. They've been on fire. Same with yesterday. Obviously, they were one of our leaders, top 3, and they're still in the running now too.
Yeah, and of course, Kiriachi, Toos, and Stormy Rai, who have been just unplayable. Like, regardless of what happens at this stage in the tournament, these guys can honestly look back at this as an all-time performance of any team from their region, and they are still in first place going into that final game. Kiriachi, Stormy Rai, and Toos sitting high above, but when you look at the rest of the teams, look at how many teams are tied on 242 points. That is absolutely ridiculous. Like, that isn't...
Is that a record?
That shouldn't be a thing.
I think so. Hold on 1 second. Production, stay on this for a second, please. Right. I'm not fussed about the other page right here. We have to look at this. 262, 252, 251. Then those 4 teams tied on 242. Look how close this. Literally anyone on this page can win. It's obviously a little bit less likely for Rescar's team at the bottom being a little bit further far. But if we see Kiriachi, Stormy Rai, and Toos going down early, this shakes up everything and leaves it wide open for any of these teams to pick up the first. The comeback from Andalex, 4ZR, and Etsuiz that we have seen today has been astronomical.
Man, I don't know what I've watched today. Today has just been an absolute just cluster in my head of just Fortnite proportion. I don't really understand how Andalex is all of a sudden just sitting in 2nd place going into the final game, but nevertheless, they're there, and I'm going to accept that for what it is. But like you said, the second, for them, I'm sure Kiriachi and his fans will be hoping he doesn't go down early. But if that team does go down early, yeah, we got a good 25.5 minutes coming up. I'll tell you that much.
Just to add to this, Andalex's team had 50 points day number 1, 22nd place. 22nd place, and now they are in 2nd. Incredible, honestly.
Absolutely insane. This is it, Fortnite fam. 266 is the number to beat. Watch that number in the bottom left, that little badge that is going to let us know which team is coming out on top. 1 final game, and it could go any which way. Sancho West and Xiaowager will be talking us through this final game before we crown our trio's champion. So, friends, take it away.
10 teams on the biggest region in the world. When you start your Fortnite journey, you dream of a chance like this. $1.5 million plus on the line up for grabs, and 1 final game for a team to come up on top. It's Xiaowager and Sancho West leading you through this crazy concoction of a leaderboard. And Sancho, I don't know which way it's going to go.
1 game. It's all it takes. This is it. The top 10 are all in the running here. And it is game 12 of the EU region. And what a scary situation right now for Nevs, Pink, and Stompy. They've been going against the instigators, and now this is a battle happening here at the gas station. It's all on the line here. Backfeed is just trying to fight for money, while Stompy, Nevs, and Pink are trying to fight for glory. And they get a couple of knocks right then and there, but oh no! In the feed, Savage gets knocked and eliminated as well. One of those top 10s. Child, this elimination feed is just gonna come with a lot of drama, man.
Stompy's getting set up by a trap from Hydro in a bush. We have to go over to Steamy Stacks to look at this team in 10th place, who had a chance to be there, get taken out. It looks like Ref's Guard is the last one to go down. Savage in 10th place, frozen in time, 228 points. Will only fall further, but what a chance and what a battle they had coming all the way to this point today inside the finals of EU.
This is what it's all about. In moments like that, clashes like that, every moment matters. I always said that one win is all it takes, but literally one build is all it takes. One shot is all it takes. It feels like we're watching a high-stakes reboot round in our hands. Reboot rounds in the previous was just for a right to play for $1,000, but now it's hundreds of $1,000s on the line. I feel like a victory royale there. This is the ultimate win condition.
And I feel like Nebs might have stumbled across another llama, maybe? No. It's a pad that comes here. I was looking at something different that might have been running on the road. Maybe they even missed it, but we'll see. This is 3rd place that just held on to their seat by the skin of their teeth. Like 251 points, tied with Analex at 252. 11 and Reesor Rightway. They started with 50. Reesor Rightway. They started with 50 on the day. Nebs landing a crazy sniper shot, but cannot confirm it. Remember, at this point, every elim matters, worth 2 points. It can make the difference between how far you push and where you end up in the feed. Benji still fighting against Shashi's trio. They go toe-to-toe, blow for blow. Kind of casualties on both sides, but no one actually winning out the fight just yet. Lots of trios to tune in with all around the map. Here's Andalex's landing over at Misty Meadows, question marks all throughout the entire prep for this broadcast. Will the Septos or Fasroki kind of influence the way they play this game? Looks like Benji Fishy is down for the count in this final game. Shadow and Joe might follow very soon, but there's still time for a little bit of a clutch. 4-0 and Andalex, though, they have had the run of their lives in day 2 of this FNCS.
And they did it before, but it was Andalex who did it last season. He was on the bottom of the board, but he only stopped at the top 10. But now with the new trio mates, I gotta say, I haven't seen a new trio literally form in the qualifiers be able to make it this far. It just shows you how great this decorated trio can be. And Andalex right now, we already kept talking about the 4-time attempt for tasting this, but Andalex right here could get his 2nd FNCS championship.
See if he pushes forward for it. 2 teams already down. Looking at the structure of where the zones are going to, it'll be slightly north. We've seen multiple teams at very tricky times, and High Ground just went out all the way towards these northern zones. That's trouble for Analex next week's 4-0, who we've seen today. It's gonna operate off of low. That's trouble for a lot of teams, because that means you're gonna have to fight all the way till the 9th zone and put everything on the line. You can't just hide and pass by, play super consistent. This is where you go all out.
Patrick, Staffik, and Default have been making appearances at in-game, solving their rotations. They're not hiding right now because now they have all eyes on them, considering that they just got a victory royale, and it looks like Shadow is going to be eliminated there. So Benji's trio now is on the ropes. You've seen Red Rush is going all through.
Yeah, and this trio is kind of the introduction to the 4-way tie we have on the board right now, all just etched in at 242 points.
And yeah, the other trios are Hottie, Janice's, and Cammy's trio, all right there. And Floki, the Clement Deceptos are right behind him with 237. Vino Tayson and Reason at 235, of course, 10th place. Unfortunately, the fan favorite, Savage, eliminated out there in Steamy Stacks and early engagement. Oh, man.
Up against Reason, and I'm not sure what's happened in this fight or why this man is 1v3, but there are the teammates. Fear in Bayan's heart as the pinch starts to get set up. They need Surge, and this was their backup plan since the start of the day. You can see how close things are. 1st to 10th, as close as 1st to 5th were last season. So this fight means a lot to separate Tayson and this team from the pack.
Shots ringing through. There goes the pad to go up to heights. This is what's so scary right now. I mean, these trios, even though, yeah, they're scavenger route trios, they have been putting up a defensive hold right here. And Diablo Bay in right now alongside with Ghosty. Vino, no! Oh, no, Vino! Tasting a reason now without Vino here in a world of trouble. The comeback was here. It was real, but it's running out of gas. They're getting better. They're getting hot at the right time. And all that is missing from that trio is a victory royale. And wow, what a way to do it with style if they were to get one here in game 12.
Kuriachi needs to go down, and then they need like 10 more points on top of that. And we know that Kuriachi plays really well all the way towards the end of the game, so it should be the VR that will separate them from everyone else. Right now, Reason getting pushed, or no, actually looking for that last elimination, because every single elim matters. This is 2 free points that have pushed forward even closer to placement. So let's see exactly what this trio does. I want to overstay because there's no meds for Vino to get back into the game. Have to find the med kit ASAP.
I'm just trying my best to keep an eye on everything that is happening here. This is going to be one of those moments, yes, that Chug Cannon, they were able to get here. Where is Andalix here? Okay, there is Andalix. We could all breathe this in a little moment here. But X-Force trio that's been right behind them, been piggybacking on their way here. Very dangerous attempt here for tags. You don't know what kind of mindset is X-For in. We did see that Artskill was able to get a victory out here in the set of games, so that in itself is a victory. But right now, we're watching probably one of the greatest comebacks as well. Taste and Vino and Reason are on the same kind of path here. But this team was kind of, they were in the water, man. They were not good. They had, no one was just counting them out. They were all just, we were just like basing off their success and what they did last season, that they could make a comeback, but they actually did it. And here they are.
For the points they have and the way they've played so far, Kuriachi's team has a 20% chance, basically, of just taking away the entire title. With the lead, with the consistency we've seen, few teams on kind of the same wavelength, all the way down to top 10, at the bottom being around 2%. We'll see exactly who can shove in.
Oh, I was going to say here, man, Kuriachi could have gotten an easy elimination. That would have been really big 2 points right there. And they have been in this position before. We've seen this rotation happen time and time again in the Chapter 2 Season 7. They park right here, pit stop, and they take beams at anyone rotating from the south side here. We did see Expert here on the left side. Look at this free rotation. They're making their way through. It looks like Patrick does not see them, because if they did, they would slow them down and beam them. But everything matters here. Every base up matters here. Default, Safik, and Patrick, I got to hand it to them. They're one of those ones that have been operating underneath the radar here, and I've been liking their improvement throughout the time here. I'm finding that this entire region is just getting hot at the same time. I can't believe that game 12, I just feel like last time it was a 2-horse race, but literally we have the whole field, the top 10 in the running here. And all it takes is a pop-off game to get you in the running, and that has happened. Game 1, the big 5-0. So don't go anywhere. This is it. Like Levin said, 25 minutes, and we're going to get one of the best finishes of the history of Fortnite.
This is the 4th place tied perspective. Next to 1st place towards Putrix line of sight. Everyone on tough splits just gathering info. Default trio ahead of Surge at the moment, so don't have to over edit for anything really. But as we go towards that 5th zone, we'll have to get probably around maybe 100 or 200 more damage to be able to do it on rotations. Based up right now, there's no sense in really taking shots at anyone's builds.
I'm glad you say that, because that means it's a great sign for Kiriachi. I mean, Kiriachi's right there. He's just chilling. Who knows if he needs Storm Surge tags, but basically that just means no shots going to be sent this way. All those trios are content. They understand. They don't want to take any more risks, because literally any open edit, as we're seeing here, that Tripper gets an elimination on Malibuka. So Tripper may just right there broke that 4-way tie with just that elimination in itself. But that's when it comes down to it. We've been seeing time and time again. You open up your edit, you go for a window edit, you get greeted with a sniper bullet. And right now, you do not want a sniper shot to slow you down, because every rotation is definitely going to matter here. The sniper shot whizzes right by Chapix. Chapix gets a free haircut as they come right to the top of the Guardian Tower, and they're going to base up there. But that was just one of those moments. Look at this. Child, these are my favorite moments in Game 12, when the board settles out the action with this is it. Top of the board, right looking down at each other.
Everyone side by side, and last season we wrapped it up at Steamy Stacks. Looks like for this one, we're going to be at Pleasant Park for this end game. Lots of natural low ground for teams to be able to space apart and operate. Going to be tough though.
That's 6th and 3rd place right there. 6th and 3rd place. That's what I'm
4th
talking
and
about.
3rd. These guys are tied for 4th, right?
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah.
they're
Right,
literally
true. Maybe tiebreakers, maybe, you know, that puts it in the thing. But yes, you are correct.
Yeah. It's going to be really tough. The pressure on Hangen is Chapix here, because not only are they trying to win everything, they're literally tied right now. If these other teams are alive, they're not moving anywhere in placement.
I got to point out, Vino is back. Vino got rebooted. He is here. He's back.
Nice. So the aggression that Tason's team took.
I'm sorry, it's they're still on their feet. They're fighting as a trio. I'm thinking of Game 11. Okay. Work with me here. We're running here. We're gonna finish this strong. We're gonna finish this strong, baby.
We're chilling. Nice choice of time for Hengen and Chapix to move as well. This is sick. Everyone else is kind of worrying, waiting, steady. He's driving. Janice flying. Want to get into Pleasant and take these houses fast. Move over here to recuperate a lot of the materials they might have lost from their previous builds. Then after that, they want to get a little bit more central. They can always go back to houses they've owned before. Vino, Reese, and Tayson might just be operating off of momentum. On ZQ's walls, even if you don't get contested off spawn, there are demons waiting to fight you. And this one will be in the shape of Vino. It'll be tough to actually see through this metal, but he might see a shot. It's under Jerky? No way. Last season's FNCS champions on a lifeline as Vino starts to chase. I'm not sure where the teammates are right now, but they really have a drop down on all sides.
I literally think Jerky's by himself here. I saw a couple knocks on the feet in this engagement earlier. That Queasy went down, and yes, Tayson eliminates Jerky. The defending FNCS champions have been eliminated. Letting the gravity of the situation set in. FNCS champions defending, gone and out. They had a lot of opportunities to get into the running. They had a lot of high ground retakes. They showed what they can do. It's just too many trios nipping at the heels, bringing them down. So now we will be able to crown a new trio here. It may be something where we get a repeat champion, but a new trio will win the AXA champions in the lion's share of $1 million. It's game 12 of an 8-game set that we've had all day today, and now you're looking at the eyes of someone that could do it. Stompy, Nebs and Pig, I told you! You open up the wall, you try to take a shot through the window, and all of a sudden, a sniper shot comes through, and the body shot makes Stompy have to retreat back again. But if anyone else wants to be aggressive here, that's how close it could get. A couple of meters higher, and that's a headshot, and that trio is going to have to dip into a lot more than just a couple of pots and minis.
One trio, the green one still waiting all the way in Storm is trying to hold everyone here back, and Sean's house is on fire. He goes down.
No.
As a result, Hen
gotta get out. Get out.
Their feet also gonna feel the heat. They gotta get out as fast as possible. Andy taken out from the pressure of the whole lobby. Pink is looking this way, having a say in what goes down inside this 5-way fight. Hen, this just looks so bad. He needs to get out of here. Fire on all sides. It's dark, nowhere to move, and it's hard to come by. But they get to survive with minimal damage.
And look out, Tayson gets a knock on Elder right there. So the ties have been broken at that 242. 4 teams were at that tie there. But it's Tayson is coming out the rear here to make an appearance and maybe could get a say if he could come back and be that 4-time FNCS champion.
Definite possibility, but they'll have to break the tie first and then take the entire win. It's looking like whoever's going to win the FNCS today might just be the Victory Royale winner from this game. This is going to be like a reboot type beat for the whole lobby, but at the same time, such a lead has already been put down for Kiriachi, Stormright 2, for Andalex, 4-0 Squeeze. They're kind of a little bit ahead of the pack, and they might just be able to have one good, consistent game, a top 3 finish, and stay ahead of everyone in the lead.
I'm looking at the bottom of the mini-map right there. Kiriachi just had another trio glide in. If we could take a peek at what's happening with Kiriachi, he's on the bottom side of the safe zone. And if that's going to happen here, there's too many people near him that could cause him to fall out of that first spot. If he goes down here, that's what's going to open up the door for everybody to come through. I'm really worried for them because I don't think that they're in, and there's a lot of arrows surrounding them. We got to get eyes on Kiriachi.
X-Squeeze, 4-0 Andalex, 207 points on the day. Overall to start this game, 252. They're about 14 behind everyone overall. Amplify's moved in. Default looking for a high ground position. Ghosty pushing the limit. Stormy, Kiriachi, and Toos are just fine on vacation on the shoreline.
Great.
Ahead of everyone right now by 14 points. 266 to start the game. They're looking to hold on to the lead.
So smart. They were normally there and they just rotated a little bit more to the right. So what a great smart rotation into the safe zone. Gave me a mini heart attack here to see the first place, but now we're back on board with the second place team. That you can take a look here, the half in and half out. They get a little bit of a mini pool that they navigate through, but there's a lot of trios there. But hey, Storm Stars just got 9 players have to go down here. Toos picks up some eliminations here, but as Squeeze, Andalex, and 4ZR are way below that storm line, and this is a fight going up against Tripper and Eelcrass. The top of the board are colliding and crashing here at the Storm Surge stage.
6 players need to go down. They have not dealt enough damage to the server. As a result, is punishing them with lightning strikes. No rubberized boots, nothing to really ground themselves with at all. They're just gonna drink big pots and minis the whole way through. Their chug splash cannon is out of ammunition. They've got no heals. They take to the skies. Don't they know that lightning strikes even harder in the air next to the clouds? They go straight for a trio, but shields are starting to crack. This might be the end of X-Squeeze 4-0 and Andalex desperately going towards the box. This might just be free eliminations for the Centric CL combination. They actually pad away. They want nothing to do with this, and they go for a last desperate chance of a few minis and bigs, but Aqua actually lands on them up top looking for free eliminations.
Oh, no.
Toos is down. Tayson's taking him out. Noah Riley pounces on X-Squeeze and actually works that build fight crazily. Yes, they take out everyone. Aqua fully eliminates them, and one person went down to Surge. That is a huge jump up for the team that is so close in 11th place.
Andalex is solo. Andalex right here, the champion pedigree of the FNCS. Now, man, this is going to be really tough to do because you're going to have to slow down the momentum that everybody else is there. And you see Aqua to height, you see Tayson being in a reason there. They're moving on through. So if he could clutch this, it would have to be on the backside of eliminations. He's going to have to carry this all through. But wow, second place is in shambles. And oh no, the deal seals the deal right there, and the fate for the comeback is done. The fairy tale ending is not going to happen here. Kiriachi now with Stormy right. They're going to have to do all that they can to hold on because that bottom of that top 10 board is a coming here, Shio.
One Elam up, they have a little bit of an advantage, but yes, as a duo, they'll look to finish out this game. Saw patterns of it happen at the 8th zone last season. But this time, Kiriachi will have to hold on to everything. I think they've broken that 270 point threshold overall. 154 at the bottom left there is just them for the day. We'll try to push it as much as possible. Just need to stay alive. About to hit 17th place. That's a lot of placement to get. Kiriachi risking it. Airdrop in the zone. Did they get a pad off of it is the question.
They do.
Looks like they might have. Yes, that's huge. They can make this big rotation if they need to, but they're sticking to low ground for now. Remember, one mistake. That's it for them. First place down. Kiriachi can't afford it. 140 HP. Still moving lower, lower, and lower. Low ground has been their name of the game. Their claim to fame in the last game. And money beforehand as well. They're going.
It's about a 20-point lead that Kiriachi is holding on to. Andalex was frozen at 257, but at height there, it is Aqua's trio, and we've seen them do double-digit elims. They put up the big 5-0, and if they could book in their run here with a game 1-5-0 and big numbers, talk about a win to talk about on social media for such a long time, but not so fast, Sancho. We got to tune into Default and Sapphic here, who are feeling the pressure of Storm Surge once again, and Kiriachi there may benefit from another team feeling some pressure. Shizo gets knocked. Kiriachi is in full barrel sub mode. He's fighting for his tournament life at this moment here. He's trying to stay on his feet. Kiriachi, the Renaissance man, looking for an opportunity to come back and get this FNCS championship. Now has to do it as a solo. Kiriachi, keep going, brother. You can do it.
See what he can do here. Championship running on his shoulders. Has a lot of builds to work with, but now it's just down to wood. They'll make it to the 7th zone absolutely alone. Medkit, off field, it's in play. Foxy going down around him. Actually interrupted as he takes a little bit more of a gauge as to what's going on around him. Buys a bit more time. Reason fighting down below. Wings going down to the feed. Milwaukee taken away by Hottie. Kiriachi now 30 HP. Gets some time bought inside the zone. All the way up at 280 points plus now. He's breaking in the placement. Still down by himself. More people going down all around. This is the second heal off he's going to do. Aqua on height. How many points are they getting is a big question too. Vino down. Pink taken out. This might just be what Kiriachi needs. Tapped on a Tayson's back, but not too much of a threat. He still moves forward. Every single box, a new threat he has to deal with. Unknown. Kiriachi, 3 eliminations. Still holding on to what is the imaginary trophy. Can he make it a reality? Still another medkit, but this time interrupted. An ultimate test. Kiriachi has to move layers, make sure there's no scares from any single point inside this zone. Another shot into Tayson. This one misses. A brutal one, and he gets it. Denies Tayson a championship. Keeps his own dreams alive. Kiriachi still going forward, but has to take on trios now by himself. How has no one seen this man? How are these rotations perfect? A final medkit to solidify one more heal and crucial placement in this zone. Unless Aqua's getting 40 eliminations on height, I don't see this one happening. Top 5 for Kiriachi. He's still pushing. He's still going. Another big pump. This could be it. He gets the big shot. This is huge. A trio in the box. He denies it. He doesn't want to get inside the pressure just yet. How is he dodging all these plays? 150 on the Floki. A man by himself is winning EU before our very eyes. Kiriachi stopped by the Symptos, but it might just be enough to give him the FNCS championship.
What a run of runs from Kiriachi. The solo impact play could have net them the FNCS, but the game's not over yet. Aqua's still on height. We're going to have to get it, and I think it may be Shio. It may be confirmed.
Kiriachi is the one to do it all the way towards the very end from passive games. They're just taking names. He wins it out, but now it's Hottie looking for even more towards the very end. Flecken. It's Kumu and Aqua who wins the last game to push forward even further inside EU. Never count out the king. He's still here to play.
It starts with the Victory Royale from Vidil, Aqua, and Noah Riley, and it ends with another Victory Royale. But we will always remember it came into 10 trios, had a chance, but only one was able to hold on, and it came down to one player who get the Victory Royale in their own right and that FNCS championship, Shio.
every single player around the world watching has one name on their mind, and that is Kiriachi. The man did it today excellently with Stormy Wright and Toos by his side. When it counted the most, he dodged all eye lines. He took no damage, and he won a finals championship.
Wow, this has been one of the best games we ever had here for day 2. Sancho West and Shia Wager, it's been awesome casting with you, man. What a great run, man, but what a phenomenal day of games. And I don't want to take away anything from the players. It's their moment, and especially Kirachi's, Toos' moment here. Oh my goodness, Shio.
Absolutely crazy. It's going to be awesome to see exactly what broke down the entire day. That is it from us, though. Zeke, Levin, and Reese, just show me that entire play back again. Kiriachi just had a crazy run.
Shio, 100%. That was one of the craziest clutches we've ever seen. Game number 6. Oftentimes, it does not go this way. Oftentimes, it's a brand new team that takes over that first place spot. But for Kiriachi, he said, I want this Axe of Champions. This will be my season. By himself, box to box, every single step, taking one step closer to the Axe. Let's take a look at our overall champions. You already know who is the overall winner. That's right, 295 points. An absolutely insane final few moments from Kiriachi with Stormy Wright, with Toos alongside him, Spirits pushing him, propelling him, being the wind beneath his wings. They have clutched up the overall win here in EU.
It's an absolutely magnificent story, isn't it? It is just so wonderful for seeing them clutching it up there. Kiriachi had to stay alive. He just had to, right? That's all it was. It was all a matter of whether he could keep the players beneath him, compress, stop them from being able to eclipse him, and he did it so well. And you can see it, 295 points was enough to secure the $300,000, the Axe of Champions, the first place slot. What a day it has been, Reese Hub, and what a performance from the first place team.
And we cannot talk that play up enough from Kiriachi. Going as a solo from 13 teams all the way to top 5, securing the first place with incredible 4 more eliminations as a solo. That big last 151 shot onto Floki was just the icing on the cake to make sure he and his team with Stormy Wright and Toos stayed in first place. But we got to give congratulations to everyone else that was in there too, of course. We got to give them a presence that we saw. I think it was Hotty's team in second at the same time. I've got to refresh my own leaderboards to make sure it was Pig's team, then Seti, Kami, Teak, Vino, Taste and Reason, and Floki, Clement, and Siptos after that. Huge congratulations to all of the other players on there as well.
Friends, we have to say goodbye. The 8 games were insane. Thank you, EU, for an incredible set of matches. But friends, don't get too far away. We're jumping right into N8 East, okay? So stick around. We love you, and we'll see you up on that battle bus. Beep, beep.